Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house. Don't lie.
Are you Doris Wood?
Yeah, but you got the wrong house. I'm Doris Wood, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information, all that stuff. No.
It's even funnier that they literally do go to the house and they do see that that person is there and that person has literally voted. 86-year-olds love voting. I'm just assuming that they definitely have voted because that's the favored activity of people over the age of 65. It's what they look forward to every 2 years. And therefore, instead of undermining his fraud argument, everybody turns around and goes, oh my God, clearly there is a lot of fraud happening here. Like, ugh. But even then, I can't stress this enough. America has a lot of issues. Okay? America has a lot of problems. Our systems are busted overall. But if there's one thing that America unironically has very few problems with, at least for the time being, that might change, it's literally voting. Okay? The vote systems are fairly intact. There are numerous comprehensive studies and millions of dollars poured into this shit over and over again by right-wing committees, by bipartisan committees, by right-wing think tanks. The most comprehensive study on widespread voter fraud comes from the American Enterprise Institute. Okay? The American Enterprise Institute went out and tracked every single instance of voter fraud they could find. And their results were comical. Okay? I can't remember the exact number off the top of my mind right now, but I believe over the course of like multiple decades, billions of votes were cast and counted, and they found, I think, like 1,200 instances of voter fraud total. Okay? And for the record, those people were not all Democrats. I need you to also understand this. Those people were not all Democrats. This wasn't one race. This wasn't one race in one locality. And they were all Democrats that engaged in voter fraud. It was over the course of 30 plus years with billions of votes cast. Okay? Billions of votes were cast over the course of 30 plus years, and they found like 1,200 or 1,300 instances
of voter
My YouTube's
fraud.
Working.
Sweet.
And it was, I don't know if it was like,
I guess I fixed something.
you know, half and half, Democrat or Republican, but that was the total number.
Who's in here?
It is the most comprehensive. Oh, it was Heritage Foundation. It wasn't the American Enterprise Institute. I apologize. Yes, it was the Heritage Foundation. So it is kind of funny that the argument always is like, you don't understand, like this is happening, it's widespread, all this shit. Voter fraud is not an issue in American politics. Surprisingly, because there's issues everywhere. And ironically enough, voter fraud is not one of those areas where there's like severe problems. Our electoral system has severe problems. We don't have compulsory voting. We don't have a federal holiday on the day of voting. There are many hurdles in the placed in front of people to go out and vote. There's voter suppression, which is done at the systemic level. There's also electoral fraud, which is again done at the systemic level, where you know, ballot harvesting initiatives is sometimes looked at critically because, you know, sometimes there might be some fuckery. I think it was North Carolina. There was a famous case, right? Which was, again, Republicans that were engaging in it, but that's besides the point. Okay? Yeah, lack of voting locations, people being purged off their voter rolls without being told that they were purged. At the systemic level, I mean, the Secretary of State at the time, who became the governor of the state of Georgia, literally had his hands involved personally as the Secretary of State in purging numerous names off voter rolls and winning that election, the gubernatorial election. There is tremendous amounts of suppression. In America, the problem isn't that too many people are voting, okay? In the United States of America, the problem is too little people are voting. Okay?
Check. Oh.
Brian Kemp, yes.
I think my video is too loud. Just going to turn it down a little. There we go.
It's one of the biggest lies, aside from immigrants do crime. There's two major lies that Republicans tell all the time, and they've told it to themselves so much, and everybody else that will listen, so much that they now believe it. Number one, immigrants do crimes. Like, in overwhelming numbers, okay? That's a lie. The evidence is the exact opposite, okay? I cannot stress this enough. The evidence shows that time and time again, there's been numerous studies on this as well, that migrants, undocumented and documented non-citizens alike, are responsible for a lower share of crime per capita, much lower share of crime per capita than documented citizens are. Okay? That's number one. The second biggest lie that Republicans have told in perpetuity is the idea that there are far too many people voting in this country and that we have to restrict them. The problem is not that far too many people are voting. The problem is far too little people are voting. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. And as a numbers guy, I looked at the number and I couldn't believe it. Voter fraud, not a problem. The real problem is voter suppression. And the issue is Republicans have won this conversation on voter suppression because it's somewhat beneficial for the Democrats too.
This was the perfect time.
You don't want too many pesky little poors
you know
voting.
what? I want attention now.
You don't want too many black and brown people voting. Let's be real. I mean, Democrats don't mind black people voting. That's true, but the right kinds of black people, right? That's their estimation, at least. The ones that will go out and vote for the Democratic Party. Democrats in the primaries take advantage of the voter suppression against their left flank. And Republicans in the general take advantage of voter suppression against their left flank.
Stupid cat.
Yeah, Kemp literally removed precincts from majority black areas
usual.
where he could remove precincts. He removed machines. So some precincts in fucking Atlanta only had 2 machines. Yes, it was an incredible theft that took place.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show.
Whoops.
Amazing new phenomenon of prediction markets juiced by dumbass Republicans being cited by Republicans as proof of fraud when their dipshit candidate loses. Yes. What is this? Hey, Sean Hannity, I think if you debated us on the honey, your favorability would go into the green. This is disrespectful meme in his community, which I have nothing to do with. Mate, show them who's boss. Yes. I did see this, and I shook my head. I was like, no, this is not good. I'm retweeting it to highlight the thing that I don't appreciate. I hate this meme. Wild that you guys don't have compulsory voting. Freedom ain't free, brother. You force my ass to vote, I'll fucking die to fight to make sure I never vote. When it comes to immigrant crimes, it seems to me that the marginal amount of it doesn't matter to them. It's the fact that there is any. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's not how that goes. That's not how you set rules, okay? You can't just be like, well, even one crime is too many. That's like saying, okay, even one gay crime is too many, so we have to abolish gays. That's fucking insane, okay? Also, systemic enforcement cannot be done on the basis of immigration status regardless. It's ridiculous. Like, you can't just, like, section off different parts of American society and be like, well, these guys are the ones who are responsible for the crimes. It's fucking stupid. Especially if you were to look at that.
Don't you have sleeping or something?
That would, like, for example, in an effort to combat pedophilia, that would require you to, I guess, cordon off white men. In an effort to combat school shootings, that would require you to you know, cordon off and preemptively jail white kids, white students, white male students.
Awesome.
And that's not how you do
getting messages,
some sort of crime enforcement. That's not how it works.
Of course,
you can't just like fucking pre-crime. You can't just pre-crime people on the basis of their immigration status or on the basis of their fucking, ethnicity or race
kitty.
or gender, and then decide that's it. These guys are all liable. They're all gonna do crimes. They're just waiting on the appropriate time for them to do it. So we should fucking jail them ahead of time.
Aggressive.
Obviously, there's a lot in that behavior that's really challenging. It's hard to stomach, in some of it. But at the end of the day, I think that this is a choice. If the choice on the ballot is between that and a senator who's voted to take health care away from millions of Americans, that's the situation that we have to weigh. Obviously, there's a lot in that behavior that's...
I acknowledged your existence.
How can Left Action Australia reach you? I don't know. What does Turby Derby think about it? I don't know, but I love thinking about Turby Dirty. Turby Dirty! Turby Dirty is gonna be the governor of South Dakota. Hassan is a chud? Yes, I am a chud.
Okay.
Yes, dude. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm an unapologetic chud. As a 36-year-old who was spoon-fed conservatism 2003 to 2008, seeing you and Hannity in the same room would be my Barbenheimer. Yeah, if only. How's your back doing these days? Not great currently because I'm fucking sitting on the most ass chair of all time.
All right. What are we going to start off with?
I'm a chud. I'm a fucking chud-ass loser, bro. This other question was worded when voters were informed of Plattner's controversy. Rumors allege Grant Plattner sexually assaulted multiple women and texted, I would rape them to show I'm dominant. His wife is defending him. Knowing this, would you vote? Oh my God. His wife is defending him. Knowing this, would you vote? Who would you vote for? And they still went to Plattner by 48%. Dude, what the fuck? That is fucking insane. Also, rumors allege. That's the load-bearing sentiment here, really? Rumors allege? Yeah. You could say rumors allege Grant Plattner is a pedophile who wants to fuck your kids. Would you still vote for him? You can just say that as well. You might as well go the distance. Oh, fuck. Wait, what the fuck? There was a brief F. There was a brief F. Hold on. We're back. We didn't go anywhere. Calm down. It was for 1 second, man. Calm down. Jesus Christ. Get your hotel to get you another chair that can accommodate you before your back breaks. I already asked. It's so funny. When we first came in, we were like, this chair sucks. We should get a new one. And we were like, hey, I have a back problem. I have a back problem. Is it possible to get a better chair? Like a more ergonomic chair to sit in? You know what the chair they sent up? One of those fucking director chairs, dude. They sent me one of those chairs that they give like film directors, like the high chair.
Well, that's annoying.
I was like, that's not going to fix it.
Sounds uncomfortable.
It's going to make things much worse, I think.
Okay. Let me find... Ooh. NBC Live?
Some people are saying it's a fake AI poll.
No, I want videos.
Yeah, I
like
just don't
vlogs.
believe this fucking poll at all. I feel like it's just the standards are totally out of whack. It seems strange. Iran probably strapped a man pants to a Shah head. This is, yes, they do this. The Houthis started doing it first. Ethan is suing iDubbbz. He can't seem to learn. Wait, what the fuck? Ethan Klein is suing iDubbbz.
Okay, I gotta find where to watch election stuff.
What the
Live.
hell?
He's
Wait, why am I talking? No one's in here.
What is happening? What the fuck is happening? What is this? Ian Jomha, aka iDubbbz, announced he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. Ethan is a monster, and anyone who doesn't see how he's destroying speech online will look back at this with disgust. What is this?
Official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this.
Bro's opening new fronts like he's Israel? No, literally. What the fuck? I mean, is Ethan Klein the most spiritually Israeli podcaster out there? Like, actually? He's doing NSEEK.
Democrats, Green
He's just opening up new fronts for no reason. Why Alberta? Probably stronger likelihood of winning a defamation suit as opposed to America, where there's a lot more, there's a lot stronger rules around it.
What was that?
Ian lives in Edmonton. Did you say America deserves 9/11? You fucking terrorist! I lost my brother in Iraq. You fucking Diddy Piker. What? What the fuck? Man who's been in here for months. Can you do only political discourse and don't include Islamic doctrination? No, I can't. I have
Doctrination.
to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to keep doing Islamic indoctrination chatter. Sorry. It's time for the daily saying of the Shahada. Sorry about your brother. But if I were you, I wouldn't be, you know, constantly accusing Muslims of being terrorists, you know? Kind of feels like that mentality is what justified the failed global war on terror, which led to your brother dying. So I feel like you're perpetuating that same exact cycle of hatred that will then cause others to
I'm
go
sure it
and
wasn't the
die
government's fault that
overseas.
soldiers died in Iraq.
But at least this time,
Sure,
they'll
that
be
had
doing
nothing
it
to
for
do
a
with it.
higher purpose, maybe to, you know, preserve the interests of the most moral nation state of all, the nation state of Israel. Em Israel Chai, Em Israel Chai, Em Israel Chai. Anyway. Have you gotten your daily America Deserve 9/11 yet? No, I haven't.
But for now, it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content.
I think it's pretty crazy that if you're like legitimately a mentally disturbed person and you just like lucked in to unfathomable amounts of money, you can just consistently
frickin'
be a
CNN.
demon and just sue people and try to bury them in fucking costly litigation over and over again. And especially if you like, especially if you're capable of reaching an audience that's like constantly demanding and rewarding you for bullying other people through this sort of frivolous litigation, then you can kind of keep it going. I mean, maybe your audience shrinks over time, but you can just like keep it going for as long as you have money. I find it very strange that there's no repercussions against this sort of thing. What is this? Ethan Klein is such a rat fuck coward. Now he's suing iDubbbz and his wife. He's made an entire career out of talking shit about people, and now he can't stop suing everyone who talks back. I'm sure the course will love seeing clips of Ethan saying he will never stop harassing them. The sad part is, Destiny, omni-liberal sex pest, is the one who said H3 is likely a pedophile who was molested his own children, so Ethan decides to sue iDubbbz instead. He loves to go after people who he assumes don't have money to fight back. Yeah, that one is actually really weird. Like, that this one is like such a strange case because like, what's the defamation? Like, iDubbbz didn't do the defamation. A whole ass third party, a separate person did, but you can't fucking go after them because you're afraid. So you're just choosing to go after the person who put the statement on screen. Is that what it is? He's suing Ian for showing this message on stream. Yeah, I don't think that is going to hold in a court of law.
Man.
Like, I don't think you can do that. What's the, I don't think that's even, I don't think there's even a, is there even a precedent for it? Like what could it, what could you possibly, what could you possibly do in that situation? I mean, if you're,
finished watching
if
this.
someone else is defaming you and if someone else has defamed me and another person is like using that for commentary purposes, is that defamation? Maybe in Canada? I mean, I don't know how it works in Canada. I mean, but the point here is not to win this case anyway. The point here is to fucking make them suffer. Yeah. The point here is to make them spend a shit ton of money in defense.
I wonder if he's going to cover the election.
Well, yeah,
I don't know. Anyway, I'll come back to it. No reason to eat up all my bandwidth. Got too many tabs open. Okay, game on.
democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Voters in Maine are heading to the polls Tuesday for a closely watched primary that could help determine whether Democrats retake control of the U.S. Senate. On the Republican side, Susan Collins is running unopposed as she seeks her 6th term in the Senate.
Jesus.
On the Democratic side, 41-year-old oysterman and Marine vet Graham Plattner has led the polls for months, running as a progressive populist backed by Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, Congressman Ro Khanna, and others. On the campaign trail, Plattner's repeatedly targeted the billionaire class and called for a wealth tax, Medicare for all, and other progressive policies. In late April, Maine's Democratic Governor Janet Mills suspended her Senate campaign after polls showed Plattner easily beating her in the primary. But Governor Mills never officially withdrew, and her name remains on the ballot. Since launching his campaign, Plattner has faced numerous controversies, many stemming from his actions in the years after returning from fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan, a time when he says he was suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and was self-medicating with alcohol. The initial controversies focused on old posts Plattner made on Reddit and a tattoo on his chest that resembled a Nazi symbol. Plattner says he got the tattoo while on military leave in Croatia 20 years ago and has denied knowing about the design's association with Nazis. He's apologized for the social media posts, saying they were written at, quote, a time in my life where I was struggling deeply, unquote. In recent weeks, two more scandals emerged. First, it was revealed he'd sent sexually explicit text messages to at least 6 women after getting married in 2023. Then the New York Times published an article headlined, "Several Women Who Dated Graham Plattner Recall Unsettling Behavior," unquote. On Thursday, Plattner, interviewed by Chris Hayes on MS Now, said this.
There are some allegations in this piece that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about are simply not true. Anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, these are the statements of someone who's politically motivated. In this piece, there's a lot about my struggling, not being a good boyfriend, certainly self-medicating with alcohol, and I've been very upfront since the beginning of this campaign that was a pretty dark period of my life after I came back from my combat service, and that's what that kind of life looks like. And so there are things in this that I absolutely will take responsibility for and have been speaking about openly for months now. But those serious allegations are just not true.
You did not grab her by the wrist. You did not put your hands on her shoulders. You did not push her into a room that you closed the door on.
Did the Ellisons own NBC yet?
She's lying about that, is what you're saying.
Yes, that is not true.
On Friday, Graham Plattner campaigned in Bar Harbor, Maine, where he took aim at the nation's billionaires.
In the time in my life where that hard work ceased being enough, we have also watched the largest transfer of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in the history of this nation. In 1990, there were fewer than 80 billionaires in the United States. Today, there are over 900. I ask you, when you look around, do you see a state of Maine that is 10 times wealthier than 1990? No! Do we have 10 times the schools? No! 10 times the hospitals? No! Do our paychecks go 10 times as far? No! Do we have 10 times the free time? No. In fact, we have less. Fewer schools, fewer hospitals. Our paychecks run out earlier in the month, and we have less time because everybody's working harder.
Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna also spoke at the Graham Plattner Bar Harbor rally on Friday.
Far Harbor.
On Sunday, he appeared on CBS's Face the Nation, as was questioned about Plattner by host Margaret Brennan.
Can he survive another scandal? You got 5 months here.
Well, it depends what. I'm not, obviously if there was any evidence that comes out that there is actual domestic violence or assault, I have zero tolerance for that. I led the fight against the Epstein class, which has been a cover-up for sexual abuse with Thomas Massey. I've been at the forefront of championing women's rights and rights of survivors. But here you have a case of someone who had a dark chapter in his life, who was in toxic relationships, was ashamed about it, who served this country, and the Maine voters are saying, look, let's give him some grace. And his focus is stopping these wars, and it's getting national health insurance, and it's taking on economic inequality.
To talk more about Graham Plattner's run for the Senate, we'll be joined by 2 guests. In a moment, we'll go to Portland, Maine, to speak with the anti-racist organizer Shea Stewart-Boulay. But first, we're joined by Kim Villanueva, the national president of the National Organization for Women PAC. Kim, thanks so much for being with us. Talk about the race, what you're concerned about, and why you're telling people to vote for Governor Mills, who actually, while she didn't pull out of the Senate race, she did suspend her campaign, and even with these controversies, didn't re-enter with rallies like Plattner is having right now to take on Senator Collins.
Right. Well, we endorsed Governor Mills very early in the race because of her record on women's rights and women's issues, and the fact that she has shown leadership over time.
YouTube is working.
She's been a district attorney, attorney general, and a governor. And we feel that her record is the best and her leadership is the best to represent women.
So talk about your concerns with Graham Plattner right now. You heard, for example, Ro Khanna saying he's the leader on demanding respect for the women in the case of Epstein and the release of the Epstein files. But he is supporting Plattner right now for his progressive position.
Right. Well, we've also worked with Representative Khanna on the Epstein files and certainly defending the survivors of sexual violence and sexual abuse. In this situation, just because someone holds a progressive policy position doesn't excuse them from making or holding harmful views against women. Hate speech is hate speech, and so that's what now is about. We call out statements against women. We want women to. We want people to respect women. We have a president who thinks it's okay to make nasty comments about women and make fun of women, and so when that happens, we call it out.
And since we have no
the question,
political brain,
one of the
we are
questions
perfectly happy with
who can
the
beat
fascist
the Republican
Republicans
Susan Collins,
maintaining control of the
who
Senate
supported,
because
for
he said some
example,
mean things on Reddit 12 years ago.
The nomination of and the confirmation of Brett
What a
Kavanaugh
jerk.
as Supreme Court Justice.
How dare he put our country at risk like that?
Let me go to a clip right now. This is Graham Plattner speaking in Bar Harbor.
We are up against one of the most powerful political systems in the history of the world.
What?
It is a system of billionaires and special interests. It is a system of corrupted politicians like Susan Collins. Susan Collins, who for years has given us some charade that she's a moderate, that she stands up against her party, that she cares about her constituents more than she cares about those that donate money to her. We see through it. We see through the charade, and we see through it because of what she does. She voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh, who before he was busy dismantling the Voting Rights Act and taking voting rights away from black Southerners, he was busy getting down to the work he went there for, which was dismantling a woman's right to choose. And she told us that that was settled law. She looked him in the eyes and he told her that he would never do such a thing. Well, either she lied to us or she's a fool. Either way, you shouldn't be a United States Senator from the state of Maine.
So that is Graham Plattner. Are you concerned that now his position could help elect Susan Collins?
Well, now endorsed Governor Mills very early in the race because of her record. And the purpose of an endorsement is to lead, not to follow. So we stand by that endorsement and feel that she is still the best candidate on the ballot. In terms of who's going to take on Trump and the establishment and the systems of oppression, we think that is Janet Mills.
Where's he going?
She's already shown that she has taken on Trump. When he threatened to pull federal funding from Maine, she looked him in the eye and said, I'll see you in court. So that's leadership under pressure. We think that she's the best one to take on the systems that are hurting American families and American women.
She did stand up against Trump pulling federal funds from Maine over trans athletes, support for trans athletes. But right now, even as Governor Mills said she hasn't pulled out of the race, she only suspended it, it's not as if she is campaigning. What will that mean in the general election if she takes the position she does and Susan Collins vigorously campaigns?
Well, I think that by winning the primary will invigorate the campaign, and certainly people will come out and want
She's
to
not
support
gonna win.
anyone who's going to take
You
on
are
Trump,
delusional.
and anyone who's going to help women, children, families. I mean, we're all suffering under the Trump regime.
No
We have to
chance.
do something, and we think that Jana Mills is the best person to lead us to do that.
Kim Villanueva, we want to thank you for being with us, National President of the National Organization for Women, PAC. To talk more about the Maine primary and Graham Plattner's campaign, we go now to Peaks Island off of Portland, Maine, where we're joined by the longtime anti-racism organizer Shay Stewart Boulay, the executive director of Community Change, Inc. Shay, thanks so much for being with us. A lot has come out on Graham Plattner, from the tattoo that he has emblazoned on his chest to the most recent New York Times expose on some of the women he was romantically involved with, questioning his behavior. Can you talk about your thoughts as Graham Plattner just had a major rally in Portland?
Yes, I can. Good morning, and thank you, Amy, for having me.
Oh, you can.
I have so many thoughts. As someone who has been following the Plattner campaign really since that first day when that first video was released, and was very cautiously enthusiastic perhaps about him, who then, after the initial revelations in October of the Reddit post and the tattoo, became quite skeptical. It was after then that I actually met up with Graham, and we had a conversation, and over the course of the probably last several months, we've had a series of conversations and observations. And I think what's interesting about this race and about Graham is that in Maine, I would say a lot of people have a very different perspective of him than what the national media is showing. I think that despite his controversies, he is really speaking to the people of Maine at this moment. As I've been writing, and I wrote recently, it is estimated that 1 in 2 Mainers are struggling to make ends meet. Nationally, I think people think of Maine as this, you know, it's nicknamed vacation land. So people think that everybody here is probably quite prosperous, and actually that's the opposite. It's a rural state. It's a state that doesn't have a lot of resources. It's a state where, honestly, it is not uncommon for people to work 2 or 3 jobs, seasonal jobs. And so I think that, you know, one of the reasons people have continued to support Plattner despite these controversies is because for the first time in a long time, he makes people feel heard. I only recently heard him speak to an audience. Because my interactions with him had been primarily one-on-one, I had heard about how when he speaks to a crowd, but I have to say it was really interesting to experience hearing him and seeing, more importantly, the audience, how enthusiastic they were. At the same time, I live on Peaks Island, Maine. It's a predominantly very white little enclave island here. We have a few folks of color, and it's a community that people would probably think of as fairly prosperous, and yet he was really connecting with them. I think as a person, he is absolutely complicated and messy. There is no getting around that. He's a very complicated, messy individual who I think if these were more normal times, I think the campaign would have tanked probably several scandals ago. But I think that given the current reality of the country we're running in with the folks running in it, people are feeling a little bit more generous in forgiving his personal situations.
Let's hear Graham Plattner speaking last night in Portland.
We need to return to the politics of dreaming big. Because the challenges we face today, we can no longer afford to play around the margins. We've been doing that, and it has failed us. We need universal health care in this country, Medicare for all. We need universal child care. We need a public education system that provides high-quality education to every young American from kindergarten all the way through higher ed and trade schools.
Okay,
and we need a foreign policy that prioritizes international institutions and international law
over the well-being of corporate interests.
So that's Graham Plattner
Amen,
speaking
brother.
last night in Portland. If you can talk about the allegations of several women who he dated, one of them being a Republican operative. I mean, she says it herself. She runs Ladies for Kavanaugh, now the Supreme Court Justice. The significance of this and what the allegations are. And those who say it's not enough to say he suffers from PTSD. Certainly, Ro Khanna talked about the damages of war, and Plattner himself talks about what it means that war is violence and how veterans have suffered. But that you have to take responsibility for how you act afterwards.
Alert, station engaged.
Yes, you do. Like many folks, I read the piece in the New York Times a few minutes after it dropped, and I will say I really struggled initially with what I was reading. I think for me, I believe in restorative justice. The nature of the work that I do just within the world of anti-racism work allows for restorative justice. And so life is not an either or, it's more of a both and really asking for myself, do I believe that people even deserve a second chance? First and foremost, these are serious allegations. I don't think there's no excuse for the harm that he caused these women. I think that if I were to say one thing, I would love to hear him speak more about ways in which he can make amends to the women he's harmed. He needs to be held accountable to those women. At the same time, we find ourselves in this very, very awkward situation in the state of Maine and really in the state of the country. 18 months into this second term of Trump, we have watched our country turn upside down in ways that we have never imagined.
Oh my God, I forgot to send
And so we find ourselves with, in the case of the Maine Senate race, we have a candidate who most certainly inspires people. I know when I went to his public event here on Peaks, I saw young folks of color who had taken the ferry over just to hear him speak. We also, and I'm sorry, I just completely lost my thought there. I think that we have to reckon with the reality of war and violence. I was thinking about this morning, knowing that this would probably be a part of the conversation. In some ways, I see Plattner as sort of the result of this country, that we send people to war, they come back, and then we don't do a lot for those people. But more than that, when we talk about violence, in this case, there was personal violence, but then we also have state violence. We have someone who went to war, suffering from the effects of state violence, who has now inflicted violence upon folks personally. And so it really becomes a very messy situation in terms of how do we reckon with that? How do we figure out how to go forward? I think in this moment, what's hardest for people to gather and to understand, and it most certainly is something that I've struggled with given everything that we've seen going on in this country, is the fact that historically we've expected our politicians, we've held them to a certain standard. We've expected certain behavior. And I would say, in the years since Trump, all of that has been turned upside down. I think over on the left, we've held ourselves to a standard that we don't want to be anything like those folks. And so here we have this person who is a messy, walking contradiction. On the one hand, he has values in terms of what he's putting out there that speaks to us, but his personal life is messy. So it's one of those, what do we do? And in this moment, I ask myself, do we discard him? I know your previous guest spoke a lot to his opponent, Janet Mills, who suspended her campaign and is now, last week reminded us all that she is still on the ballot. And I know as a Mainer of color, I don't see her track record as being quite as rosy as somebody on a national level might. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention. Just recently, she vetoed LD 1911 this year, which was the clean slate law, which really would have given folks with a criminal background in certain cases a second chance. There was also the other veto that she did, LD 307, which would have placed a moratorium on state and local governments issuing permits for data centers. As we know, the conversation of data centers is really big across the country. Those two vetoes alone for many, many Maine voters really were a turnoff. So again, the national perspective on Janet Mills versus the reality on the ground are two different things. And I think for many people, Maine voters, that's left people really conflicted. I mean, we do have two other candidates, a write-in candidate who, of course, isn't on the ballot but has been campaigning really hard. And then we have one other gentleman on the ballot, David Costello, who many people just don't know who he is. So Mainers find themselves in a really tough situation in terms of this is a person who is saying the things that we want to hear. And at the same time, we're hearing these allegations in their personal life that are pretty disturbing. I can say that when it came down to my deciding whether or not I wanted to support him, I knew if there were any criminal allegations, that was not something I was going to do. I'm still not comfortable with what I've heard. At the same time, it feels like, while we can say
He's being
is
targeted.
an excuse the PTSD from the war, it is also a reality that many people returning from war do face.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for
He's just venting to me about how my campaign to talk to and he's like, my back hurts.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Prepare yourself, man. All I have to say is prepare yourself, because your president is now going on homoerotic rants in the middle of the day in front of massive crowds.
Sounds about right.
That's what's happening. So Trump has completely and utterly lost his mind. He's gone from a low-filter guy to a no-filter guy because of his cognitive decline. And as a result of that, he can't help himself. And he starts doing homoerotic rants, lusting after men in the middle of the day. So I got amazing clips there. We'll talk about that. I also have Marco Rubio gets confronted directly to his face. He panics. He runs away as protesters call him out and say he's a war criminal, call him a cuck for Israel. So that's an amazing clip. Can't wait to show you that. We also have Erica Kirk as well gets called out to her face. Wait until you hear what the protester says, and wait until you see her reaction. Because it's ugly. It is weird and it is ugly in typical Erica Kirk fashion. And then also later on, the Atlantic Ocean current is currently in the midst of collapsing right in front of our eyes. And if indeed it does fully collapse, we're looking at a global catastrophic nightmare, the likes of which we've never seen. Totally reworking the way the world functions. And perhaps might be something that leads to the downfall of civilization as we know it. Mass starvation, horrible stuff. So you don't want to miss any of this. Really important stuff. You guys know the drill. Everybody subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. You can also support the show on Patreon. Remember, y'all, I only say that because we are real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser, never done an ad read, never will. You guys support the show from the ground up, and I'm deeply, deeply thankful for that. Thank you to everybody who also tips on YouTube as well. That means a lot as well. And, of course, you can sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends
tips on YouTube.
On Substack. That link is below. And Corin's World. Everybody go sub to Corin's World as well. We hang out there on Mondays and shoot the shit on Monday nights. You can come, come be with us. It's always a good time. So anyway, let's go ahead and dive in, and let's start with this. Okay, in the Washington Post, ballroom donors won $50 billion in contracts after giving to Trump's project. Watchdog group finds. President Donald Trump has repeatedly touted the gifts as a boon to taxpayers, but critics of the project say the administration's refusal to release a full list of donors creates the potential for corruption. All I have to say is the Washington Post is being way too careful here. This isn't the potential for corruption. This is the world's most obvious corruption that anybody has ever seen, ever, all time. At first we were told, oh, this is going to be all privately funded, and then we're good ski, it's a wrap, we're done, right? Then it became, okay, actually we're going to go through Congress and try to get it from taxpayers. Now, this, of course, failed miserably, but they said, oh, no, did we say it was $200 million? We meant $400 million. And then they said, oh, did we say 400? We meant 600 million. And then they said, oh, did we say 600? We meant 800 million. Then it became $1 billion, okay? Failed through Congress because, of course, there'd be fucking pitchforks in the street if they actually just, like, robbed taxpayers to fund this Epstein Memorial Ballroom. And then we came full circle to, no, the billionaires are actually going to fund this thing. But the obvious problem with that is it's a massive conflict of interest. It's a massive fucking pay-to-play scheme, and everybody knows it's a pay-to-play scheme. So now you have detailed reporting on exactly that. They're getting favors for donating to the ballroom. The whole thing is illegal. So any billionaire, any Epstein-class billionaire who gave money, look out. Because if there's actually a decent Democratic president, they should fucking investigate you and prosecute you over this obvious open corruption. So they're a little too comfortable right now for my liking. The billionaires in the Epstein class need to fall the fucking line and realize that we have rules and regulation in this country, or at least we're supposed to. I know right now we don't under this criminal president, but we will eventually, okay? So, add it to the list. You have the Epstein Memorial Ballroom and this giant con job, and you have that along with the millions of dollars of insider trading that Trump is doing. You have it with the suing the IRS scheme to rob taxpayers of $1.776 billion to pay off insurrectionists and terrorists and Trump's family members and his friends. You have the crypto scam shitcoin that Trump did, robbing his own supporters. You have the crypto scam shitcoin Melania did, robbing her supporters, right? Robbing MAGA in 2 ways within a 1-day period, okay? You have World Liberty Financial, the crypto exchange. You have the pay-to-play pardon scheme, which everybody knows is going on, but nobody talks about it nearly as much as they should. You have the executive branch club, which literally the whole purpose of that is illegality, is corruption, is pay-to-play bribery. Then you have the hotel in Dubai, the golf course in Qatar, the $400 million Qatari plane. Do I even need to continue here? You guys, the resort in Vietnam. This is a family that has stolen from children's cancer charities. Did you know that? The Trump family cannot operate a charity in New York because they stole from a children's cancer charity. That's how loathsome they are. His university was a fraud. He stiffed his workers for his hotels and casinos. He did tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud. He was found liable for exactly this stuff in civil court. Look at what's going on here, man. It's insane. Okay, but I'm just getting started because we learned this from the Washington Post. We also have this. ABC News says President Trump is floating the possibility of keeping the UFC arena on the White House South Lawn, built for a series of fights on his birthday and Flag Day, permanently. So he's saying, why not keep this up all the time? And the example he gives is, well, the Eiffel Tower was supposed to be temporary, and then they decided, let's leave it there permanently. Let's leave it there permanently. And now, the fucking disgusting trailer park trash garbage imagery coming from these pictures where you have the UFC fucking Thunderdome there, and next to it you have the East Wing totally destroyed, and the ongoing illegal construction, okay? It looks like this man destroyed the White House in such a short time, right? It went from being like, you know, something that gives you national pride to now it literally looks like it's been absolutely obliterated and destroyed. And we should expect no different from the ultimate white trash president. I mean, that's what he is. He is the ultimate white trash president. You want to keep a UFC ring on the lawn permanently? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's, you know, sometimes I think he's trolling us. Then I realize, well, every time I think he's trolling us, he follows through with whatever the fuck he's talking about. So no, he actually means it. He actually means it. So destroyed the White House, 15 ways to Sunday. Well, he also went to this John Deere event the other day that I wanted to show you some of the stuff in. And here he is. Again, when I say his brain's not working well, man, do I mean it. People really need to pay attention to how much this guy is gonzo these days. So listen to this. Let's start with this one. He's taking a pot shot here at Zoran and Democrats for talking about affordability.
They came in and they said, affordability. They made up the word because that's the only thing they're good at, although I'm good at making up words.
They made up the word affordability, but that's okay.
First of all words are made up.
Making up words. Huh? What?
Second of all, it was
Then
already made up.
He does the whole,
God,
like,
he's so
I'm not
dumb.
supposed to call it a war because then it'd be illegal
like-
that I was doing it. So
He's
I'm
the
not gonna call it
perfect
a war. I'm gonna call it a
representative
conflict or
for
something
the
like
United
that.
States education
And then
system.
Fast forward, not even an hour
He's
later,
just a
listen to
natural
this.
result.
And this is during a military conflict. I call it that because it's really not that much of a war.
No, it's not that much of a war.
Because I have to get back to fighting
Hostile
a war.
stationary asset.
Yeah, can you please go fight that war?
This is not normal. I need you
That'd be
guys to
awesome.
stop, like, just fucking accepting that this is how it is and sort of normalizing it in your own brain. No, you should never get accustomed to this ever. This is not fucking normal. It's not even close to normal. The guy is mentally gone. The guy is a clear and present danger. He immediately needs to be impeached. He needs to be removed. He needs to be locked up. He needs to be charged, okay, for the litany of crimes that he committed. The real issue we face is, which exact things do you arrest him over? Because there's so many goddamn crimes. That's the real issue. is narrowing it down to the ones that are most prosecutable that get him the most time behind bars. That's how bad it is, y'all. So never get used to this. Never fucking just, swat it aside. This is devastating. This is devastating. Okay, here we have Trump crashes out on Live Social as he normally does. And here he posted an AI slot music video about how much everybody loves him. Watch this.
Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald.
It's funny he posted that after getting absolutely booed in New York last night. He's got to make himself feel better about himself. He's such a terrible human. They really don't.
Trump might be president one day, just like Donald Trump.
Construction complete.
So embarrassing.
I need you to picture him at 4 a.m., wide awake, high on Addies, sitting there, fucking smiling and giggling and laughing.
Yeah, that's probably why he never sleeps.
Calling Marco Rubio to show him this video about how much
that's what
the
I
world
take
loves
when I
Donald
have a hard
Trump.
time
The guy's
sleeping.
not mentally well. There is not a single person on Earth who has engaged in a deeper self-suck-off session than Trump. This is the only guy who all he wants is endless attention, endless pats on the head, everybody to tell him he's a special little boy. Like, my dude, you're fucking 80 years old, bro. You're 80 years old. I'm 38. I already don't give a fuck what people are saying about me to any extent whatsoever. You're near 80, and this is the shit, like, you are fishing on social media to have people say positive things about you so you can repost it and you can reshare it. It's like he is permanently stuck in, like, an insecure high school mindset. Like, that's what this is. Who does this? This is humiliating. But I still haven't even gotten to the funniest part. I'm going to save that for the very end here. First, let me show you this. So Trump at this John Deere event again, he basically, like I said, he went from a low filter guy to a no filter guy. So this is the part where he says, why am I even here? I shouldn't even be here. I should be home watching TV. I mean, I already won the election. I don't need your votes anymore. He basically admits that. Here, watch this. Here we go.
I fought for the American farmer like no one has ever fought before. Nobody's, like I'm up here today. I don't need this. I got elected. I don't have, what the hell do I have to be here for? I got elected. I'm here because I like the farmer. I mean, when you think about it, I guess there's a lot of truth to that, right? I could be home right now in the beautiful White House enjoying, watching somebody else on television talking. And I fought for the American...
He's like one...
You have got to be kidding me.
One
now,
extra
understand,
grumpy
he's saying
day
this too. As farmers
away from
are
saying,
fucking
I hate
barbecue
everyone.
chicken, dog. We just talked about screwworm. Screwworm was basically eradicated in 1966. We had a program in place to make sure screwworm never got here. Well, now, the idiots at Doge, with Elon Musk and Trump, they decided, let's get rid of that program that protects us from screwworm. Now, the Texas cattle ranchers are dealing with screwworm parasites, flesh-eating parasites that are
come over here.
going through all of our beef. Well, isn't that lovely? So now, you have surging beef prices. You have Trump allowing beef from Argentina to undercut our farmers' beef. Okay. And that beef, by the way, is packed full of a bunch of chemicals that are horrible for us, but Trump allowed that into the country. And
I don't think I've seen Jaina in like 3 days. Is she okay?
So you have this meat at a record price, and it's only going up. And here he is going, why should I even be here? I already won the election. None of this matters. Well, why aren't you fucking fixing the problems that farmers are facing? Between the tariffs also, which absolutely clonked them, undercutting them with beef from Argentina, and now screwworm, you are absolutely destroying the beef market. Never mind the 1,000 other ways that farmers have been fucking left out to dry by your dumbass. Okay, but here we go. Now, Trump can't help himself, ends up accidentally going on a very homoerotic rant. Watch this.
Two-time gold medal winner in speed skating in this year's Winter Olympics, Jordan Stolz. Where the hell is he? Whoa.
Where's that good-looking guy?
That's a big guy right there. That's a big guy. That's a big guy.
That's pretty good. Whoa. Stand up. Stand up. Yeah.
Why the fuck are they putting the medal on him, bro? What is this? What is this? This is like the shit you see with like fucking Putin or Kim Jong-un. Why are you putting the medal on him?
These guys didn't build any Titans.
I'm keeping it.
No thanks.
I'm keeping it, Jordan. I'm not giving it back. I'm a very good guy for keeping gold. I'm never giving this back. Congratulations. I forgot to touch his leg. I didn't want to do that.
I forgot to touch his leg. I didn't want to do... Give me a non-homoerotic interpretation of that, y'all. Oh, wait. That shit doesn't exist. That shit doesn't exist, bro. Like, are you kidding me? No shot. He's not done, though.
I'm never giving this back. Congratulations. I forgot to touch his leg. I didn't want to do that. But I can tell you one thing. His leg is like a rock. That's fantastic. 2 gold medals. Wow, that's big stuff.
You forgot to not touch
honor.
his leg, you weirdo.
And speaking for my other athlete up here, that's pretty good, right? And you go through a big competition with a lot of great athletes, right? Are you going to be doing it again?
So
Another Olympics?
Weird. So
I'm going to be doing it until 2030, as long as I can. Until Salt Lake City in 2034.
Well,
so that'll be on home soil.
We're going to be watching, okay? You could do it again.
You know what that reminded me of? People don't know about this, man. People don't know about this. I'm here to show them. Here's a compilation of Trump talk. Big, strong guy. Look at that big, strong guy.
Look at the size of that guy. Man.
He's a massive guy. This big, powerful guy. This guy is... He is a monster. A giant of a man.
One really large person.
I've seen a lot of people over the years. Big people. You know, I have a friend. Big guy.
There's
One of the biggest in the world.
Palmer,
This big, strong friend.
You know, I have a friend. Big guy. One of the biggest in the world. Who says that? What does that even mean?
Money weighed like 250 then, which 250 then is big. That's like 310 now, right? This was a long time ago. A lot of big people I'm standing next to. That's some big people behind me. Boy, they're big. Big guy. Big guy. Big guy.
He's your big guy in town, folks.
Big guy. Strong, tough. Strong man, big, tough guy.
This is a big, tough guy. A very, very powerful guy. Big, strong guy.
Big, strong guy.
Big, strong guy.
This big, strong guy comes to me. He's big, he's strong. A couple of big, strong guys. Big, strong guys.
Big, strong guys. Big, strong guy here.
Big, strong guys up here. Big, strong, powerful guys. Big, strong, beautiful guys.
Beautiful guys. They're West Virginia. Big, strong guys.
Nice guy over there. Big, strong guy. I love you, Trump, but I love you.
This guy, he's like a monster. He's like this monster football player. A big, strong guy.
You're a big, strong guy. Are you a football player or something? Big, strong, powerful players. He's a big, strong, powerful champion.
He's a big, strong coal miner.
Massive, wonderful fireman. A customs officer. He's a monster.
Hostile fleet assets
Massive,
engaged.
wonderful fireman. I think we all know now why YMCA is his favorite song, y'all. I think we all know now.
I just walked in, and a big, strong guy grabbed me.
These guys are massive guys that grab me. Massive guys. 2 really big.
I love it when those massive guys grab me. I love it when they do that.
Because I'm a big guy. And they grabbed me. All these big, handsome guys, these big, giant guys.
These big guys.
These 3 big guys. Look at the size of these guys. Look at the size of that guy.
Look at the size of these guys. Look at the size of this guy. Look at the size of these guys. They're monsters. Look at the size, how big and strong. That's what we like. I saw somebody backstage, big, strong, powerful. Big guy backstage.
Come on over here, John. Big guy. Hey, Bob. Come here, Bob. Come here. He's a big guy. He's a big guy.
It actually reminds me of like a toddler pointing at somebody who's big. Man, he's big. Come on, man. His brain is just not up to snuff, man. This is not a president's brain. I'm sorry. You know where he thrives? Have you guys ever seen that clip of Wendy Williams, him on Wendy Williams' show, doling out like relationship advice? That's when this motherfucker actually came alive. That's when he looked like, oh, he's having the time of his life, giving advice to some black woman who has some relationship problems. And he's like, does he treat you well? Does he treat you nice? I don't think he treats you nice. And you're beautiful, too. You're beautiful. That's where he fucking thrives. What is this, bro? Stop bombing innocent little girls in Iran and fucking looting the treasury for the Epstein class. Just go get a daytime TV show and leave us all alone. Jesus.
Where are you? Derek. Oh, he's a big guy. Come here, Derek. Big Sam. Big John. Big Luther.
Where's Big Jim? He's around here.
Big Luther? Come on, man.
Where's my big guy? Where the hell is he?
Where's Eric?
Where's my big guy? Nah, dog, nah.
You can't miss Eric. He's so big. He's a big man, isn't he? He's a big man.
Look at this size queen. He is size queening all over the place.
He's a big man. That's a big man.
He is a big man. He's not only one of the best governors in the United States, he's definitely the largest.
He is largest, most beautiful man.
Look at that man. He's all man. Look at him. He's
You're telling me he doesn't swing both ways, y'all? Oh, he definitely swings both ways. And by the way, I'm not judging that. You do you, Donald. The only thing I need you to do is stay away from them kids. Because we know, because of the Epstein files, you like them kids too, and that's not acceptable. But in terms of, hey, if you were just talking about big, strong men all day, and you wanted to choke on dick, shit, that'd be fine.
He's a big man. He's all man. But he is a big man. That is the tallest human being I've ever seen. He is the biggest human being I think I've ever seen.
Jesus, still going.
It's a big mic. It's the biggest mic I've ever seen.
Then there's the other one. I'm sure you've seen this, but there's another one. Vice had a compilation, I think, and it was better looking than Tom Cruise. This guy over here, better looking than Tom Cruise. Better looking than Tom Cruise. He said it like 1,000 times. He says it all the time. But my favorite one, my absolute favorite,
it's got to be the deep
is
throat.
This one. Tell me this is not the quiet part loud, y'all. Here we go.
People, and I have to see people, and I know it's risky to do that, but you have to do what you have to do. You know, I'm the president. I can't sit in the basement and say, let's wait this thing out. I'm not going to do that. And now I'm immune, they tell me. I'm immune. I could come down and start kissing everybody. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay.
Bro, come on, man. Come on, bro. I'll tell you one thing. Even though this country is officially barbecue chicken, buckle up, sit back, and relax, because as Trump's brain becomes more and more like figgy pudding, because of the Alzheimer's, man, he's gonna say some wacky ass shit. There's a decent, we're at like a 38% chance that he drops an N-bomb before he's done with his time in office, bro. We're at like a 38% chance. And honestly, that's probably ticking up 1 percentage point every single day. So buckle up, because I know it feels wild and wacky right now, but it's about to get a hell of a lot more crazy.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
All right, guys, let's take a look at this here. This is kind of crazy. You have a 17-year-old valedictorian, Lean Hijaz, who used her graduation speech to speak for the voiceless. So she ends up calling out Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, the crimes of ICE. And the school administrator literally cuts her mic and tells her, if you don't stop, you're not graduating. And then they withheld her diploma for 4 days. So this is what happens when you try to tell the truth, you try to speak truth to power, you try to be a good person, you try to do the right thing, you try to bring attention to people who are less fortunate, who are going through horrible things. You try to call out injustice. This is what the world tries to do to you. If you're a left-winger and you have a conscience and you want to fix things. Look at this. Take a look at this.
We're not given a voice to stay silent and
This 17-year-old teenager from Clayton, North Carolina says her welcome speech to graduates was cut off by a school administrator after she made these remarks.
It's just too perfect that it's like a bleach blonde woman in North Carolina who's like, you're not allowed to do that, honey. You're not allowed to tell the truth. You're not allowed to be against injustice and war and concentration camps. You got to go up there and just smile and tell everybody everything's already great.
From Clayton, North Carolina says her welcome speech to graduates was cut off by a school administrator
Congressional
after she
Republicans
made
passed a
these remarks.
$70 billion bill this afternoon to fund ICE and Border Patrol through the end.
person here has a voice. And we are privileged to have the freedom to use it when so many people around the world are struggling and suffering to be heard. Whether it's the millions suffering in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world, these are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues. They are happening right now as I speak.
God bless this woman, man. God bless you for going out there, fucking telling the truth. The world needs a lot more of this, man. The world needs a lot more of this. People with a conscience to fucking impart a conscience on other people who are acting like, we're not one humanity. These are innocent people who are getting killed. These are innocent people who are being shoved in ICE concentration camps, right? Like, how can you have no humanity for that? How can you have no empathy? How can you feel nothing over that and act like it's okay because it's not you? It could just as easily be you. What the fuck?
Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world. These are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues. They are happening right now as I speak.
She came up to me
And she's like, if you don't stop speaking right now, you're not graduating.
That's what Lean Hijaz says the administrator said to her in this moment when she cut off
How dare these kids have
and because of those remarks, unlike
more
the rest
stable
of her fellow
moral
graduates
compass
who picked up their
than the
diplomas
adults.
after the ceremony, Hijaz says she was told,
You're getting your diploma withheld.
a Johnston County Public Schools spokesperson tells CNN that Hijaz was, quote, awarded her diploma and that her speech was cut off because, quote, school administrators intervened in order to maintain the integrity and focus of the program in real time.
Oh, no. We're not doing this. No. You're not going to take one of the only people there with fucking integrity and smear her integrity and say, oh, we were trying to protect the integrity by having you not say real shit, by having you not point out actual problems in the world that need to be fucking addressed. There's so much symbolism, too, in, like, the older generation trying to censor the younger generation.
Gotta find...
from telling the truth, trying to muzzle them, trying to shut them the fuck up from trying to, like, fix the problems that actually exist. God, that's so fucking symbolic. It's too perfect. There's also symbolism in terms of, like, party, right? Like, I'm sure she's a lefty and the person shutting her up is a right-winger, right? I would bet almost everything on that fact.
Hijaz was, quote, awarded her diploma and that her speech was cut off because, quote, school administrators intervened in order to maintain the integrity and focus of the program in real time. This action was not about limiting a student's voice.
But that's literally what you did. Okay, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're not doing the, like, this is not about the thing that it objectively was about. Yes, bitch, it was. It was exactly that. It was about limiting a student's voice.
But about ensuring that a school-sponsored event remained consistent with its intended purpose. JCPS respects students' rights to express their views.
No, they don't. You did the exact opposite.
And encourages thoughtful dialogue in appropriate settings.
That was an appropriate setting. You're allowed, if you're the fucking valedictorian and you have to give a speech, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say if it's reasonable, and that's fucking reasonable. It's reasonable to say, hey, spare a thought for innocent people being shoved into ICE concentration camps. Spare a thought for people who are being mass murdered in Gaza. Spare a thought for the Congo or Sudan.
The district also said the content of graduation speeches is approved by staff ahead of the event. Hijaz says she did not submit her unscripted remarks for approval, and that she received her diploma 4 days after graduation. Hijaz says her family and friends have supported her throughout because...
My sole purpose of saying everything was to advocate for people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need a revolution in the way that we think and the way that we act. Because the fact of the matter is, for so long, people look at you like you're crazy if you're the one that's just telling the truth, right? So what she's doing here is the radical act of, I'm just going to tell the truth, and they try to shut her the fuck up immediately. And you see this everywhere, right? Like, I feel like a crazy person when I'm talking about the big bullshit bill that they passed, and I'm out there all the time screaming, they're kicking 18 million people off Medicaid. There's 742 hospitals that are going to close because of what they're doing to Medicaid, because of they're doing those cuts. At the same time, they're cutting taxes for the wealthy. So it's a mess. We're already in a Gilded Age, and they're redistributing the wealth even more to the top 1% or 0.01%, right? You point that out, you scream it, and, like, you feel crazy because the media's not talking about this much. The Democrats aren't talking about this much. They passed the bill, and the Republicans are out there celebrating it like it's some positive thing. People start to think the bill's some sort of positive thing because it passed, and, like, you're losing your fucking mind. We need everybody to get out there in unison and start telling the truth. Start being brutally honest. And to be brutally honest is to say exactly what she said. Every valedictorian at every fucking graduation should be saying some shit like this, right? Because you can inspire somebody who then inspires somebody who then inspires somebody who actually ends up making a massive difference on one of these fronts that we're fighting this war on, right? The war for truth and honesty and compassion and actually fixing problems. And so, I mean, shout out to her, man. It's so soul-sucking when you see, like, this is what the system does to you if you actually give a shit and you want to fix things. Everybody just gets accustomed to this, like, status quo bias of, like, yeah, it is how it is and that's okay. And it's like, no, what if it's not actually okay? What if climate change is fucking killing us? And the ocean current collapsing is fucking killing us? And these illegal wars Trump is waging are fucking killing us? And the Strait of Hormuz being closed is going to lead to a fucking Great Depression. And we're facing famine and all sorts of problems that you idiots haven't fucking addressed in any serious way because you're all morons and you're all fucking backwards. What about that? What if that's the truth? What if that's the reality? How about you're the ones who should shut the fuck up and hand the keys over to the younger generation that actually gives a shit and wants to fix stuff? Okay? So, much love to her. Keep speaking truth to power. Even when the system tries to shut you up, you got to break through. All right, y'all. That's the show, man. I love you all very much. As always, you know the drill. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon.
Trying to
Support the show on
find live coverage.
Turning now to the NCAA. I think people who watch this show know that I absolutely hate sports gambling, what it's doing to the integrity of the sport, how it's massively impoverishing an entire generation of young men here in America. And one of those people whose life it appeared to have been ruined was Brendan Sorsby. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen. Brendan Sorsby, some of you will recall, the quarterback for Texas Tech, had placed tens of thousands of dollars in wagers, some $90,000 on professional and college sports over a 4-year period, including 40 bets involving Indiana football when he was a freshman with Indiana in 2022. Now, immediately, everybody assumed Sorsby will never play again for Texas Tech. In fact, it should ruin his career. And instead, he actually appealed his case to a judge in Texas and has now been granted an injunction versus the NCAA after they ruled that he could no longer play, and he will be eligible to play in 2026 after serving a mere 2-game suspension. The reason why, Crystal, that this is unbelievably scandalous is it shows that there is now basically no punishment for violating the internal rules as long as some judge will allow you to do so. Now, I don't want to just focus here on the judge. I want to focus on the totality of how gambling is completely ruining this and how the amount of money that is sloshing around is violating the integrity of the sport. It is creating entire cottage industries and black money of NIL and sketchy deals. It has basically created this entire system in which you really cannot trust almost anything that is really going on. Because if you compare this to the way that previous regulations were there, for example, let's put E2 up here on the screen. Here was an Iowa wrestler, Nelson Brands. He actually reacted very negatively in response to this, who was had a suspension actually for betting. He had announced that he could come back in 2024 after he was suspended actually for placing bets. Penalties from resulting in the state investigation into sports wagering in the spring of 2023. He never even faced criminal charges, but was suspended for the NCAA for wagering on Iowa's football team. So he wasn't even wagering on the team that he was in, but he was still suspended. Yet in this case, you have a person, a quarterback, who is literally gambling on the very games of a team which he was a part of, and now facing a 2-game suspension. Just to give you an example of how insane this is, let's put E3 up here on the screen. This is instances of active players that were caught betting on their own team. You have Pete Rose in the MLB, banned for life. 8 White Sox players, banned for life. Jonte Porter, banned for life. I'm not going to try and pronounce this baseball player. Banned for life. Brendan Sorsby now, college football, suspended for 2 games. I'm not going to confess I'm not some big NCAA college football guy, but when I watch zero consequences like this happen, and a legal system and a school which wants to defend him, which wants to allow him to play, and no architecture of rules, what is the logical conclusion that all of these now multi-millionaire college athletes can draw whenever they look at a case that is happening like this? Is that there are no rules, you can violate them, you're getting paid big money, you can do what you want, you can even gamble on your own games, the one last taboo. And I blame all of the leagues, the NCAA, all of these other people for getting into bed with these gambling companies, specifically for normalizing this in our society. The only thing that's shocking to me is how quickly that we start to see things like this happen. Legalized sports gambling, but what, it's not even a decade old at this point, and we're already nearing worst case scenarios.
So let me ask you a couple questions about this, because I don't know anything about it except, you know, the couple articles I read in preparation for this. So he claims that he has genuine gambling addiction and in fact went to rehab for that gambling addiction. I mean, I presume you think that gambling addiction is a real thing. I certainly do. I've seen people absolutely ruin their lives, as he appears to have attempted to do, over that. Do you think that there should be some consideration made for people who have a genuine addiction that they're struggling with? Because it does seem plausible to me, given the fact, again, the number of bets that he placed and the profoundly, I mean, he genuinely has come very close to ruining his entire life over this gambling scandal. do you think there should be some consideration made for people who genuinely have a problem?
Well, the thing is as I'm not a total expert, but as I understand it, he still was being allowed to declare, I think, for the NFL supplemental draft. So it's not like his entire, ability to play was over. It was specifically here in the NCAA. But rules are rules. And while, yes, I believe that gambling addiction is real and that people should have recourse and the ability to seek treatment. In fact, I encourage it for anybody who's watching this show. And if you have a problem, that's what you need and you should do. But there needs to be consequences and integrity for the sport, especially with a long-held tradition of any violation will result in a genuine ban from being able to play. And I think, by the way, it's not just me, it's really a lot of the other people who are even involved. So I'm not sure if we have this story, for example, but we've had multiple actually instances of other athletic directors who are apparently considering not even playing Texas Tech or scheduling games against them because they see what kind of precedent and problem that this is going to set. Not only Texas Tech allowing this play, but also actually creating a situation where they're going to normalize this throughout all of college athletics. I also want to highlight E6 now, for example, and that's really why I wanted to do the segment, is this is one of the few times I would be on the NCAA side, who obviously, look, they've conducted themselves ridiculously. Even I, as a casual fan, am aware of this. But what they show is they're trying to leverage this situation into congressional action. As they say, the NCAA strongly disagrees with the court's ruling in the Sorsby case and is deeply concerned about the damaging, far-reaching, and broadly destabilizing ramifications of this outcome, which undermines and corrupts the integrity of sport. The NCAA is committed to supporting student-athlete mental health, but must continue to aggressively defend against actions that defraud college athletics and threaten competitive integrity, such as betting on one's own sport. And they're using it, or at least trying to push for some sort of regulatory, mechanism.
Three-step routine that helps me go from this to this.
UK-based doctor Christine Hall calls herself a K-beauty expert, detailing on social media her skincare trips to South Korea and the products.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of money that are moving through all of these bank accounts. And the reason why I highlight about corruption and craziness is like the level of insanity that we're getting at is, let's put E5, for example, here on the screen. You now have states which are now trying to pass laws which would exempt income tax for NIL earnings for their top college athletes. This is a proposal by multiple different states simply to remain more competitive in drawing these top college athletes, where already the coaches and the players now are drawing insane salaries. The coaches always have, but now the players themselves also earning. I have no problem with college students earning money, but what you are watching is basically a total free-for-all in the system, which, again, I'm from a college sports town. Like, this is a religion, and it has thrown it into such chaos that there is no governing authority body, no set of rules, no even real standards that is outside. And then you have judges in some of these cases, apparently, they're looking at the area, a lot of Texas Tech fans who are ruling on behalf of their own sports team and setting a really horrible precedent, I think.
Oh, that's an interesting point, that the judge may be self-interested here.
And many
I
of the
didn't really
judges,
think about that.
many of the judges in the appeal are all Texas Tech graduates, just for the record. Yeah.
That NBC Sports piece that you had up earlier that was talking about congressional action, the author of that piece actually makes an interesting case of, the real answer here may not be in like congressional regulation, although that may be required as well. But if you had the players in a union, where you had a negotiation between the union and between the NCAA to establish these rules, establish an...
Seems like mail-in votes and ballot harvesting is a new game, rather than convincing people to vote. Ballot harvest? Are you if you're talking about California, then wait. What do you mean by ballot harvesting? What do you mean by ballot harvesting? I know what the cult refers to when they call it ballot harvesting. It is nationwide. Are you talking about like trying to like end mail-in voting? because I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court's hearing a case pretty soon about it, and I'm pretty sure they're going to say that you're only allowed to vote on Election Day, which I wonder who that works in favor of.
NCAA's hard and fast no gambling rules are,
You know, even though states are allowed to conduct their elections as they see fit, so.
for gambling on games, even games your team is playing in, as long as the NCAA maintains any type of relationship, even through broadcast partners, with gambling.
I cannot freaking
Essentially,
find
the judge has said the
live
NCAA
coverage.
can't really tell you to not to gamble
This is
anymore
infuriating.
because they are also making so much money off of it tangentially via these broadcast.
How many times do I have to paste that dang clause for you?
Says this is just an injunction.
Not
but that
as many
certainly
times
is
as it
an
takes,
interesting
apparently.
Development. Now he's right.
Yeah,
Obviously, this
that's
can
an
go
I don't
to
even-
appeal, but I think his point.
I don't even remember you pasting that. I really don't. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm saying I don't remember.
Literally in the middle of it, and they'll be like, by the way, use my promo code.
I'm focused on something else right now.
To bet $5 and win potential $200. And they were like, well, we don't play in the games. I'm like, yes, but you have created this entire ecosystem where gambling itself underwrites why so many people watch the games, so many people are betting on the games, massively impoverishing. It funds everything, normalized. How do you think Brendan Sorsby even found out about sports gambling? You think he really would have had the ability to place these types of wagers when sports gambling was not legal? No, we all know this. These crazy ass parlays and other things literally didn't exist. Would he have found a bookie? Maybe, to bet the spread. Possible. But this level of insanity, $90,000, and the number of bets he was making, it simply isn't possible. And that was normalized, created, and is propped up by a lot of these same sports podcasts.
Completely unrelated.
Talking about how bad it is.
I remembered I found my login information for like a previous Twitch account that I had. So I tried watching my own stream on my other Twitch account, and it worked for a while, but now I don't think it counts anymore. So I got to get my average up. Am I still in here? No, I'm actually still in here. Never mind. Haha, silly me. Times, place, and manner of holding elections for senators, blah, 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 shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But Congress, right, not the Supreme Court, may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as the places of choosing senators. No, dude, I'm talking about the Supreme Court. Except as to the places of choosing senators. Congress altered it already? The place to like voting locations, like polling places. So Congress can tell states where they have to have polling locations. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly? So, and what did Congress determine? Oh wait. No, Congress cannot decide. Okay. Congress may at any time alter such regulations except the places. Okay. So Congress may not decide where. Okay. Except only when choosing senator. Oh, so you're saying... So, Congress, you're saying Congress can decide where, in terms of mayoral elections within the state, can say, okay, for example, they can say, for the mayor of San Francisco, you have to vote in this Los Angeles polling center. Like in theory, they could do that.
Meanwhile, they're still shilling and show the live odds
down
in their.
Okay, I'm trying my best here. Read the clause again. Okay. Okay, time, places, manner shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature. Okay. And for senators and representatives. For who? Senators, representatives, blah blah blah. Yay. Okay. Hold on. I'm splitting my focus here. heck? Oh, hold on.
To catch up to Steve Hilton. So
Hold
we
your
can now say
dang
that
horses.
Javier Becerra, the former Attorney General, and Steve Hilton are going to advance to the primary in California. As you said, Michael, we are expecting votes in from Maine. We've got some
Hold
votes
your
in from
dang
South
horses.
Carolina already. There's actually a number of
I'm really
primaries.
distracted right
Most
now.
eyes tonight are on Maine and Grand
Okay,
Platinum,
Congress already made a
and,
law for
not
election day
just sort of
regarding
how
those.
folks
No, not pause. I
in
just
Maine are
wanna mute.
voting, but
Dang it. Okay, for senators, representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature, by the state legislature. Okay, boom. Okay. But the Congress may at any time make or alter such regulations except to the places of choosing of senators. Okay, so in terms of representatives, okay. And governors. Well, no, representatives. So they could say time, place, and manner prescribed in each state. Okay. Except Congress made, oh my gosh. I am not retaining information right now. At any time by law, make or alter such regulations. Okay. So, ballot harvesting is a practice of gathering votes from uninterested or uninformed voters or people who would not vote, whether by mail or in person. They deliver ballots for people they convince to fill them out. I don't, okay. I don't understand why that's a bad thing. If it were up to me, we would have compulsory voting. If it were up to me. And we would have it would be a federal holiday. I do not understand why it's bad to go to people and say, hey, are you a registered voter? Yes. Okay. Here's a ballot. Would you be willing to fill this out? I don't understand why that's, because it would have to be sealed. It's not like they say, here, sign this and let me fill it out for you, but I'm sure that's what the right wing wants people to believe happens. Like, I don't get it. And I don't understand how mail-in ballots are a bad thing either. Like, I don't freaking get it. You complain about uninformed and low intelligent voters voting all the time. That's true. I do. I think people should be more informed. However, what's higher on my priority list is people voting, period. So, for example, I believe that if we had compulsory voting and election day was either a federal holiday or like on a weekend, right? The Saturday or Sunday or something, like Sunday, then is a numbers game, not an issues game? No, it's a participation game. I believe that if people were required to vote, like say, even if people were working on a Saturday or something and they weren't federally employed, so they didn't have the day off, and they were required by law, like the employers were required by law to, allow their workers to give time to vote because it's compulsory, then I firmly believe that people would willingly become more informed, right? Because as it stands right now, people have the option of being ignorant. Like people, they are willfully ignorant because they are allowed to be. But I believe that if people were required to vote, I think that most people, being grown adults, with even if they choose not to, use their critical thinking skills, given this responsibility, I think that most people would pay more attention to what's going on. I could be wrong, but that is what I believe. But the fact remains, like, I honestly don't care what the results are. Like, I don't care. You could tell me that if more people voted, it would favor Republicans. Like, you could tell me that. I honestly don't care. Like, I want as many people to participate in the process as possible. Legally. Yes, but ballot harvesting isn't that. Uninformed voters have been the death of almost every democratic system. what examples do we have of that? Because liberal democracies is it's a, you know, in terms of world history, liberal democracies are a relatively new concept, like in practice. Obviously, there's other examples, but you know, even like the Greeks didn't even practice a democracy as we know it now. So I don't know, man. Like I'm sure that I could, if I wanted to, I could find some studies, given that like I have access to the school library still. I'm sure I could find studies. Germany, Roman Republic, Italy, etc. Are you talking about like pre-World War? So Italy had a democracy before World War II? Oh, that's right, they did. Yeah, then yeah. Then the right-wing populism came in and took over. Okay. Started playing on people's emotions. Wow, that's yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I will concede that you make a good point. Like I'll grant you that. And I need to okay. My foundational principle is not changed. I still think more people should be involved. I still think there should be compulsory voting. I still think that it should be a federal holiday, or at least on a day where most people have off. However, I do concede that you make a good point about those previous instances, you know, devolving into right-wing fascism. So were those two? What was the economic system of Germany and Italy pre-World War II? What was the economic structure? It's a fair principle, but I'm still going to make the point that we should prioritize having an informed voting population and put that out as our desired electorate. Mixed economy? Okay. What if what if we required, oh my gosh, this would slow our bureaucracy so much. This is absurd. I'm going to say right off the bat, this is absurd. And I don't think it would work. However, what if every 4 years people had to renew their driver's license, and during that time they were required to watch like a 1 hour rundown on their candidates that are going to be on their ballot. Where is the sound? What the hell? There's my water. Thirsty already. Roman was more capitalist. That'd be a funny provision, but that would also mean only people who drive would be informed. I know. I said it was ridiculous. Sign in to keep watching. Does that mean I'm not allowed to frickin'... Oh, come on. Oh, this is so stupid. It's definitely the right direction, though. Something. I don't know, man. Because, like, whatever it is that's going on isn't working. Poking them in the right direction, even if funny or foolish, still opens windows to the right path. Yeah, like, what's the phrase? There's no bad idea in a brainstorm. I think the only time there's a bad idea is in the implementation of said bad idea. Okay, well, I'm trying to find a live
Their
coverage
chyrons.
of
I mean,
tonight's
this
primaries.
is exactly why you have to fight.
I don't have
hard
cable
against
TV, so I can't
normalization
sign into
and this
anything.
creation of these types of standards.
And I'm not knowledgeable enough of like, I don't know ways to get past these paywalls. I'm not that internet savvy.
When not even
maybe you know, Mr. I code things.
in a decade ago, they would have testified before Congress and said that betting itself would be ruinous to the integrity of the sport. And now they're literally in league with them. So I apologize if I got any specific details on college football wrong. Like, I'm not a big college.
Ad blocker works a lot of the time. I don't even, okay, so I'm skittish about installing stuff. Like, basically, my installations are limited to games or like highly populous. It's a browser plugin. What's it called? Just ad blocker? For Chrome? Yeah, see, there's like 5 of them. I don't know what's a virus and what's not.
Football person, but I do know many people.
If you have one and you use it,
and all of
and
them,
you have one to recommend, let me know.
Directors, as I'm reading,
because I don't know enough. Check the rating, check the company that publishes
what
it.
A disaster this type of decision is, and
that's the thing. I don't know anything about these companies.
what the precedent of this will set, just to show the absolute like jungle mentality of all
I
of
mean,
this with literally.
NordVPN has one, but you have to sign up for NordVPN. Like, you still have to like pay money for it. Like, I've been thinking about cutting back my subscriptions.
Billions of dollars that are moving around. It's only a matter of time before something even worse happens.
Actually,
like this,
hold
like
on,
that FBI case that we saw with the NBA. There's going to be so many more in the future, and
I use
there's no reason for
AdGuard.
it. We didn't have to be here. There was no reason to be.
Well, and to
I think I might
depersonalize it.
I
From
think
the
I might have
specifics of
ABC
source
included
views,
in
I
my
don't get
Disney Plus
accused
subscription.
of like
We'll
fixing
see.
games or point shaving or anything like that. But if you just told people like, okay, we're gonna have this system where you can bet on, you know, little tiny things that happen and how many
Not all
points,
of them
whether a player
bypass
gets
subscriptions?
injured, whether they
Gotcha.
sit out the game, you know, all these like tiny little prop bets and all of these insane parlays. There's going to be tons of money at stake.
Let me see if I
Everyone's
have
gonna
access
be
to
in on
ABC
it
real
from,
quick
you know,
through Disney
the
Plus.
leagues and the journalists and, you know, all the big players are going to be in on it and making tons of cash. You're going to have players, some of whom come from not a lot of money, who are going to be, you know, have people throwing money at them to, oh, just like play a little bit, not quite as hard in the second quarter. You don't have to change the whole result of the game, but just do a little bit less than you would have done. Get a few, like get fewer rebounds in this, you know, particular moment. Are you going to have players who are going to do that? Yes, of course you are. And so that's where that doesn't excuse it. Like, those players are still responsible for their own actions, just as Sorsby's responsible for his actions in this instance. But is that going to be a surprise to anyone that that is what this system generates and creates? Of course not. So obviously it's going to undermine the integrity of the game.
Yep, absolutely right. All right, we got Chris Rabb standing by. Let's get to it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really.
See, now I have 2 other things. I have AdGuard, ad blocker for the Chrome from the Chrome web store, and then like an official adguard.com. I don't know. I don't trust things. Did you watch the are you a basketball fan at all? I'm not a fan, but just pick whatever. I just double up because sometimes one site updates it to make one not work. No. The only reason I watched the game last night is because I knew that both Trump and Mamdani were going to be at the game. So I was praying that they would show Trump and then right after that immediately show Mamdani because I wanted to hear the difference in the reaction. But I don't think they showed Mamdani the whole night, but Trump got booed, so that made me happy.
Hey, John.
Hi.
Donald Trump went to the Knicks game last night. Let's
He sure did.
Let's see how it went.
Also be wary of the states. Oh, here it is.
Warmly received.
Warmly received.
The president at the Knicks game.
Be wary of states' election laws. They are not honest in many places.
Can't stay awake.
Nice. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's what happened.
Can you give me an example of what you mean by honest? Because, I mean, you know, ever since, like, especially Jim Crow era, like, I can understand how they've been, like, I know what I'm thinking when I hear honest, but I think your interpretation of honest might be a little bit different. I don't know. If you can give me an example of what you mean.
Now, look, as just a basis of comparison, let's see what happens when a different president just goes to a...
Georgia primary election requirements are meant to prevent challengers. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So in Texas, I think I mentioned this before. Here in Texas, in order to register, in order to get on the ballot as an independent or any other like third party, anything other than Democrat or Republican, there's two options. You can either pay a fee, or you can get a specific percentage of signatures from registered voters. If you register as an independent or third party, those bars are higher than they are from the Democratic and Republican Party. If you register, if you try to get on the ballot as one of those, but obviously that's for like actual campaigning. But Georgia primary election requirements are meant to prevent California use the honor system when it comes to signatures and use a witness system which cannot be verified. I believe Arizona does the same. It has to be verified. I mean, even if it's not, okay, so even if it's not verified in that moment, it still has to be verified when they count it. Maybe that's one of the reasons it takes so much longer, you know, aside from the fact that the mail-in ballots trickle in. But at the end of the day, there is no evidence suggesting that there is widespread voter fraud in any state. Louisiana uses one shady-ass mail-in system, which is actually being challenged. I don't think they're challenging it because it's shady. If you want to know the truth, they might claim it's shady because they're, you know, waging, you know, widespread litigation against mail-in ballots because they know that, you know, the vast majority of voters who use the mail-in balloting system vote for Democrats. That's the reason they're doing it.
NBA game. Let's see how that's.
I don't think they're challenging it because it's shady. I believe it's shady and used to keep their local Republicans in office. That's crazy. Because it's Republican. I know what you meant. That's crazy because mail-in ballots are typically favor Democratic candidates.
Sounds.
AdGuard. Wait, why do I have to purchase AdGuard? You didn't say there would be a purchase. You don't? Okay. Well, there's a purchase option. Is it lying to me? It must be lying to me. All right, let's give it a shot here. Nope. Everything went black. Okay. Oh, the upgrade is for purchase. Okay. See, like, I don't even trust myself not to click things. Like, I'm old, man. I thought there was an extension. What was the other one you said? Oh, Ad Blocker Ultimate. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know he was there last night. Oh, wait, no, this is the All-Star game?
Sounds pretty well received.
Didn't boo, did vote for him.
Yeah, don't boo. Yeah, boo and vote.
Also, remember, states with older populations have higher Republican mail-in votes. Okay.
Trump caused mayhem.
I mean, that
in
makes
Newtown.
sense.
They forced fans to show up 2 hours early. They had to create a perimeter around Madison Square Garden. The Knicks also lost to the Spurs, which ended a 13-game winning streak. Now, we should tell people that we recorded Pod Save America yesterday, and we had two.
I'm not going to lie, man.
Game,
I cannot wait for all these boomers to die.
If the Knicks
like
won,
all these
the title
freaking
for Pod Save
lead-brained
America would have been
idiots.
Knicks win despite Trump,
Mm-hmm.
and if they lost, it was Trump curses Knicks.
Yeah,
and that's what happened.
Heads Trump loses, tail Trump also loses.
Yeah, that's the
that's
motto.
what happens here at Pod Save America. Orange man bad.
Yeah, listen, keeps the lights on. Stephen A. Smith, before the game, was upset that Trump was going because of all the ways in which it would be a disruption. Trump was then asked about this on the tarmac. Let's see how Trump described his own experience at the game.
It was mostly cheers. It was
for their people.
It was
hard to prove
loud
if
and
at all
it
in a
was
state like
very
Utah.
enthusiastic.
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the.
I just don't buy. I don't buy this idea that all of a sudden after MAGA and these current Republicans came into power, I just don't believe that all of a sudden all this mail fraud started happening. I don't buy it at all. Procedural games is more likely.
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
You want to talk about IQ?
Well, the mail-in systems were overhauled in 2020 and 2018. Yeah, and don't forget that the previous Trump, his first presidency, he tried to gut the U.S. Postal Service to make it as inefficient and as erratic as possible. Can't imagine why he did that. What a mystery it is. Like in 26 of the 28 of the states, 26 to 28 of the states of 50.
I could say I put my IQ up against yours any day of the week. I could go one better. I could ask you why you've been running from me the last year since I wanted to talk to you. I thought you were about the economy. I thought you were about helping New Yorkers because you love New York. I thought you were about making money for people. What happened to the parking garages? How much money did they make? What happened to the local restaurants in the immediate vicinity of Madison Square Garden? How much money did they make? It's clear you need your rest.
Oh my God, why is it asking so many damn questions?
The New York Knicks need it too. Give New Yorkers a break. Stay at the White House. Pretty please with sugar on top.
Oh,
This
extension.
is a
There's the
huge,
extension.
like, economic boon for the city. It is a big deal. that
Finally.
the president
Nope.
coming meant that there's
Why
a
are
whole
you
bunch
showing
of
up over
people
here,
who are going to have
stupid?
one of the best nights at their bar, at their restaurant, the parking garage, whatever. They would have all year, and instead they basically got nothing because Donald Trump wanted to go to the next game.
And this is why no sitting president has ever attended an NBA Finals game. Why do you think that hasn't happened before? Probably because you have to close down most of the city, especially New York. I mean, the finals could be in a number of cities where it potentially wouldn't be quite as disruptive as it was in the middle of fucking New York at Madison Square Garden.
Right, yeah, it could be at some backwater, some boondock out there in the sticks, but no, this is in the greatest city in the world. Yeah,
Let me see if this lets
the
me through now.
selfishness of it and just the lack of consideration. Presidents are disruptive and they should still go places and be part of the country, but they weigh it. Like they don't want to be disruptive. They even up to like when presidents are visiting a city, it's about like how much of a rush hour, like how much will this impact rush hour, that kind of thing.
Also,
damn it, why?
What the hell was James Dolan thinking, inviting him to the game?
Pennsylvania got caught by their own Supreme Court on shading mail and stuff. New York Supreme Court used some backwards ass logic to get their last minute mail-in vote stuff passed, despite New York having constitutionally banned mail-in votes for non-emergencies or absentee purposes. New York said because the names were different that they weren't the same, besides functioning the same. The names of the voters? Oh. Ugh. See, the name of the system. Gotcha. I mean, but see, here's the thing that really irks me, right? Is if it is a statewide system, then what that means is everybody has the ability to use that same system. I just don't think that there's fraud happening on the back end. You know, like these are volunteers that come in and work the elections. You know what I mean? Like these, well, no, not volunteers. They get paid, but still, they're volunteering their time to get paid. They don't have to. Like, these are like normal people that are counting these ballots. It's not like party. It's not like the party selects who counts these ballots. I don't think it's fraud. I think it's procedural manipulation. Yes, I want to watch. Oh my gosh. Okay, now the ad blockers keep me from clicking the watch live button.
Like, he is not a popular owner anyway, and sucks for a whole bunch of reasons. But like the fact that he
this is annoying.
His team, it is game 3 in New York City. He's got the Knicks there. He's on a winning streak. And then he invites Donald Trump, who he is smart enough to know is hated by most NBA fans and certainly most New Yorkers at this point. What a crazy move to invite Donald Trump in the first place.
We just it's disrespectful to the fans, disrespectful to the city. It's like he'll do whatever he wants, I guess. And I imagine if you're weighing whether or not to have Donald Trump at the game, you're weighing
so instead of making sure everyone votes, only who they want to vote will vote. So, but how does that explain? You say who they want to vote will vote. What is? I don't understand how that applies to mail-in ballots though, because every voter in that state has access to it. Whether it doesn't matter what party they're affiliated with. I guess that's what's confusing me.
Donald Trump's good graces, which could be valuable to someone like Dolan.
I also think it was very funny that they decided to cut to Trump for the first time during the national anthem, probably thinking, okay, he's good.
Or they did it so Fox News could be like, oh, they look at these libtards. They're booing the national anthem. How unpatriotic.
Going to get booed, but if we do it in the middle of the national anthem, maybe people won't boo him. And it did not work. It did not work at all.
It was clear. It was sort of clearly rigged, right? So,
defying Trump is the most patriotic thing that anyone can do in any form or fashion. So, I think it's acceptable to boo him during the national anthem. Not every part of it, the system which would be the system has partisan leans. The organizations that collect the ballots will only take in ballots of their partisan. No, it's the election workers that do it. It's not the parties. Make sure that whatever system has the most power, most money to fund the collection will win and filter out a system in charge. Filter out naturally the harvest. Who hires the workers? The state.
I don't know why the president is saluting.
But okay. However, I know what you're getting at here with that question. You know, which party controls the state. However, I don't think they ask for your party affiliation when you sign up to work the polls.
It's a
maybe I'm wrong.
You
don't have to
you're
ask.
a civilian leader. It's not a military event. You should just be fucking standing there.
Hand on your heart.
And if you want,
If you want.
even
That's
now,
nice
like,
and respectful
it's
sometimes.
fine.
And see, like all of this conjecture is based on what ifs. Like what ifs, probably, maybe, who knows. But even so, like, you know for a fact there are people within the system that are looking whether that's their primary goal or not. You know that there are people that get themselves embedded into the system, you know, and they are actively looking for things that go wrong. You know what I mean? They are based on what is seen at the moment, likely incentives. We see how Trump dangles a carrot in his SAVE Act. Oh, God. Man, I didn't think about that all day, and you had to remind me.
It's fine, but we put the hand on our heart for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, hold on.
You actually,
all right.
There's no.
I'm going to leave
rule
you to the
requiring
video
this.
for a second, because I really got to
people put their hand on their heart, I think, because they've borrowed it from the
This
Pledge.
ad blocker isn't even working here.
Take your hat off.
Sort
You
of
can hold your
yeah.
hold it at your side, but you don't need to put your hand on your heart to be respectful. It's not a hard and fast rule. But you certainly don't need to salute. But you know that we're going to cut to you during the national anthem. He's got his hand up there, so he's like, it's a fuck you. I'm being a patriot. I'm being a commander in chief while I'm being booed by these feral New Yorkers.
I also love Stephen A. Smith is just the drama with which he delivers the monologue there is a lot. It's also very funny. Like, whoever thought Donald Trump was about helping New Yorkers?
Yeah,
when was that part of the lore?
He also famously said that he was leaving the city and was mad with the taxes and all the rest. The people that get into these kind of back and forth with Trump, they have a Trump-like dramatic and narcissistic streak that makes it possible. Because I'm just like, look, I don't know. I just don't have that. I don't have that speed.
It makes for great entertainment and great television. I don't think it makes for great politics. Ultimately, it's fun to watch for sure. It was enjoyable watching that. But like, I don't know. That's gonna I don't know if the Stephen A. presidential run's gonna really get off the ground.
Yeah, I don't want to derail, but there's like a certain kind of hyper engaged, super online, broken brained liberal that like really hungers for that kind of a thing, and it's why people are drawn even to like Hunter Biden or to moments like this. You know, it's like but and I don't know. It's just not.
It's very funny.
It's funny. It's enjoyable to watch.
Good for Stephen A.
Great for him. Great for him. And by the way,
I feel like
he's
these
right. Like,
these cable news networks have spent some money on
now Trump
preventing
and
utility of these ad blockers.
Smith references this. Didn't seem exactly super engaged with the material. Let's see Donald Trump having a viewing experience.
Wow. Sleepy Joe, am I right?
So he's just out. He's out, exhausted.
He's tuckered.
Just all this to fall asleep at the fucking NBA Finals.
He could have used a few more Diet Cokes. Like, you're going to the NBA Finals. You're going to be on TV the whole time, or at least you have the potential of being on TV the whole time.
I'm not going to scream
he
the
ends
MAGA
up
shit fraud
responding
at
on
you.
the tarmac,
Simply lay the facts out
at like
what we
12:30
both
in the
want,
morning.
which is likely
Like
there.
he's
What we
I
see
know
is
he's
there,
not
now we can fix
a
it.
busy guy.
Yeah. What sucks is like the only thing is a standardized across the board system. However, that would go against the concept of federalism and the Constitution itself. So I don't know.
Do you think it's notable that he couldn't find time because of the war for Don Jr.'s wedding, but he was able
to make it to the NBA Finals?
And in fact, I believe the Apache helicopter that went down with 2 U.S. troops who were rescued, it went down.
It's funny hearing you defend federalism. Okay, so this is one of those things. So my adherence, or my adherence to federalism is based on the needs of the masses. You know, that's how strongly I like. For example, with healthcare, right? I believe it's the government's responsibility to take care of its people. You know, some governments are better than others. And in that instance, I don't give a fuck about federalism. You know what I mean?
Right before he got to the game, and they were rescued during the game. So he was just there before they were rescued, which is also a curious move.
Right, so he's presumably updated about it before the game.
And then
he's going into
it. Then went into the game, ate some pizza, took a nap, fucked up everything, cursed the Knicks, and then hightailed it out of there.
Yeah, and the
well done, sir. Well done.
What a night! Also, just the amount of like the excursions he's going on to games, to like tour, all kinds of like he's on like like quite a long running.
I think I would defend federalism even more if state governments weren't actively engaging in harming the residents of their state just to score political points. You know what I mean?
Vacation to all these destinations.
Make-A-Wish camp, you know, for Donald Trump.
And somebody just sent this around in the Slack. Just remember the consternation when the Obamas had a date night? Do you remember this?
Yes.
When people lost their fucking minds because he had gone, they went to New York and went to a restaurant at a musical, I believe. People lost their fucking minds that he was not in, I guess, just in the White House 24/7. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is going to every sporting game he can think to go to.
Every event he can possibly go to, except for his son's wedding.
It's so funny the way that he didn't go to his son's wedding. And he said, look, I've known Don Jr. a long time, but I just can't make him. I'm very busy. That is crazy. That is crazy.
I had also thought that for a while when he'd go to like a football game or college football game or some sporting event, like the White House thinking behind it, maybe his thinking was, this is like Trump's crowd. He's got a lot of Trumpy fans at this event. They obviously knew ahead of time that like when you combine both the NBA fan base and people in New York City, like he wasn't going to get cheered there. So it wasn't about like even them thinking he's going to go and get all this like adulation. It was just like I got invited to the game, and so I'm going to go because fuck it. I just want to go.
I think it was a fuck. Like I think UFC. There's
no calculation there.
This was just I want to go to the fuck. I'm the president.
I want to go to the game.
I want to go to the game. I got invited to the game by the owner. I'm going to sit in the owner's box.
And that's going to be cool.
It's going to be. I'm going to go and I'll be there and I'll get to watch the game with the owners and have a snack.
It is a wild way to think too. And then he's like, no, it was very enthusiastic, which you know he probably doesn't believe, but maybe he's made himself believe that it's all fine. Like he just doesn't. It's like he really doesn't give a shit what people think.
No, I do think he can hear the cheers inside of the booth. I do think that's an ability he has. Now, as you mentioned, he's going to the game as the stalemate in Iran continues. It's helicopter shot down. Trump has now promised some kind of a response. Meanwhile, the Secretary of Homeland Security is threatening to shut down international travel to airports in major metropolitan areas to punish those democratic cities for their sanctuary policies. This would be.
What's funny that we don't adhere to federalism in the Constitution
because
AKA the biggest cities with the busiest airports.
Right, like you know,
maybe excluding what Atlanta.
Yeah, I don't know what. Right, San Francisco, New York, Los Angeles. You end up decimating international travel. By the way, the ramifications of that will hit virtually every this is being described as like, oh, that would be so disruptive to those places.
God,
like,
I can't freaking click.
It would be disruptive to the global economy.
The amount that people just don't appreciate how much depends on just CPB providing for functioning airports.
Good shutdown.
It would be an unbelievable suicidal act by the administration. Joe Kernan on the Squawk Box asked tall Senate Majority Leader John Thune about this, and I think it's interesting what he said and what he didn't say.
Some senators
welcome.
That are actually talking about
I am
Mark
still
Wayne Mullins'
trying
plan,
to find
which seems drastic, and Democrats' hair is on fire.
A live coverage
about
that I can
the
join.
possibility of 9/11.
Okay, hold on. Got to close everything. Well, not everything, but you know what I mean. What the deuce? It's driving me crazy.
Of not allowing DHS and CBP employees in Sanctuary City International Airports. I mean, we're talking about some major cities. Senator, Boston, Chicago, Denver, LA, Philadelphia.
Timmons calls, landslide, Graham's home.
There's some support.
Jesus.
I don't know if we've
only thing
weighed
that's
in
closest
on
governor.
whether that would be
We have more info on our
something
down
that
chopper,
you would
and have
be-
we sent in a
that
recovery
you think
team?
is necessary at this point.
I've heard
The
it
last
suggested,
I
Joe.
heard-
Obviously, I think.
The last I heard is that there was a couple of injured. I was watching it. I had something playing on it earlier, but no one was on.
This is what you need to know now. American pilots rescued by an unmanned drone boat
There we go.
after crashing near the Strait of Hormuz. A supermarket chain accused of misleading customers about calories. And new details about this truck full of fireworks exploding on a highway. I'm Rachel Scott from ABC News. It is Tuesday, and here's the big story. President Trump says 2 U.S. Army helicopter pilots are fine after crashing near the Strait of Hormuz.
What we do know now from the president is that it appears that this Apache helicopter was shot down. The question is exactly where or when, but what we have learned is that a first of its kind rescue took place in that a boat drone, if we can
I'm
call
glad
it that,
they're
an
okay
unmanned
too.
surface vessel, was
But
sent
I'm
to
pissed
pick
off
up
that
the,
they were
two
even
pilots
in that
after they had
situation.
landed in the water.
Like, there's
And
no
the new detail
frickin'
that we
reason
have
for
is that the two pilots were then able to board this boat drone,
We disposed
which
of the
then took them
technology? I
off
don't
to
know.
another location in the water.
Like,
where
honestly,
they were
at this
then
point, like,
plucked and hoisted up
I
by
care
a
about the
helicopter
lives,
that took them
right?
to a safer
But
location.
After the
any
biggest attack
loss of
since the start
technology,
of the
like,
war, Iran and Israel
I don't even
are
care.
now holding their fire.
Like,
President Trump
there's
telling
one
the
person,
website
no, two
Axios
people
he
that
tried
can
to
be that should be
dissuade
held
Israel
responsible
from
for that.
retaliating after Iran fired missiles over the weekend, but Prime Minister
Benjamin Netanyahu and his
struck back
flesh
anyway.
puppet, Donald
now the
Trump.
president says he did not ask Netanyahu to hold off on striking back against Iran, saying he told Netanyahu, "I want you to stop as quickly as you can." The president insisted they are
What the
close
heck?
to a deal,
Like, okay,
though there
I
have
disabled.
been no public
or did
signs
I?
of any
No, I didn't.
progress.
God damn it.
You're really going to win it over the next
That's why I
2
hate
weeks
downloading shit.
when we declare total victory.
Iran and Israel have warned they are ready to resume fighting. Iran's top negotiator saying, quote, "We are going to fight at our own time and negotiate at our own time," adding we are not afraid of severing the negotiations. In Russia, authorities say a man was killed after a car bomb exploded outside Moscow this morning. Officials say an explosive device detonated as a BMW drove through a residential area known for housing Russian military families and veterans. The driver of the BMW died
I
at
want
the
Trump to
scene.
just lose his shit
In
on
recent
Israel,
years,
just be the most
bombings linked to the
egotistical and
war
belligerent
with
man.
Russia
He can't.
have
He
killed
never
2
will.
Russian generals in
He-
that same
okay, look.
area. Well, a new
So you've seen what he does to people that make him look bad before. If anyone makes him look bad in any form or fashion, whether intentional or not, he drops their ass. Like, he will go on a campaign of shit, like the the Doge thing with Elon Musk. Elon Musk made him look bad with the Doge, and they had a falling out. But this is making him look terrible, and he is pretending to be angry at Netanyahu. So that tells me that there is something going on that we don't know or understand. Because even when it comes to money, like, Elon Musk gave him $250 million to one of his PACs, and he still was like, he still tossed him aside, you know? So there is something else that is causing him to be more subservient to what Israel wants than just money. That is what my gut is telling me. if he was truly pissed, he would do something about it. Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's his own ego. Maybe it's just that his ego will not allow him to back out of the situation without being able to make it appear like he won something, and Israel's taking advantage of that. You know, like, well, as long as Trump needs to get out of this needs to look good in order to get out of this, then we can just keep doing it because it'll just keep making him look bad. So I don't know.
New court filing says Nick Reiner is asking for money from his trust to help pay for his criminal defense. Reiner is accused of killing his parents, filmmaker Rob Reiner and producer Michelle Singer Reiner. The filing states Reiner wants to rehire high-profile attorney Alan Jackson, who represented him earlier in the case before
Alan Jackson, is he a country
stepping
singer?
away. Reiner's civil attorneys claim his siblings had initially agreed to pay Jackson's legal fees, but later refused to continue funding the defense. In the filing, Jackson says his firm is ready, willing, and able to resume representing Reiner if the funds become available. Reiner has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of murder. And new details about this unexpected fireworks display along I-75 in Tennessee, which authorities say could have been much worse. They say the driver did not have the proper registration to carry the fireworks and was cited for multiple other violations that could result in federal penalties. The fireworks went off in all directions after a trailer caught fire. No one was hurt, thankfully. Thousands of Knicks fans packed watch parties across New York City for Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
So these freaking ad blockers won't even let me click on some of the links on like some of these sites.
Police say several fights broke out after some fans climbed on cars
and then disabling it, which gives me access to the links
without registering for
means
the event.
I can't access it.
Officers moved in as confrontations
I have
erupted,
to disable it to do that.
leading to 21 arrests.
Clever trick.
Well, let's talk about the game itself, because that also got heated inside Madison Square Garden, with Victor Wembanyama shoving Jalen Brunson during the Spurs' 115-111 win. And President Trump was there attending the game and appeared to get a mixed reaction from the crowd. President Trump calling the experience amazing. He said that he may attend Game 4 tomorrow night, and of course, that's on ABC. We have much more of what you need to know. Stay with us. Here's your daily briefing. Other big stories we are following on ABC News. The parasitic fly, known as the New World screwworm, is spreading beyond Texas. The flesh-eating screwworm, which harms livestock and pets, has now infected a dog in New Mexico. It follows confirmed cases of 3 calves and a goat in Texas. Animals can die within a few weeks if not treated. The Secretary of Agriculture says officials are working to make sure the country's food supply is not impacted amid concern about already high prices. Kroger has agreed to pay more than $1 million to settle a lawsuit over allegations of inaccurate calorie listings on its branded products. Prosecutors in California say the grocery chain deliberately lowered calorie counts, leading customers to believe they were buying healthier products. Kroger has not commented. A new study is raising questions about whether smartphones may be contributing to America's declining birth rate. Researchers found birth rates dropped more sharply in areas that got early access to the iPhone after its release in 2007. The study says as smartphone use grew, people spent less time socializing in person and reported
doesn't ABC
lower
do
levels
election
of
coverage?
dating.
Like, what the hell?
Experts say phones are only part of that story, with economic pressures, childcare costs, and access to contraception also playing a major role. And finally, before you go, a milestone for Ariana Grande. She's back on top of the Billboard 100. Oh yeah, that's her song, Hate That I Made You Love Me. It is her 10th single to hit #1, which ties Taylor Swift's record. And that's what you need to know. For breaking news and live updates throughout the day, check out ABC News, streaming on Disney+.
Glad you thought so.
New episodes daily on Disney+.
Maybe one of my YouTubers is live.
You can't trust the Department of Justice
no, it's not election
or Donald
stuff.
Trump.
I think there is a high level of frustration at the sanctuary city policies and what they are doing to a lot of our major cities in this country. And I think the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, and that's another thing that really, really pisses me off about just the misinformation. Like, sanctuary cities, they say it in such a way that make people think that, like, city workers go around and hide illegal immigrants, like, intentionally. And, like, that's not even what it means at all. It's so infuriating. Like, it's impossible to keep it, because it's so much more difficult to verify truthful correct misleading information than it is to put the misleading information out. It's so infuriating. Like, you can't keep up with that shit.
Secretary Mullen obviously are coming up with ideas that they think would help at least incentivize a lot of these cities to start behaving in a way that doesn't give sanctuary to criminal, illegal aliens in this country. That's one idea that's out there, a number of them that are out there. But frankly, I think the sanctuary city policy, coupled with defund the police, coupled with open borders, these are just Democrat policies right now that are anti-law enforcement and frankly are dangerous with respect to a lot of America's biggest cities, and ensuring that those communities and those streets are safe and secure for people who live there. So, you know, we've got to do something about sanctuary cities.
One of my Twitch
whether that's
streamers would be
an approach that makes sense. I haven't given a lot of consideration to that yet. I think it's probably there are a lot of issues that have to be addressed.
I just want to push back on Joe Kernan saying that Democrats' hair on fire about this. This Democrat's hair is not on fire. I say, you want to do this? Fucking touch the stove. See what happens. Go for it. Right? What is it? June? Right? Just a couple months to go to the midterms, you're going to shut down the Philadelphia airport in Pennsylvania, where there's many congressional seats up for grabs, or here in Los Angeles and San Francisco, where there's also many congressional
for
seats
something
up for
that's
grabs.
not televised.
Yeah, you go ahead and see what happens after with high gas prices because of your stupid fucking war and high food prices and everything else, and now you're going to shut down international travel.
Jesus,
go for it.
Dancing Christ, that was infuriating.
All right, so I've been listening to the guests following from Maine. Sorry, I'm back with you now and streaming.
Holy Toledo.
No questions at the moment, so
look at those numbers.
Pop in a question or something like that. So it's going to pop this out.
Can you guys see that? Or did you guys see it?
Come back here. Come back here. I'm going to take this out here. Take out the earpiece.
Graham Plattner is winning his primary
more.
more.
You gotta help me fire this up a little bit.
By more than Lindsey Graham
right
is
now.
winning
Lindsey
his.
Graham at 58%. So we have to see. We have to get this a little bit more down the line. But you see at the moment, Mr. Lynch, Mark Lynch, more conservative candidate than Lindsey Graham, essentially says that he's not a conservative. He's criticizing him for supporting the Iran war, supporting military campaigns. Says he's not. Yeah. Mr. Lynch says the MAGA movement is, for not intervening, America first. No intervention, but at the moment anyway, Lindsey Graham, who had to spend a lot of money for a Republican incumbent, but at the moment he's well above 50% and avoiding a runoff. Let's look at that governor's race and come back here. Again, we wait to make official projections, but this tells you, your eyes tell you, this seems to be headed toward a runoff in 2 weeks between the Republican Lieutenant Governor, Pam Avett, and the Republican Attorney General, Alan Wilson, all of the other candidates well behind in there. And so one more piece of business I want to do for those of you who may not have been with us at the very top of this stream. Just want to go down here, our most populous state. Remember, we were here a week ago for the jungle primary. Jungle primary meaning you don't run by party. Everybody runs in a big open primary. This was an open question, but we now tonight, if you weren't with us earlier.
I hate how people have been duped into thinking that taking a long time to count votes because of the system that the state uses automatically means that there's fraud. Like, I don't understand why they are incapable of understanding that California allows mail-in ballots to be accepted that are sent on the day of the election, and they trickle in over the course of the next several days. And also, this is why it has, like, these arguments have to be in bad faith. They have to be, because there's no way that people in right-wing ecosystem legitimately believe that they can count that many ballots, the whole state of California, before midnight on election day. There's no freaking way. So it has to be in bad faith. There's no way they're that dumb.
We go. We've been stuck here a little bit. Graham Plattner, 452 votes ahead. Let's just take a quick look at the Maine
Graham
governor's
Plattner,
race.
68%.
Anything happening here?
Janet Mills, 18%.
Mr. Shah, that's about where we
I
were
think it
last
said 18.
time. Very close at the top. So there's nothing you can make of this right now.
Oh my God.
You have a very packed Democratic primary field in the Maine governor's race, and guess what? In the very early results, you have a very splintered and fractured vote, fairly even at the moment as you come through there. On the Republican side, not so much.
Oh, okay, so I guess it's not live. Joke's on me.
As we'd like to be in some of these places tonight. So if you got some questions about the technology, about anything else, we can try to get to them as
Joke's
as you
on
come
me,
through there.
apparently.
On the Republican side, not so much.
Are you smoking on that Khomeini pack? What? What does that even mean?
My name is John Stewart. We got it.
I saw that comment earlier in someone else's stream. You were watching someone else's political stream earlier, weren't you? Because I saw that exact same question. Plattner has a hard fight ahead. I actually don't... I don't know, man. Like, is it going to be close because every election's close? Yeah, I'm not saying he's going to... I don't think he's going to win by, like, 10 points. But I have a feeling it's going to be more than 3 or 4. That's my prediction, but I don't know. Again, I don't know. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Could be, they could, you know, MAGA could motivate all their hogs to come out, so who knows? They could, like, you know, all of a sudden care about how abusive men are, like all that woke nonsense that they fought against. You know what I mean? They could, MAGA could go full woke just in Maine. You know? It's hard to say.
There's something about this too that I would like to put in the time capsule, because first of all, you have Joe Kernan saying these Democrats are, you seem like their hair's on fire about this. Like, yes, it is the Democrats who are pointing out that this would be a monumental
MAGA is hard to pin down.
You
the only reason they're hard to pin down is because Donald Trump is hard to pin down. As soon as you hear Trump give some sort of directive or insinuation about what they should think or what they should feel, that's where they're going to go.
also know it would be a catastrophe, but you don't want...
Because notice how little they care about, you know, all these, all about the wealthy pedophile ring, right? You notice how, like, they conveniently stopped caring about that so much. It's so weird.
To say that for some reason. You
want
to
subscribe to
make
Prime.
this a political thing, probably because this doesn't seem real.
I was
As
wondering
long
where
as it's
that
not
went.
real, you don't have to
Thanks, dude.
spend any meager capital expressing an honest opinion about what Donald Trump is doing. Not gonna do that today. Not gonna waste any of that precious honesty on this topic. So you're gonna throw it over to John Thune, who both refuses to embrace the idea and says he has a lot of concerns about it, but also would rather kind of do a diatribe about sanctuary cities than say, no, of course we shouldn't do that. It's fucking stupid. So they're all acting like this won't happen, as long as that's what their plan is, right? This is a classic serious person who
No,
doesn't want to acknowledge
ABC
what Trump
News,
is.
I do not
is,
care about an
it's
alligator
either
attack.
too early to talk about something, or you
It
can't
has to
talk
be
about it because we're in the
manually
middle of it,
renewed each
or
month.
it's in the past. Those are the three
That's
times
right.
in which you can't talk about anything Donald Trump
So if you
may or
notice
may
it
not
go
do.
away, just let me know.
And
Yeah, if I remember.
John Thune is supposed to be one of the responsible ones, but he just
I noticed it
he can't
earlier,
bring himself
but
to say,
I was
well,
focused on
look,
getting
I think sanctuary cities are a
everything set
problem,
up, so
but
then
no,
I
don't
forgot
think
about
that
it
we
almost
should
immediately.
prevent the French from visiting the West Coast. I don't think that's an answer.
I just got
to
hit with the hungers all of a
problem.
sudden.
Or U.S. passengers from going abroad and coming back. I mean, this is not even just like, it's not international travelers. It is like U.S. citizens traveling internationally. It is like, and like business, like it's just, it's so crazy.
It's such a half-cocked bad idea. Like, does this apply to the cargo that's coming in and out of the airports?
Resume shortly.
There's
What
all,
event?
The amount that we rely on the kind of
Yeah, I'm not
seamless,
using it. It's just remind me if it expires.
unacknowledged
Oh,
work of
renew. Gotcha.
like border patrol and,
If I
and
remember.
international just shipping too. Like what would be the how far would they be willing to go?
But the sanctuary cities thing too, they have made people believe, the way they talk about it, is that a sanctuary city is like the ICE or federal agents come to a city and like local law enforcement says like, stay back, you cannot come in here, we're protecting all the immigrants, which is not what sanctuary city policies are at all. Usually it is, they don't, basically sanctuary cities say, we're not going to turn our local law enforcement into ICE agents. We are not going to make them do the job of federal agents. So local police and officials, they usually don't like when they pull someone over, check their immigration
NBC
status.
called it for
or when they do random stuff, they
South
don't check
Carolina.
someone's immigration
with
status. When someone is in prison, they don't
with,
keep them in prison
that much,
after the time that they are supposed to be
separation,
in
that
prison,
makes
that they've
sense.
served their sentence, so that then federal agents can come pick them up and deport them, unless federal agents have a judicial warrant to grab the person and deport them, which they can still do.
And they often do.
And they often do. Federal agents are free to conduct enforcement operations in any sanctuary city. Some of them have, like, you can't do it at a...
See what I'm saying? Like, people who actually pay attention know this, but like, it's so obvious that the Republican Party messaging is intended to dupe the, I don't know, the less intelligent among us,
school
less
or a
critical,
hospital,
less
like,
discerning.
They do have some restrictions, but federal
I'm being
agents
nice.
can and do conduct plenty of enforcement operations in sanctuary cities.
And I do also think
South Carolina has
why
to
are there
runoff.
policies? Now,
for the
Republicans have
gubernatorial.
convinced themselves and conservatives have convinced themselves.
Every time I hear the word gubernatorial, I think of Deadpool and Wolverine.
It's because Democrats have lost their minds and they want to abolish the police, and I do think there are local elected Democrats who believe that, but at root, if there is a huge population of undocumented people in a city and you are trying to keep that city safe, then you want people who are victims of crimes, who are victims of domestic violence, who like have a problem at work, whatever it may be. You want them to be able to go to the hospital. You want them to be able to call the police. You want them to be able to seek help, right? Because that actually makes a community safer for everybody.
Yeah.
For everybody. Because if you have a big population of undocumented people and that whole population cannot trust that they can be protected by law enforcement, then all of a sudden you have made it possible for criminals and others to take advantage of those people and make an entire city less safe. Like the idea that this is from some like the idea is because Democrats want their cities to be chaotic hellholes. There is a logic to the policy. That's all. That this is about actually trying to figure out how to practically run a city when you have a federal failure on immigration that's gone back for decades.
I just love that. It's clear from that
I
interview that John Thune
despise
fucking
populism.
hates the idea.
Yeah.
But in that same interview, he also...
Yeah, I think I'm kind of like a yes and no on that. Like, I despise the what do you call it? Oh my gosh, I'm so tired today. I despise the emotional populism, like the fear, the fear mongering part of it, like the immigrants are coming to rape your daughters, and the what else we got? And high schools are giving your kids trans surgeries. Like, that's the part that I hate, because it feeds off people's fear and ignorance and emotions. Now, the other populism, the economic populism, I don't know. I kind of feel like that is justified. Well, they are, bro. Haven't you been listening to Trump? Yeah, I know. They've been doing it for the last 10 years. I know. Trust me, I know. But there is a difference between that and economic populism. No, actually, you know what? Let me correct myself. I never thought of this. I never thought of it in this way before. So this is like a thought experiment for me. I think I hate populism that's rooted in misinformation and disinformation. I think that's what I'm really getting at. But like, you could say that standing up against the foreign influence within our elections, that's a populist position, but that's rooted in like that's like legitimately happening. You could talk about like healthcare, how expensive healthcare is, right? That's like a legitimate problem, you know? Something that everyone faces, and there's a reason for it because of the healthcare lobby. Because health insurance companies control every single part of the process. Like they've lobbied their way into becoming a middleman in like every single step of the healthcare process. You know, they're a middleman between you and your doctor. They're a middleman between the doctor and the pharmacy. They're a middleman between you and the pharmacy. And it's the same company that controls the entire process. Well, you know, specific to you anyway. So like, I don't know. I feel like that form of populism is reasonable. It's just the misinformation, disinformation, fear-mongering part of it that I absolutely despise. Because they know that most people are not as discerning as those of us that actually pay attention.
So did a good thing, which was say like, yeah, there's not fraud in the California elections. So he's probably like, oh, I can't take two shots at once here. I'm just going to wait, because he's probably thinking like, Mullen's not really going to do this, so maybe I don't have to be against it. And then of course, if Mullen does it, Thune and a bunch of other Republicans would be like, oh, now the stock market's crashing, the economy's like, yeah, this is a bad idea. Let's figure out a different idea.
Yes.
Or they'll say like, hey, it's, you know, Democrats could fix this tomorrow if they just let the federal immigration agents into their jails.
It's funny too, because Thune did refuse to say that there is fraud in California, while in a similar way he does here say how like the incompetent the count
oh my God,
is, and how
Graham Plattner is at 70.8%.
so generous towards the conspiracy
Never
theorists
mind.
and all the reasons that might have a conspiracy theory, while
Never
not
mind. I mean,
them himself.
he is that is where he's at, but they've only counted 1% of the votes.
He's getting out excellent, high quality,
grade A
news
content,
coverage, where we provide you with the best and most accurate takes on the internet. That's based on data. That's hard
people
data.
say about us.
Subscribe to this channel. Support Crooked Media and Pod Save America. We are building a pro-democracy counterweight to right-wing news. By subscribing, by sharing this video, by following what we do, you help us reach more people and get good information out there, like this information that we provided today. And we'll see.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed we do. So a lot of Iran updates for you. A U.S. Apache helicopter went down under mysterious circumstances near the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll try to figure out what's going on there. It all now also appears that Trump did give Israel kind of a green light to strike Iran. We're going to have Robert Pape on to help us sort through all of that.
No
couple of
way.
articles that are pretty
No
fascinating about
freaking
how
way.
North Korea economically is thriving. This comes as President Xi of China is making an important state visit there. So we will do a bit of a deep dive into what's going on in North Korea. Trump showed up at the Knicks game last night, the NBA Finals game, and apparently cursed them. Fans had a very difficult time getting in, a lot of chaos, a lot of boos, although he is in apparent denial over that. So we'll update you there. We also have another sports story for you. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has had his suspension for gambling overturned. Very significant development in the NCAA that Sagar has been following closely. And Chris Rabb, who is now the Democratic nominee and presumed next representative for Pennsylvania.
Those ad blockers you recommended, I'd say there's like a 60% chance I'm an absolute idiot and I'm not using it properly, or neither of them are working and getting me past these paywalls. So I'm just going to uninstall them. They didn't work.
His 3rd congressional district. It's one of the most Democratic in the country. Is going to join me to talk to all of us about the future of the Democratic Party. I'll probably get him to weigh in on this whole Graham Plattner situation, especially since John Fetterman, his soon-to-be colleague there from Pennsylvania, has been exchanging words with Graham. So that'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing to the show, breakingpoints.com, helping support our journalism, our work over here. And we do still have some big announcements that are coming later on for our premium subscription. Get in on the ground floor, breakingpoints.com. If you're watching this on YouTube.
I was hoping I was going to have live coverage up. I could be playing my freaking... I was going to switch back over to Kenshi. That's how I'm 2 hours and 40 minutes in, and I still haven't switched back over to Kenshi. That's how long I've been trying to get this working. What? No, get out of here.
Please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're listening to this podcast, please share an episode with a friend. But as Crystal said, let's go ahead and start with the conflict with Iran. Trump making some very revealing comments around midnight last night on his way back from Madison Square Garden, claiming, first of all, revealing that there was a soft green light of Israeli attacks, trying to save face after he told Israel and Iran to, quote, stop shooting, and both of them did anyways. Let's take a listen.
President, what did you say to Prime Minister Netanyahu?
We had a very good conversation, and he was hit, and he hit back, and I can't blame him for that, but he was hit, he hit back, and now they've called it quits, so they're going to just leave each other alone for another week or something. It's been going on for a long time. You could say about 3,000 years if you really want, but certainly it's been going on for 47 years. But no, he hit back. They were going back and forth, and now they both agreed through me to stop. And we're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the Strait will open up right away. It'll open up.
Nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons. Non-stop. God.
Immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days.
Like he is going to keep beating this nuclear weapon drum until it's widely repeated on his favorite shows. That's why he just says it nonstop, because it's not being repeated as much as everything else he talks about.
That one before. Apparently, there's been 37 times since the conflict began that Trump said that a deal was imminent. So you can take that with what you will. But the more significant comment there, Crystal, is him trying to downplay the obvious fact that he said that Israel shouldn't strike, and they did anyways. Now, look, as now being revealed, I think through a lot of the reporting, that pretty much wasn't true. In fact, we could put A1 up here on the screen, where it reports a phone call call that happened between Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, and even their headline, Trump struggled to rein in Netanyahu's strikes on Iran, climbed down in phone call with Israeli leaders, shows president's diminishing control over fighting. And what they make clear is that Trump had immediately come out and said Israel should not retaliate. He said that to Barak Ravid, to multiple other reporters. However, when it came time to actually talk to Bibi on the phone, Bibi was like, well, I have to do something. And Trump was like, okay, go ahead and do it. So a lot of this that was in public about how he shouldn't respond or any of that, it was basically kayfabe. It's completely fake for the cameras and maybe for the Iranians to try to say, oh, I actually am trying to rein them in, when in reality, all he actually did was rein in their retaliation to the retaliation, where allegedly, according to some of the inside reports, the pilots were in the cockpits. They were ready to go for a massive attack on Iran, which absolutely would have restarted the war. But he did allow and greenlight some of this tit for tat, which, as I laid out, I think pretty extensively yesterday, really undermines any faith in a potential deal, which is predicated on Trump being able to restrain Israeli action. And as even the Journal, these neocon publications and all of them are using these headlines, Trump struggles to rein in. It's either struggles, it's incompetence, or it's tacit agreement. None of those get you closer to a deal in 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, and Netanyahu is under his own domestic political pressure because the supposed moderates in Israel are also attacking him for not being tough enough and hawkish enough vis-a-vis Iran. And of course, the right-wing zealots, fascists in his own party, terrorists in his own party, are pushing for an even more aggressive response. So he is under domestic political pressure. He also is self-interested in continuing this war for his own political and ideological purposes. So it all sort of dovetails together. I think it's possible that Trump did want him to not respond at all, but he probably persuaded him that, number one, I got to do something for my own domestic political concerns. And number two, he may have tried to persuade him that, oh, you'll soften them up if we respond. If we just allow them to attack and we don't do anything in response, then that's going to make it more difficult for you to negotiate a deal, because Trump has fallen prey to this idiotic logic previously that somehow if we attack Iran, or if we let Israel attack Iran, that is going to make them more inclined to strike a deal. It has not worked so far. They've been pretty resolute in what their demands are and relatively concrete and clear cut. However, he may have once again been persuaded by that type of logic. A small digression, because it drives me crazy. He always makes these comments about how this conflict has been going on 3,000 years. Yes. And I hate it so much because it's a lie. And I think it's so counterproductive to frame this in terms of some intractable millennia-old blood feud, which it is not at all. But he always goes back to this, and I think is persuaded by that idea. It's partly probably fuels his interest in being involved in this conflict, because then he can imagine himself as this great man that did something that no one's been able to do in 3,000 years, blah, blah, blah. We've seen where that's gotten us. But in any case, it really drives me insane when he does that, because it does fuel this notion of this being some religious blood feud, which is a very common view in Israel, very common view with some of the, leadership here in America as well, including with the president of the United States. But, to your point, Sagar, about the ability of Iran and the U.S. to come to some sort of deal and how damaging this ultimately is. I'm looking at a headline right now on Haaretz that says Israeli strikes kill 14 in South Lebanon. Right. I mean, this is one of the things that Iran has had as a major question mark in their minds. Is the U.S. willing and capable of restraining Israel? And the answer that comes from this whole exchange is no. We're either unwilling or unable, and now Israel is going right back to striking in South Lebanon and demanding the evacuation of an entire city.
Very, very important flag there. Yeah, it's like every time we do the show, it's breaking news. Israel is striking Lebanon. We also do have to report a very significant event happening this morning. Let's put A8 up here on the screen. We do not know a lot of details. A crew has been rescued after a U.S. attack helicopter went down near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, according to
helicopter?
CENTCOM, a U.S. Army Apache helicopter gunship went down off the coast of Oman while patrolling regional waters on Monday. It is, quote,
being in like basic training in AIT, And the drill sergeants were all about like this. I identify as an attack helicopter. It's like, oh, dude, shut up. Like, can we just get on with this stupid march? Like, do we have to?
Not immediately clear whether the Apache was shot down by Iranian fire, experienced mechanical failure, or encountered some other problem. What we do know is that both of the crew have been rescued, apparently by a U.S. Navy surface water drone, which I did not even know was a thing, that a drone could actually rescue two downed airmen or airwomen who were as part of the crew. So that's pretty crazy. But what's crazier on top of it is we have had numerous instances of aircraft just mysteriously going down throughout this conflict. And when I say mysterious, you can read between the lines in terms of what the official line has been and what actually happened. The fact that CENTCOM is not immediately offering some explanation, potentially we can look into that. We also can pair it with A7, some military escalation that happened yesterday. The U.S. forces actually fired, quote, on a non-compliant oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman, quote, disabled a Palau-flagged Marivex as it transited international waters toward Iran. An FA-18 Super Hornet from the USS Abraham Lincoln fired a precision munition into the ship's engineering and steering spaces after the crew failed to comply with directions from U.S. forces. This is actually pretty significant because while it was a Palau-flagged vessel, it appears that all of the crew were actually Indian nationals. And so obviously, you know, their lives were in danger. Could have significantly, could have really kicked off a major international crisis if you were going to kill a significant number of Indian crewmen while they're aboard this tanker, which, according to CENTCOM, was trying to circumvent the blockade. Bringing it back, as you said, to Bibi and to Donald Trump, I know it sounds like a broken record, but the internal TikTok of all of this as the events catch up really do matter. Let's do A2, please, up here on the screen. Barack Ravid, the official behind the scenes, how Israel and Iran nearly pulled Trump back to war. What he writes is that it, quote, underscores the risk of the U.S. once again becoming ensnared in major combat operations, despite President Trump clearly wanting out. Trump told Axios in a phone interview he had warned the Israeli prime minister if he went back to war with Iran, he might find himself fighting alone. The escalation had started on Sunday morning, but from that point, he says things escalated quickly. Trump had called him and asked him not to retaliate. Trump argued that he would either get a deal with Iran in a few days that would make the strikes unnecessary, or he wouldn't, in which case he might lead the strikes on Iran. Two U.S. officials and a third Israeli source said that the call was much calmer than the one a few days earlier where Trump allegedly called Netanyahu fucking crazy, and one even described the call as polite. So it doesn't actually seem to have been some major screaming match where he tells him don't go and he did go. It's pretty obvious that he soft greenlit these strikes and then tried to stop some sort of spiral. But there's only one so many times that that's going to work. You know, you can only do it if you're actually willing to withhold military aid. And let's put A4 up here on the screen just to also belie this new recent White House narrative. Initially, the Pentagon came out and said Israel's claim that the U.S. intercepted its missiles were not true. This was despite Israeli sources immediately, as I mentioned on our show yesterday, saying, yeah, the U.S. shot it down. Well, here we have update. The U.S. did fire interceptors in response to recent Iranian missile attacks, though it was not immediately clear if the attempted intercepts were successful. The U.S. officials are still working to assess who hit what in the aftermath. The only thing worse than us depleting our stockpiles to defend Israel is depleting the stockpile and then not actually shooting the missile down, further showing, the incompetence of the math behind this entire nightmare. But you can see that immediately the White House was trying to spin a narrative, I think for the Iranians' sake, to say, hey, we really didn't have any part of this. Put A5 up here on the screen. This was from CBS News. This was immediately in the morning yesterday. They said the U.S. military didn't take part in the Israeli attacks on Iran, the first since the ceasefire, and Trump admin didn't order any U.S. defensive action from incoming Iranian missiles. We now know that is unequivocally not true. because CENTCOM helped with the interceptions. We also know that there were multiple U.S. air refueling aircraft that were in the air. We know that the Israeli military, many of their strike packages and others are developed from the Pentagon, pre-cleared. We're currently going through this whole NDAA, craziness where we're trying to fuse the two of our militaries, intelligence gathering, despite the fact that the Pentagon, as we updated everyone just yesterday, has updated Israel spying on the U.S. to a, quote, critical threat level. All of this demonstrates that Trump has not pulled the plug in any way whatsoever. We're still shooting down their missiles for them. In many cases, remember, we shot our missiles even when they had some to protect their stockpiles. We're still providing them with intelligence. We still have all these military assets.
Oh, and yet they are making them so high. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. I just want to, before we go, I just want to get people updated for the latest. As we talked about, Nancy Mace finished 5th in her primary for Republican governor of South Carolina. She's conceded.
Jesus.
It looks like Graham Plattner is on his way to a
Nancy Mace finished 5th in her primary?
Democratic primary in Maine, but we are waiting to see what the actual margin is there. Lindsey Graham won his race. There's a whole host of others that are happening now, somewhat less national notoriety. But when we are, after this break, we're going to be talking about foreign affairs, because a lot's going on with Iran tonight.
Oh,
as well as Trump
okay.
doubling down on Bill.
So she sided with Massey and everyone who's not a pedophile protector, and Donald Trump promoted someone instead of her.
Ad connected, and it makes the
ads. Okay, so that's isn't that pathetic? Like, even if you're like diehard MAGA, even if like you are so MAGA that you want to inspect people's genitals when they go into a bathroom, and one time you stand up against, you stand up to defend victims of, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and that ends your political career as a Republican. Like, how freaking sad is that? Like, I don't understand how people in this Republican Party, like, how they have the cognitive dissonance to be able to completely eliminate shame from their emotional bank. I don't freaking get it, man.
And you can support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply. Bill, I gotta be honest, I have an aura frames in my office, and it's just pictures of you from over the years.
Shouldn't you give one to your sister? I feel like there's some I don't know, a little bit of a subtext there with your sister and why.
Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law. Oh, okay.
Well, interesting.
Okay, I won't even get. I won't even.
The person that one of the two that beat Nancy Mace in that primary was a Navy admiral that was fired by Pete Hegseth.
What?
Nope.
Apache helicopter was shot down apparently by an Iranian drone, which is a little worrisome. Right in the Gulf, these are Apache helicopters are pretty, important weapons, and they shouldn't.
About chat.
Well, who knows why? Anyway, shot down by drone. Luckily, the two soldiers aboard were rescued. Those families kind of a dicey proposition, and so we had to retaliate and are retaliating. It's a little unclear. I mean, it's big-ish, bigger than one little bombing, but a little unclear how big. The Iranians
she was fired
now saying they're going to
last
retaliate.
August after 35 years in the Navy.
Retaliation. Could have spit out of control. I don't know.
She was fired given no cause.
To kind of actually fight
after
and not to simply sort of
at a
accept
time
what would be a pretty
when
good outcome
Hegseth was
honestly, and just sort of
removing
let Trump have a
military
little bit of
officials
a
who
fig
had
leaf and
delivered
walk away.
intelligence assessments
That for me is still the
that
big
angered
story.
the president.
What do you think
Trump.
that is?
Nice.
I think they're confident that they can wring more out of Trump and really show the world that they will continue to control access to the strait. That helicopter was shot down over the strait, and that they can, get money, if not from us, from the UAE and from allies, Gulf countries. They're throwing their weight around. Maybe they're miscalculating a little bit, but I don't know. And they still think they have the economic, upper hand because of gas prices here and oil prices around the world. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so the subtext here is, does Trump just want to get out, right? And so all the reporting the other day was kind of interesting. So yes, they hit an Apache helicopter last night. There's kind of
I'm even willing to settle for like a Maine
not daring, but kind of very interesting rescue in which it was apparently an unmanned drone that was like brought in to rescue these two soldiers. Kudos to our military. That's freaking awesome. But then the question was, okay, what do we do now? And Trump has been trying over the past couple of days to get both the Israelis and the Iranians to chill out in Lebanon. And he kind of leaked that he had admonished Bibi Netanyahu for the strikes in Iran, and then he had encouraged Bibi to not hit Beirut. And there was just like, clearly Trump wants to put a top on this thing. And that extended to today, because what the Wall Street Journal is reporting tonight is that he initially was just sort of reluctant to even respond to this, kind of had to be talked into it by Pete Hegseth and General Kane. And then the sort of word out of the White House was this was going to be a proportional response. And then they even used the word that it was a self-defense response, which kind of struck me as interesting. Here you go. The U.S. Central Command says this at 5:18 p.m. Eastern Time today. U.S. Central Command forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern today. The Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. The mission is proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. So I don't know. I'm reading all this. I just get this.
So it's funny that the U.S. And Israel were taking all these little pot shots during the quote-unquote ceasefire, and so Iran's like, you know what? Okay, I guess the rules don't exist anymore, so they retaliated. However, when the U.S. does attacks first, it's a preemptive strike. It's not a violation of the ceasefire. So what that means is because Iran retaliated, their retaliation was unjustified, which means their attack was unjustified. It's weird how that works. U.S. logic.
Very proportionate. We don't want to be too aggressive. Self-defense. Don't worry. I mean, wasn't the rhetoric, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't the rhetoric from Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth a little different, at the first week or two or three of the war? It didn't quite sound like that, did it?
No.
And that's, to me, that says it all, doesn't it? I mean, that confirms your point. He wants it ended, and it confirms where we have ended up after all that bellicosity and bravado in those first 2 or 3 weeks.
First of all, I just want to be clear. I like proportionality. I'm all for it. Let's not.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's so.
It is.
I wish there was an easy way to control that stink.
But there's two things that are interesting here. One is, they've been talking for months now that they control the skies in Iran, right? I mean, that has been the talking point. They don't. I mean, obviously they don't, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have downed an Apache helicopter. I guess the second thing is, on the bellicosity, on the idea that we have to be brave about it. I suppose it is a trap of their own making that they came out swinging so hard, and they remember those early briefings that Hegseth would give at the Pentagon. We haven't had one of those in ages.
Yeah.
It does make it a lot harder now to sort of tuck and run when you're doing it under duress like this. So,
well, let's see what we got going on here. What's this now? No, I didn't leave. What the heck? Oh, they've already called it. Jesus. Last time I saw it, they only counted 1% of the vote. Damn.
Oh boy.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. I realized he was.
Thank you, man.
Like, they just closed the polls like an hour and a half ago. Damn.
Thank you all very much. I want to thank my mom and my dad, who have loved me unconditionally for 41 years, even when it wasn't easy. If you believe, as I do, that we can change our politics and change our country, then you must also believe that people can change. And the reason I believe that is because I
Spent
have
so much
lived
time dicking around that I missed the lead
it.
up
And the
to it.
reason that I have lived it is because of my wife. Amy, 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 Amy. Amy Jane, you are my best friend and the love of my life. And thank you. Over the last 9 months, I have seen Mainers come together behind a vision to take back our power from corporations and billionaires.
Initiated.
I love every single one of you, everyone who has shown up at a town hall, who has knocked on a door, who cast their vote, not for me, but for a vision of a life in Maine that you can afford. A life of dignity and a government that actually serves its people. I want to thank our incredible campaign team and all 15,000 volunteers.
Damn. Didn't Mom Donnie at one point have like over 50,000 volunteers just for New York City?
You have built the most powerful grassroots movement in the history of this state. This is because of you. And when we finally defeat Susan Collins,
God, I hope so.
that will be because of you too. You don't just believe in a different kind of politics, you have dedicated your time and your talents to it. It is a service to our state and to our nation, and thank you. I also want to thank Governor Janet Mills for a lifetime of service to a state that we both love. We are eternally grateful. And to any of those who feel let down or disappointed or disillusioned, it is my job to earn your trust, faith, and support. And I will spend every day of this campaign, and if I have the privilege, every day in the United States Senate doing exactly that. It is deeply humbling to stand here as your Democratic nominee.
Hostile stationary asset engaged.
It is an honor, and I will not let you down.
Construction complete.
Until recently, I thought that harbor master would be the height of my political career. It now appears that things have changed. But it's funny, this morning was a normal one. I woke up in my home, just a few doors down from the house I grew up in. Amy and I shared a pot of coffee. We walked our dogs on the same road that I've spent most of my life on. We spent the afternoon knocking on doors and getting ready for this evening. And then we drove down here to Blue Hill, where I was born. Born in a maternity ward that has since closed.
Boo the maternity ward.
I am a son of
Oh,
rural
wait.
Maine.
I think we're booing something.
I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun, and then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned, I carried with me the weight of forever wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it. But I'm also a lucky one who found his way back, who found a living on the sea, and a home and a community that offered love and redemption. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination, it's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day, I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before. And if you give me the chance, I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator.
Like, I don't want him to win just because I agree with his policies. Like, I just want like to give the
I will stand up for you
establishment
and
politicians like the biggest
greedy
fuck
corporations.
You know.
I will serve you, the people of Maine, not some lobbyist or party boss. I will be the champion for your dreams as if it were my own, no matter the challenge or the expense. I will fight for you. I have been willing to die for my country. There is nothing that I will not do for the state of Maine. You have lifted me up. You have had my back. This is the state that raised me, and this is the state that saved me. Now, I am not a deeply religious man, and yet I cannot help but think tonight about a hymn. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Found because of the grace of the people of Maine.
Clever.
Grace
going after the
comes
religious
tree
group.
Falls and your neighbor brings over a chainsaw. Grace comes when your truck gives out late at night and someone you've never met stops to help you. Grace comes when you need it most and expect it least, when your parents need a hand and an old friend doesn't hesitate to go shovel the driveway. Or when a teacher, as underpaid as they are, stays late after school, gives up their own precious free time to help a kid who has fallen behind. Grace is not inevitable, but here in Maine, sometimes it feels like it is. And that is something I will never take for granted. It is a mighty gift, and one that I am committed to extending outwards. Maine, I love you. I love this state. Now the national pundits, the political establishment, they keep looking for that one story, that one headline, that one moment in my life that they can define the campaign by. But in trying so hard to understand me, they failed to understand that this is not about me at all. This is a movement about us. About the far too many working far too hard and struggling far too much at the hands of the ruling class. It is not a story of my hardship, it's of our hardship. A story of the hardship of every working Mainer. People that used to be able to stern in the summertime, plow in the winter, dig clams, and be able to send your kid off to college, but you can't anymore. Because that hard work, it isn't enough now. This story, the story of this campaign, it's not about how the political establishment counted me out. It's about for how far too long the political establishment has counted out the voices of every single person without the money to buy influence. But they don't know Maine.
Military classification protocols initiated.
Those who think we can be fooled by a handful of billionaires, who think they can just buy elections like they buy yachts or other houses. But they don't know Maine. We will continue to show up for one another. We will be the people that fight for each other in the places that we love. We are ready for change. And they will try to make this race about everything other than what it absolutely is, a simple choice for who will represent us in the United States Senate. Susan Collins may have started her career decades ago in Washington with good intentions, but she has become just as spineless and corrupt as the establishment she now serves. She got elected promising to protect Roe versus Wade, only to turn around and put a justice of the Supreme Court who overturned it. She lied to us. Susan Collins has used her privilege and power to funnel $60 million in federal contracts, $60 million of our tax dollars, to her lobbyist husband. If that's not corruption, I don't know what is. Susan Collins has gotten 21 times wealthier just in the last 15 years. Has anybody else gotten 21 times wealthier since Susan Collins was elected to office? Does Maine have 21 times the schools and hospitals? No. We have less. Susan Collins is getting rich while we're getting screwed. The last time she ran for office, she received more money from private equity than any other member of Congress, including some of the same private equity companies that shuttered the mills here in Maine. And ever since then, she has stood by and done nothing while they have bought up nursing homes, local businesses, the last of the houses we could afford, stripped our communities for parts. Hell, they bought the Boston Red Sox. And Susan Collins has never met a war she didn't like. She's been supporting endless wars since I was a teenager, and I know I had to fight in 2 of them. Senator Collins, I got blown up while you handed out billions of dollars to defense companies that invest in you. Sorry, that you're invested in. You and your friends profited, and my friends died.
Oh, stupid chair.
Susan Collins has voted to send billions
My fat ass keeps sliding
of our
down the chair.
taxpayer dollars to fund other people's wars. Susan Collins, how do you justify closing hospitals in Maine while using our tax dollars to destroy them halfway around the world?
Situation.
If you reflect Maine's values, why are you funding masked agents who are ripping our neighbors off the streets, driving them off in unmarked vans? That is not the freedom that I served 4 tours defending. If you are an independent voice, why do you vote with Donald Trump 95% of the time? If you're so bipartisan, why were you the deciding vote to put Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court? The deciding vote to defund our health care and our hospitals. Why did you rubber stamp the greatest redistribution of wealth from the working class to the ruling class in the history of our nation?
Planetary alert. Walker expunged.
Susan Collins is only bipartisan when it doesn't matter.
Construction complete.
Susan Collins calls herself the gold standard of common sense. Common sense would be Mainers not having to choose between seeing a doctor or paying your mortgage.
Planetary alert. Walker
Common sense would be banning billionaires from buying elections. And it would also be giving workers the same seat at the table as CEOs. Common sense would be a minimum wage that's a living wage. It would be keeping our hospitals open and our schools funded and our kids from having to fight in another generation of forever wars.
Construction complete.
Common sense would be releasing the Epstein files.
Planetary alert. Walker expunged. Construction
Should
complete.
be unafraid of upsetting the wannabe king to whom Susan Collins bows. Susan
I was
Collins
gonna
said
say
she
Niels.
would only serve 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th. She has worked in politics longer than Joe Biden.
Ugh.
She hasn't held a town hall since I was in 8th grade. I've held 83 town halls in the past 8 months. What are you trying to hide, Senator Collins? Now, the truth is, Susan Collins doesn't serve us. She serves Donald Trump. She serves the Epstein class. She serves her corporate donors and the corrupt political system that has rigged the economy against us. She does not serve us, and so we will defeat Susan Collins. We will take back this Senate seat.
Construction
We will
complete.
take back our power. And when we do, I want you to imagine what it will feel like when we hold Trump and his criminal enterprise to account. When we end prescription drug price gouging. When a trip to the grocery store, to the gas station, doesn't break the bank. When everyone who was born in Maine, raised in Maine, and who loves Maine can stay in Maine.
Planetary alert. Walker expunged.
When we codify Roe v. Wade. When we pass Medicare for all. But when we defend our democracy, our country, once we've defended our freedom, let it be a different kind of freedom. Not merely a romantic freedom, but a freedom that is real, that is material. The freedom to start a family, to raise your kids under a roof that is your own, with the promise of security and the guarantee of time. Time to build, time to create, time to love. The freedom to live lives not of struggle and scraping by, but of dignity and fulfillment.
That's another thing that pisses me off about voters.
Maine, the eyes
Is that we have the
of
attention span of a
nation
goldfish.
are upon us.
Like, even if we do get people in it with good policies,
And while
good
they
luck.
are here,
Good luck getting voters to,
please go to
you know,
grandforsenate.com and make a
see the
donation,
long-term
or
objectives through.
Sign up to be a volunteer.
No, I want it now.
There's an old saying, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If you want to stop war with Iran and end the forever wars, if you want to give workers the raise they deserve, seniors the security they worked for, you want to bring back Roe v. Wade, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If you want to stop a Trump family slush fund, their ballroom, their deals with Saudi princes and tech oligarchs, if you want to stop the corruption, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. If we want to dismantle ICE, win back the Senate, check Donald Trump's power, and take back ours, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Together, we will defeat Susan Collins.
Yeah, look.
Together, we will win back this Senate seat.
Well, there you have it. The no longer presumptive, but the actual Democratic Senate nominee, Graham Platt.
Yvette Wilson advanced runoff for GOP governor race.
Near where he lives in Blue
I
Hill,
think,
Maine,
is that
up in
who I was just
Hancock
talking about?
County. A lot of
Oh no, you're talking
things,
about
if you've gone to any
South
of those
Carolina.
83 town halls, and I've been to a bunch.
Wait,
you would have heard Graham talk about
Nancy
before. He
Mace?
came out to Which Side Are You On? The old Pete Seeger song, performed by the Dropkick Murphys, his favorite punk band, his favorite band. He body surfed them across the street at the State Theater.
I just thought it was funny that Nancy Mace lost her primary.
Let's do some fact checking in a minute, but give me your
basically
initial
what that
reaction,
means-
Emily Kane, Democrat panelist at large.
Let me look more into that, because
Welcome to the general election
if she was beaten
2026. This
by
is the
someone
moment
who's
Graham
fired by
Plattner
Hegseth.
wanted when Janet Mills pulled back her
Oh, no, I was
campaign.
occupied. Oh,
He
gotcha.
had to wait. He had
Yeah, let me
some
see if I can pull that
challenges
up.
in the last few weeks, and tonight we
pause.
see him say, "I'm ready. Let's go." Now, tonight's his night. He gets to have this night. He gets to have this big speech, and it was good. It's a strong speech. It's the case he wants to make, and tonight he got to make it without the noise of the attack ads, without the noise of the questions being raised through some tough press stories in the last few weeks. And his opportunity now and his huge challenge is he's got to keep it up and keep the focus on that through November, and it all kicks off tonight.
Jason?
Yeah, he's a really,
Nancy
really
LaCour. Let's
good
see what she's
speaker.
about.
Okay, he has modulation, he has tone, he has command presence, if you would. I got to tell you, though, I mean, this is difficult. He is a low information
Nancy Mace in South
candidate
Carolina.
speaking to a low information crowd.
Oh,
That's
it's
what we saw tonight.
yeah.
It
your
was a
frickin'
lot of
state.
hyperbole. It was
What
a
the
lot
heck?
of lies. We'll fact check that. I hope this isn't what we
Which
see
means
in a
this
good
has to be
campaign.
another
Mainers
Republican
deserve
if it's
better than this.
primary.
But this is pure populist popularity, reminiscent of other times in history.
She might
when
actually
folks
be
would go out
a
there
less
and
crazy
speak
Republican.
in these grandiose terms, but actually mean nothing. And that's what I'm concerned about, that Mainers deserve better, and we're not getting it tonight. Though, Emily, you're right. It is his night. He is not interrupted. We just got to see
give me a
the
second.
full
I'll put it
frontal
up.
of Graham again. That was a little punted joke. You saw that one?
I saw it.
But we saw that. I'll
yeah.
say that for the next 6 months,
Okay.
I'm sure.
Nancy LaCour.
But this is it. This is all he has for substance. There is no plan.
But I think it's important because I actually feel a little differently, because I think he brings more sort of intellectualism to a lot of this in the speeches he gives, the longer form interviews that he does on podcasts, which is what has made him have this sort of huge following across the country, is he has been willing to have more candid, deeper conversations. Now, the more candid, deeper conversations have also unearthed things that maybe he doesn't want to talk about, but I think that is going to continue on through the campaign, and it's
And
going to be,
Trump's
again,
tariffs?
I cannot say it enough. He's the nominee.
Okay.
It is on him to figure it out now, how to keep it on track.
Yeah, right now, according to AP, about 75% of the vote. That'll probably
Okay.
fluctuate,
Where's the
maybe go
Republicans
down.
More vote to come in
But he's
tonight.
going to clear 50%.
He already has. He
Yeah.
will. Let's not even fight about that.
He said a line he's been saying recently since those negative stories came out in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. This race isn't about me, it's about us. He's really speaking to the national media, saying they're getting it wrong with the focus on his
Oh, no,
personal
Democratic.
issues. He
Okay,
thinks
hold
he's
on, what's
leading a
going on here?
movement.
What am I
It's
missing?
a movement. I guess it's a movement. I mean, by definition, being a populist is leading a movement or starting a movement, and he is. 35% of the electorate, 40% of the electorate will never have nor never will vote for Senator Collins. That's just how it is. And it's like that for every candidate on both sides of the aisle. What we're seeing is him galvanize at 35 to 40%. What I find interesting is 75% of the vote, plus or minus, still early, of course, voted for Biden, or 25% didn't. How are we going to extrapolate that out into the general election?
Okay, she was not. Okay.
You look at Senator Collins, and she's probably at 98%.
It was other Republicans that beat Nancy Mace. She's running for the Democratic. Okay. I was confused. I was like, how is this lady, how did she beat Nancy Mace as a Republican? I was very confused.
That's a good segue. I promised some fact checking. Let's do some fact
But
correcting.
if Nancy Mace
Susan
got
Collins
absolutely
did
demolished,
say in 1996 when she first ran for this office, she would
then
serve only
what
2
that
terms. She
means
is running for her
is
6th.
that's an
But some
even
other things
crazier
seem to be,
Trumper that's going to be
exaggerated or
taking her
wrong.
place
Susan
on the
Collins did
Republican
vote to
ticket.
advance President Trump's budget bill, the one big beautiful bill, but she did vote against final passage. She didn't vote for that, citing the Medicaid cuts that have come to fruition.
Just what we
He
need.
talks about
I don't know,
Susan
maybe-
Collins getting wealthy. Well, that's really her husband.
No, I can't.
Tom,
There's
and
no
his
way.
portfolio.
Say maybe
which is
there's a limit
really handled
to
like a blind trust. A lot of people
what
have made
people are
money in the
willing to
stock
accept,
market.
but I don't think there is.
It's not really her wealth. She has told us
okay.
on the record she owns no stock and she never has herself.
Gotcha.
But in your financial disclosure forms in the Senate, you've got to list your spouse, right? So no choice there. Tom also hasn't been a registered lobbyist since 2008. Her team reminds me. So, Graham can say what he wants, but I think he's stretching it there, right? Would you agree, Jason?
Absolutely.
And by the way, she hasn't been in politics longer than Joe Biden was. Joe Biden got into politics in 1970, was elected to the Senate in 72.
As President Biden told me, before that, he told me personally, he was in politics a lot earlier than that as a county commissioner.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's been around.
He's got plenty else to talk about, but he seems to be exaggerating, as many politicians do, the opposition.
Here we go. Tonight is the night we kick off his general election campaign. What I'm going to be watching for are a few things. I'm going to keep watching that number of independents who chose the Democratic ballot over the Republican.
Wilson
that
in the
tells me
row.
they want to have a say in this outcome, and he's got
Let
a
me take a look at. Oops.
chance to get those people again in the general election. The question I have is, so his next task is to shore up all of the Democrats, and then he's got to go win a majority of the independents, because that has always been Susan Collins' path
What district
to
are you
victory.
in?
It has always been how she has closed the deal on any election, particularly with independent women in the southern part of the state. That is where Graham
Orange
is going to
man
have,
endorse
I'm going to call
a
it an
vet, of
opportunity
course.
and a challenge, because the other side on Senator Collins' team is going to be working to define him relentlessly.
I'm talking-
Tonight
oh,
we
Governor.
see him
Okay,
working
gotcha.
to define himself.
Yeah, those independent voters will clearly be the wild cards. By the way, when he says she's voted 95% with Trump, I think that's just the last 2 years. That doesn't take into account the first Trump term where her percentages are more bipartisan. She obviously voted to convict Trump of impeachment and a lot of other things
I mean, you
where
gotta
she was
look at,
against Trump.
Mark Twain had a quote. I'm probably going to butcher it now. There's lies, blank lies, and statistics. They really don't necessarily play with each other. But I think we got to also give Senator Collins credit where credit's due. She voted for a lot of Democrat nominees to the Supreme Court as well. Advise and
Not just
consent.
Kavanaugh, Alito.
Yes, and Democrats.
She voted for Sotomayor,
Absolutely.
Kagan.
She's done her job.
Katana,
She's
Democrat
read the Constitution.
I mean, I will say, I think it's,
Gross.
and I say this as somebody who was working in national politics when it happened, right? When she
Frickin'
voted for
sheep,
Brett
man.
Kavanaugh, that was sort of an earth-shattering moment for a lot of people that I think gets to the heart of being able to motivate and remind some of these independent, particularly women, of where we've been with Senator Collins. Look, she's got lots to counter with, and I
I voted for
understand
Robert
that,
E. Lee.
but I wouldn't underestimate that
Write-in.
storyline, particularly in a post-Roe, post-Dobbs
But it wouldn't have
America.
mattered who she voted for. It was
gross.
a Republican
Lindsey Graham.
nominee. Trump made the
Jesus.
nomination, so it could have been anyone.
Well, but she did vote against Amy
but when
Coney
it-
Barrett, so she has
but
made choices
She's
before,
made choices,
even
yes.
in the case of
but Brett
Republican
Kavanaugh
nominees.
said Roe versus Wade is the law of the land, and that's how I'm going to go.
And then he
That's-
changed his
he
mind.
He did, but you
and
don't know
turned
that
it all
during the
around.
confirmation.
You know what?
Made
She's
things
got
horrible.
she's got 10,000 votes that we can examine
She does.
over
Has
30
it
years.
gone to 10,001 since
and
last
she's
week?
never
I don't know.
never missed one. Campaign put out a statement. I'll just read the first sentence. Susan Collins is the national leader with a long record of legislative
Oh, you're
accomplishments.
being
We'll put the whole
serious.
statement
His
on our
name is
website.
Robert E. Lee. What?
Republican Jason Levesque, Democrat Emily Kane. Thank you for your analysis, and we'll send it back to you.
All right, Phil, thank you.
R. Lee, is that what
We
you're talking
have
about?
a lot more to talk about here, of course, but want to
Oh my
check in
God.
on the gubernatorial races.
Yeah, Sam York is standing by with one of the candidates. Troy Jackson is by her side. Want to check in with her? Hi, Sam.
Hey everyone, yeah, we are at Bruno's in Portland. I'm standing here with Troy Jackson, who is hoping to win the Democratic nomination
When
for
is the New
governor.
York
We're
primaries?
getting the results in slowly but surely. Right now, in the governor's race, Democratic side, you are leading
June
by
23rd.
27% of the votes. How are you feeling?
That's the next big one.
I'm feeling really good.
There's a couple of basically
you know,
right-wing
all
Democrats,
through these past couple months,
basically
we were
like
feeling
super
the energy on the ground.
pro-Israel Democrats that I'd
people
like to
were
see
really excited.
get
They want to change in government,
primaried.
and we definitely feel like.
This has been the energy of the night since we have been here with Troy Jackson. People are just so excited to
These
see
people
you.
need to be
You're
careful
leading
not to celebrate too much.
What does
Like
it
they need to
feel
keep
hear
organizing,
this
keep
support?
getting people
I mean,
registered.
like I said, government's not working for everyday people, and that's what this is about, changing it so that we have a voice.
I'd be interested-
And that's what I've always been fighting for.
I wonder how many
fighting for
people came out.
that,
You know what?
feel like they've been
I'm
left
gonna look at something
behind,
real quick.
and we have been, and that's why I want to do this, so that we can have a government that works for everyone finally.
Yeah, and as we know, ranked choice voting, not a quick process. It's going to take some time for us to declare the winner at the end of the day. How do you carry this energy with you through the next few days until we get those results?
Well, I mean, obviously you stay hopeful, but I mean, to be perfectly blunt,
Those
there's
people
nothing
annoy
that
me.
I can do from here on out. And so Thursday,
which
I'm
people?
going fishing for 4 days because
The
I
ones
don't
that are
want to
like-
sit around and wonder. I don't want to sit around and agonize.
Wait, which
you know,
people?
I'll come
Which
back
people
out
annoy
on
you?
Monday.
I'm
And
not
if,
tracking. I'm not
we
following.
pulled this off, I mean, obviously
I'm not
we'll
picking up
start,
what you're putting down.
the real hard work of winning this election in November, and putting together a plan that people can feel very comfortable about. But I mean, we've
Oh,
I
the
put
ones
everything
on
into this
stage
for the
after a
last
win
15
jumping around
months.
like idiots.
Here we are at the end, and I feel good about where we are. But
Oh, you're talking about the candidates?
Now it's just time to.
That is kinda weird.
Spend some time with my family.
It's like, dude,
And we're going to let you do that.
you're a politician,
Go enjoy
like-
your party. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Guys,
Like,
we're
be
gonna
happy,
hang out
smile,
at Troy's party for a little bit
celebrate,
longer,
pump
then
your
we are
fist.
headed back over to Shenna
But if you
Bellows
can't
party,
jump
which is at
and you can't make it look natural, like it's something you do on a consistent basis, then don't even try.
Guys, but
Don't.
we're going to head that way, and we're going to send it back
Oh,
to
the
you
people?
in the studio.
Oh.
Okay. All right. So, New York Live for us with Troy Jackson.
Oh, yeah, especially
there.
for a
Obviously
primary.
A very excited crowd for him as those numbers are coming in.
We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll look at some of those numbers.
I want to see how many people voted in the 2024.
It takes commitment to excellence.
In the 2024
to win
South Carolina
and
primary.
delivering when it matters most.
I
Five-star
wanna see-
talent isn't given, it's earned. For 25 years, JEXA Energy has been committed to serving Texans
US
with
House.
that same excellence, earning 24,000
It's all fine and good. It just
five-star
annoys me.
reviews to back it up.
Oh, so you are what is commonly referred
Switch
to as
to
a
JEXA today.
hater.
Experience the revolutionary purple mattress at the Living Spaces Sleep Center. Its Gel Flex grid eliminates pressure points and keeps you cool all night. Stop by Living Spaces today and feel the purple difference.
Living Spaces.
Basically.
At Living Spaces, we offer the Mingle sofa for just $7.95. You can customize this collection, choose from over 100 fabrics, and receive your perfect seating in just a few weeks.
It was a
Hello,
Jeep.
Mingle sofa.
Living Spaces.
Why isn't it giving me the numbers?
The voter coverage, lots to talk about that happened in the last 40 minutes or so. Big thing, of course, would be the numbers, where we're at 10 o'clock.
Now that we are at 10 o'clock, let's take a look at some of those numbers. Chris Costa joins us with more on that. Hey, Chris.
Hey there, Amanda and Brian. Yeah, finally we see this map light up with color, right? And you can see now what we were trying to explain during those earlier shows before the numbers came in. All these different colors that show by county where people are where the candidates are performing the best. And right now, with about 20%
on her campaign
of the
website,
vote in, Troy Jackson
the font she's using looks like Mamdani's.
You tap into some of his. Let's tap into.
If you go and look at some images from like the signs during Mamdani's campaign,
population centers in
the font
state,
looks
right?
almost identical,
and obviously leans more Democratic in some of those bigger cities and towns. If you look at the votes from Cumberland County, 22% of those votes are in. We don't know which towns they are yet. We're going to get that data as it comes in. But 15,000 votes, Troy Jackson leading, Hannah Pingree in second, and this is, again, in Cumberland County alone.
Oh, yeah.
She's about 1,000 votes back from the leader. And as we kind of scroll down here, you can see who's at the top and who's at the bottom. We're going to go back to the totals here because I think that we're nearing 40,000 votes, and now really is what we've seen these really pick up, these numbers coming in. On the Republican side of the governor's race, we're going to look at this heat map again, and you can see Bobby Charles still with a commanding lead. Not as many votes on the Republican side of this primary cast yet, or at least counted and tallied yet. That obviously could change.
Medicare for all.
Bobby Charles with that strong lead, and I'm seeing down here, again, in Cumberland County, Jonathan Bush with that yellow color here, signifying that
public option.
Jonathan Bush is performing the best
I mean,
in Cumberland
not
County.
as far as I want to go.
There. Ben Midgley very close behind.
Let's see.
Lots more votes
so
to be counted, lots more data
she's
to
a
still
little
come
bit
in.
to the right of me on
as soon as we
healthcare.
have it, Brian and Amanda.
All right, the night is young in terms of the numbers. Chris Costa, thank you so much.
I want to talk about some of those numbers right now. We have Rob Caldwell and Don Kerrigan here joining us. And what are you guys taking from some of this now?
Well, not only is the night young in terms of numbers, but the month is
missing
young
something
in terms
important.
Of numbers. We've all got to keep in mind, we've said this before, we'll keep saying it, and you're going to keep hearing it over the next week.
Got to remember the South Carolina.
It's
Yeah, that's
probably
true.
8 or 9 days, according to the Secretary of State's office, before we know the winners in these closely contested races.
People in the southern states
choice voting, they've got to spend from now until
don't actually
Thursday,
want health care. I keep
maybe
forgetting
even
that.
Friday, simply collecting the votes from every town and city in Maine, and then they'll start doing the tabulating, and then the actual ranked choice stuff, which only takes
$50 billion
won't be happening until probably Wednesday or Thursday.
To bomb some brown people overseas.
And you
Boom.
can't go by who's ahead at any.
$50 billion for people in the U.S. to have health care?
Nah. Significant lead. Whether that's going to hold
she can't
up,
be fully left or she'll get obliterated.
And certainly in the Democratic governor's race,
I don't know.
They're within a few points of each other on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, I mean,
I think I would wait
right now
to make that claim
like Charles
until we see what happens in Maine.
That will probably
well, actually, no. The election's going to be on the same day. Well, I guess we'll find out.
For the ranked choice count.
I guess we'll.
On the Democratic side, I mean, yes, we see
I would be
Troy Jackson
really interested
in
to
front
see
right now, but
the difference in the
Bellows,
margins
Pingree, and
between
Dr.
what happens in
my
Maine
little town. Here's
with someone that's a state that has voted for this Republican senator
town of South Bristol
for.
Pingree was 76.
This is her 6th election, so she's won 5.
Those are the top
5 times
vote
6.
I mean,
she's been a Maine senator for 30 years.
Total.
Well, and speaking of that race, we do actually have Hannah Pingree
it'll be interesting
by live
to see what happens.
To some of her
because
so
I think that economically, I really think that a farther left candidate economically
hey guys, yes, we
vibes
are we are
more
at the watch party
with
tonight. Yeah,
right-wing voters.
I want to ask,
and it's more motivating to left-wing voters than a centrist Democrat.
You mentioned your
That's
daughter,
what I think.
Elsie, and how she has really pushed this campaign and pushed you. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Well, I have a 15-year-old daughter, so it was a big decision
So
to
here's
decide
the-
to run for
here's
office
the-
with teenage kids.
Sorry, let me finish
But
this
my
bite.
daughter, she was a little on the fence about whether I should do this, but she loves sports. She's very athletic, and she's like, Mom,
Here's the
you're
similarity.
really good at this, but you better win. And so she's very
the
competitive,
right wing
and so she has been proud of me all along
and the
way.
left wing, they both
My kids have been
identify the
amazing
same problems.
supporters, as has my husband.
The corruption in our government.
If you're going to run a race like this, you're going to run run it to
you
win.
know,
So we have been doing
the cost of
everything
living,
we possibly can
immigration,
to leave it all in the field.
um,
And I have an amazing
foreign policy.
team. I have an amazing
They all
family,
recognize
and I'm
the
just
same
really proud of
issues.
the campaign that we've run.
And
The big
speaking
difference
of
is
your
how they
team, I
address
couldn't
them,
help but
right?
notice
That's
you
the
had a
big
lot of younger
difference.
folks out
However,
on
the
the stage. Do you
centrists,
think in
the
this
corporate
primary
Democrats,
today, you've appealed
they
to a
do
lot of
not
younger
approach.
voters?
They're
I mean,
incrementalists.
I would say Maine
They
is
do not
a big
approach
state, and we have
addressing
we don't have as
the
many young
issues
people
the
as
same
some
way.
other states. And
Like
so
they
we've
don't
had
even
a lot
they
of young
refuse to
people who have
recognize
heard
that
our
those
message
same
talking
issues
about
exist.
housing that young people can afford,
They refuse
climate
to
issues,
recognize
healthcare, and I think they've wanted
the
to be a
problem
part
with
of this
campaign
campaign, and
finance.
I
They
was endorsed
refuse
by
to
the high school
acknowledge the
Democrats.
issue with
I
our
love to have
healthcare
young people
system.
involved,
So
really
that is
proud of
why
that, and they've
I
worked very
think
hard
a
for our
farther
campaign.
left candidate
And then kind of shifting
could do
gears here
better
a little
than a
bit, we were
centrist
talking
Democrat
earlier today
in southern states.
about those
But
counties
again,
where if you see them
I don't
kind
know
of
for
flip
sure.
your way, you know things are going
That's
well
just-
for you. Have
that's just
you
what I'm
seen
feeling.
that tonight? And
'Cause
what counties
people-
or areas of Maine more broadly
People vote
have you seen that?
like the number
Well, I
one
mean, we've been competing
choice
in every single part of Maine
is
during the course of this campaign. We've been to
how
all
they
16
identify as a
counties
person. Like if you
multiple
identify
times.
as a Republican or
Obviously,
you
there are a lot
identify
of
as a
people in
Democrat,
the greater Portland
that's typically
area,
what you're going to
York
pick straight
County.
down the ticket.
So we're paying close attention. We've
The
had
second
some great
reason
results. We've
is
seen some towns that we've won. We've
completely
seen a lot of towns
irrational.
where
It's
we're
just
coming in
irrationality.
second. So
It's
a
based
ranked
purely
choice
on
election.
emotion, like
It's
how you're
complicated.
feeling,
It will take at
how
least
you're
a week,
feeling
if
in
not
that moment,
a little bit longer to find out the
what
results,
kind of
but we're feeling hopeful. We're feeling
what kind of
very
memories,
positive
like
based on what
small
we've seen
incidents,
already.
stick with you.
And like you said, this is primary election
And
day.
when
but
you
it
have
is gonna
like all
take some
these
time and some patience
issues
before we start seeing those
that are
results.
tied to you
How are
emotionally,
feeling, though, going into the end of the night?
they're
and then
both
moving
being
forward until
talked
you know
about by
those
the far
results.
left and the
I
right.
mean, I feel like we worked as hard as we could.
You know, which
we,
one is
we
going to
put
vibe
out,
with you personally?
Campaign plans. We went to every single part of the state. We did almost
Uh,
400 events.
we'll see.
So
I can't believe
feel like
Graham
we've done as
pulled
much
the
as we
votes he
can,
did.
and I'm
Most
honestly
people he
excited
talked
for
to
a couple
can't
days
stand him.
home with my kids.
Who?
And I'm just gonna honestly.
Who
I'll
do you
pay
talk
attention
to
what happens,
that
but
can't stand Graham
whatever,
Plattner?
Whatever happens,
Like, I
feel
don't get
really
it.
Great about the campaign we ran, and I think we have a great shot of winning this thing.
He's a white dude,
weird to say this
a
is
military
almost 'cause it's
veteran
election
that was
day, but
blown
it's
up,
almost like the calm before
that
the storm.
owns
It
guns.
is. I mean, but it's out of
I
your
mean,
control now. I mean,
no.
we knocked on the
Oh,
doors.
Lindsey Graham.
We did
Lindsey
the
Graham.
debates,
Okay.
We talked to people all over Maine.
Okay.
And
Oh my
now we
gosh,
just
yeah,
sort of wait
gotcha.
for this ranked choice process to actually
We're on
be done. And I think Maine does it really carefully, and
Gotcha,
I
we're
trust the
on last-
process,
okay.
and I'm hopeful what will happen at the end.
All right, Hannah Pingree, live in Portland. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming. Great.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, Bailey Cornick live with
Yeah,
us
that doesn't
once
make
again,
sense to me.
From Hannah Pingree from her campaign.
It's the cult.
Watch party tonight. We saw her speaking from the podium.
It's the
a little
people.
earlier as well.
So we had to jump away from you guys.
This is- okay, actually-
because we had Hannah ready to go.
It
there,
kinda
but,
does make
We
sense.
haven't had a chance even yet to talk about
Because you have to remember,
Graham Plattner.
these same voters
Well, one of the really interesting things
are the
about
reason
this
the
guy
polls
is
were
that
so
12
messed up
months
during the
ago,
last presidential
no
election,
one
why
had
so
heard
many
of him.
polls had
He is now the
Harris winning.
Democratic nominee in Maine for
These
the
people,
United States Senate. So I was
they
running
have
back in my
slightly
head
more
through the
shame
decades. When was the
than
last
members of the
time
administration, like than
in
Trump,
Maine that there was a
Lindsey Graham. They
candidate
have a
who
little bit
became
more
the party
shame than they
nominee
do,
from either the Republicans
so they're
or the
afraid
Democrats,
to be
whom
to
no one
openly
had heard
admit
of 12 months before.
that they're going
And
to keep
I've gone
voting
back
for
at least to
him.
the 1950s, Don, and I mean, there's just no precedent for this.
He has been
This is a guy who
steamrolling
came out of
popularity.
nowhere,
Right.
knocked Janet Mills
He has been
out of the
steamrolling
race,
popularity?
the two-term
Oh,
governor,
Plattner's- okay,
former
called
attorney
Plattner.
general. I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty
Yeah.
remarkable what he has accomplished.
Yeah, possibly it could only happen nowadays in the era of social media.
What's
and
crazy
all
is,
of
like,
that,
after the
instant
most recent
communication.
smear attempts,
But you're right.
with the right-wing
I think
operative
what
that
we
was his
heard
former
tonight
girlfriend that said he was physically
why
abusive.
The folks
He actually
from New York or wherever it was
he went up
recruited
slightly
him
in
to
popularity,
be the candidate,
or in, like
why
he,
they did.
his poll numbers actually went up
And he's, as
when that
Jason
after that
Lebecki
shit
said,
started.
He's He's a
It's
very
like, wow.
good and powerful speaker.
It's almost like the voters
but I
want
was
somebody
thinking,
who has the
he
appearance
hasn't
of being a human being.
Really, he hasn't had
like,
really an opponent in this race.
The one who
so
works
far,
for the
other than
Heritage,
himself.
yeah, the one who works for the Heritage Foundation,
Janet Mills was
and
focused on slamming,
she's one of the founders of Women
And
for
so
Kavanaugh.
and of course, they never got to meet face to face. So he's
That
now
were
going to have
they were
an
lobbying
opponent.
for getting
Clearly, he is
Kavanaugh
going to be the
appointed to the
toughest
Supreme Court.
Opponent, certainly the toughest talking opponent Susan Collins has ever faced. And so this,
I cannot wait
it's going
to
to be
see a debate
uh,
between Graham Plattner and Susan
At least
Collins.
on his side, a bare
I don't know if
knuckle
you've seen her
campaign.
speak,
So it's going to be
but
fascinating
dude,
to see how Senator Collins
like,
handles that. And
It's like the
and
frickin'
what
Crypt
happens
Keeper
over the
from
next 5 months?
those old HBO
5 months, amazing
horror shows.
Two very different styles.
Yeah,
of
you couldn't
presenting
get more
Isn't
different.
she on Collins' campaign
and, you know,
team
and
also?
really, while she's had some tough opponents,
I think-
including Shelley Pingree.
I don't know if
and-
she is or
and
not.
Last time, Sarah Gideon.
I don't know.
Though arguably those have been very
I don't
civil
remember hearing that.
campaigns, I think is fair
But
to
I
say.
wouldn't
You know,
dismiss it.
they've sparred back and forth, but very civil. I don't know that Graham Plattner is going to be civil.
Well, the television war 6 years ago between Susan Collins and Sarah Gideon was not civil. That one was.
Oh,
like,
that's another
unleash
thing I can't wait to
everything we
see.
got, Drop all the bombs.
Like-
and,
But this
You remember,
one's going to be worse.
yeah, it probably
during
will. And
like
probably
peak
with even more
wokeness,
money
how
being
everyone
spent.
was
So
afraid
along
of
that line,
like
I'm curious, where
being
does
rude.
the role of character
Like, I
come
honestly think
into campaigns
that
now
shit's
as we're
over.
seeing campaigns evolve?
Like,
Is that a
I
pedestal
don't think
that it
that
used to be?
Plattner is going to have an issue.
It's not.
No.
That much
You know,
I think we can
whether
safely
she's
say it is not
even if she's an old
the,
woman,
factor that it used to be, and we're
like,
seeing
I
that
don't think he's going to be
nationally,
kind
and we're seeing that in
about the things that
It's as an
especially
old guy,
oh man, I can't
it's
wait to
kind
see
of
that debate.
astounding
That's
to
going to
me
be so
to see
epic.
that's gone. And I've talked with Democratic friends. I've seen columns on all of that. How you've got Donald Trump, and now you've got Graham Plattner. He's sort of the Democrats' version of that, and that's where we're at. And we're going to see how that plays out. Susan Collins is not. That's not her style. She's always very measured and restrained in how she speaks.
But there's going to be tens of millions of dollars that'll be spent by PACs
Right.
and
Okay, let's see.
others, and
Her
and
name
most of that
is
money will go
Lindsay
towards
Fifield.
attacking Graham Plattner. On the Republican side, the money
Former
that flows into the
communications
Republican
official-
PAC
a former
will go towards attacking Graham Plattner. The money that
communications
flows
official
into
for the Heritage
Republican
Foundation
PACs
and
other
Nikki
outside
Haley's
forces
2024
will go
presidential
towards
campaign.
Trashing Susan Collins.
Yep.
I mean,
And-
it's not
and-
going to be a high-minded
Here we-
Oxford
okay.
University debate.
I think that is the great summation right there.
We may use that quite a bit, actually.
Okay, we have Sean Stackhouse, who was at the Graham Plattner watch party, and it seems like it's emptied out quite a bit there, Sean.
Hey guys, yeah, it really has started to empty out here in the past 10 plus minutes since we've seen Graham Plattner leave the stage. After stepping off, he was meeting with some of his supporters, shaking hands, engaging with them. After speaking for about 15-20 minutes, he came to the stage just before 9:30 to declare victory. And as he started that speech, a lot of what his tone was thanking the crowd and how Maine has allowed this sense of redemption. There's been so much discussion on the campaign trail leading up to it, especially in the past week. As a New York Times article came to light that had former partners alleging intimidating behavior by Plattner. Concerning behavior as well. Now, Plattner not coming outright and addressing some of those concerns that were laid out in the article or some of the other scandals that have been brought up throughout the campaign trail. But one thing he did share was his appreciation for Maine and for those supporters, saying that they have had his back. That's something he has echoed in multiple appearances over the past few weeks. Now, he had said over the last 9 months since he launched this campaign, Mainers have continued to have his back, and he would continue to fight for them, discussing how he's had more than 15,000 volunteers that have come to support him. He also took time to thank Governor Janet Mills for her career in politics as he declared victory. And this was all before he jumped on the attack to now we know what we had assumed would be his opponent come November, U.S. Senator Susan Collins, seeking her 6th term in the Senate. For Plattner, he says that's one of the big issues. He wants to bring new ideas, a new face, a new movement to Washington, and he believes he's the right person to do it. One thing he did highlight, though, is that he says it's not about himself, it's about the movement, the grassroots movement that he has seen up and down the coast of Maine into the mountains, of folks that want to see that type of change, that are pushing for things like Medicare for all, opposition to the war in Iran, folks that aren't able to afford their homes. He's really targeting those working class Mainers, hoping to find support for them to make their lives easier. He's hit on this topic a couple times over the past few months, is he wants to allow people to have time. That's something he hit on again, time to start a family, time to achieve your dreams, to be creative without having to worry about the cost of living and affordability. He hit on that all throughout this evening. Before he even got to the stage, he was joined by his wife, Amy. They shared an embrace. He even had his mother take the stage, Leslie Harlow, before he came out to speak, who just spoke about how proud she was of her son, Plattner, born here in Blue Hill, at a hospital that now has lost its labor and delivery unit, something that he highlighted as well as part of his campaign and part of his platform is to expand healthcare access. Now the attention will head to November, now that we know those candidates. He challenging Senator Susan Collins. As the pundits have been saying, we're seeing a lot of money in this race. Time will tell what this will look like, but we do know Graham Plattner is the Democratic nominee. Guys in studio.
Sean Stackhouse, live for us in Blue Hill. Thank you.
As we continue moving around the state with our live crews, want to move on to Sam Olson. She is standing by ready to talk to Bobby Charles. Hi, Sam.
This must be a very exciting night for you to see you're ahead. Well, it is. Are we rolling? So we are here in Bangor with Bobby Charles, and Bobby, you are currently leading so far. How does it feel to see so much support here for you today?
So I think this is really credit to the Maine people. 14 months of talking to thousands and thousands of Mainers, and I think they've spoken. And I think what we're seeing tonight, honestly, is the fruition of high integrity, accountable government, an era when taxes are low, property taxes are down, income taxes are down, a new era in which drug traffickers and illegal aliens, the unjustified seekers of asylum, actually are not in our state, draining our resources, an era in which we can trust again that drug addiction services are here. And instead of having needles on all our streets, we actually get real responsive drug addiction services. I also think it's an era when energy costs are going to come down. We've got Jim Lebrecht and a number of others on our task forces working. We are going to make this state highly affordable. We're going to bring back quality health care, affordable, accessible health care. There are plans for all of these things, and what they represent, in addition to getting our school system back and getting fraud out of the state, they represent a turning of the page. Mainers are ready for real change, and I get that from Democrats. I get it from unaffiliated voters, many of which switched to be able to vote today for us. And I think what we're looking at is a moment where the people of Maine, let us call it we the people, are literally standing up and saying that the Democrat leadership has really betrayed them. They have not delivered on any of the things that Mainers really most want, and in particular, affordability has gone out the window, public safety's gone out the window, the schools can't be trusted, they're at the bottom right now. I come from a whole family of teachers. I have kids. I want our school system to be the best in the country. I want to get on the side of helping the kids, helping the teachers, not indulging lots and lots of new administrators. I want to get us back to that common sense, Norman Rockwell America, that sort of World War II values that we, my generation, was raised with, and that the next generation needs to be able to count on for predictability, for prosperity, for a great future.
And if tonight's race remains unresolved, what is your message to voters who ranked other GOP candidates number one?
Yeah, listen, I think we had a very healthy discussion of the issues, and I say, not without comedy, that every one of my colleagues in this Republican primary would be a better governor than Janet Mills. And I think, quite honestly, we are people, this is an incredibly deep bench, group of people who really care about the future of the state. So however it works out, I look forward to working with them. I think every one of them brings strengths to this state, and I believe at the end of the day, we will show the state what responsible governance really means. Limited government, less regulation, pro-business, pro-kid, pro-parent, values and moral compass that the state always had and needs to have again. And I actually think that the Republicans in this field, every one of them, brought a kind of moral compass, a kind of focus and vision that as a state we need. So I'd like to think that we will be a team of rivals, and we will deliver for this state in a way that will make many, many people of every persuasion look around and say, you know what, that is common sense, and that is what I want my state to look like.
All right, leading GOP candidate Bobby Charles tonight. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. And back to you, Brian and Amanda.
Sam Olsen, live interview with Bobby Charles in Bangor tonight. Sam, thank you.
And just behind Bobby Charles right now, according to the AP, Jonathan Bush, and he's addressing his supporters right now. Let's listen in.
I can't handle it. I love you so much. I know that's hard when you're getting to 90 to say, but I'm sorry. You just can't do it.
Bizak, nice.
I also have the benefit of
I want to ask you,
incredible getting
have
a
I
new set of parents from Faye,
told
Bonnie
you
and John
about
Rotenberg. I don't know if they had
the
to head
website
home yet, but
called
Bonnie and John, I love you. They were
opensecrets.org?
out converting voters, making calls. Speaking of noble missions with people I love, I had this conversation with the smartest person I had met in my many years in Maine.
Doesn't sound familiar.
This
Okay.
Beautiful
Well,
man, Eamon Dundon. And he said,
it is
listen, I'm
a
getting
very
engaged.
important tool
I've got a lot going on. I said, listen,
to get an
wanna
even
have a
more
great-
clear picture
great
of
marriage.
where a candidate's priorities may
tell
lie.
your fiance you're going to go to war for a noble cause.
It is a
She'll love
nonprofit organization
Well, I don't know if she loved it.
that tracks
but
campaign
I know he
finance.
told her. And he led our
So, for example,
campaign relentlessly
I was like,
for these last 8 months.
I want
Eamon
to see who
Dundon,
your
our campaign chairman.
Annie Andrews takes money from, right? Can you see that?
And by his side and by my side.
Right. So we'd be like, okay, well, let's see how much money she's taking from PACs. Well, you can see she's raised $6 million.
Current earthly vessel.
Okay, that's quite a chunk, I
for
guess.
one of the greatest sources of
How much is she
positive
taking from PACs?
spiritual energy
Apparently,
I've ever met.
up to this point, she's only taken
Aaron
$40,000
Motherway.
from PACs. That's it. And that's spread among
Whose father
9
one time
different
told
PACs.
me, dude, you got to run
So-
for office. You got to. We're driving around the country trying to sell doctors' offices on Athena, and he said, "You got to."
You can. They even break
I'll
it down
drive you. I'll be your body man. I'll drive you. You got to do this. You got to do this.
by
And the
sector and
Motherway laugh
industry.
came pouring out. Anyway, one thing led
Now-
to another, and it wasn't meant to be.
'Cause
is that
APAC
David
recently has
drove
been
me,
disguising.
And yet he has.
It's been disguising. They've
in
been
the spirit
disguising how
and
they
improved
donate. Like they're
intellect,
creating like
of his extraordinary daughter.
they're
Aaron
creating
Motherway,
other
our
super
field
PACs
director, and
that are linked to the primary APAC
and my dear friend
with random like
in the
generic
dear friend
names like
department. There is
like
Tim O'Brien,
Women for Democracy, for example. I think
became
was
the
one of the
fixer
ones in
back the days when he
Illinois
became
or
the
something like
chief of
that
staff,
to try to
and
hide
he's gone
their
on to
actual
chair
funding.
this campaign
However,
Riley Plock,
if that were the case here,
moving around the state, hearing from the candidates, kind of
it
wrapping up
wouldn't
their
be
evening.
just $10,000. Like it would be
One of the
hundreds
candidates
of
we
thousands.
haven't yet checked in
Right.
on is Joe Baldacci. He's one of the Democrats running, and we
another thing
have
it doesn't
our
cover.
Ryan
So this is
Bell
the
at his
this is the
watch
money
party.
that
Let's check in
the
with him,
PACs are giving directly to the candidate.
Hey there, Brian and Amanda. Just want to remind you of the candidates running here for the second
I'm
congressional
pretty sure.
House
I don't
seat
think it's
in,
necessary. So, for instance,
the
like
primaries, the Democratic
if a
candidates,
super
we have
PAC
State
paid
Senator
for
Joe
an
Baldacci, you just
advertisement,
mentioned, we're at his
they're not
party
directly
right
giving
now.
that money
State
to the
Auditor
candidate.
Matt Dunlap,
So
who we
I don't
checked
know if
in
that's
with
listed here or
last
not. Maybe it
hour.
is.
There's also former congressional staffer Jordan Wood and social worker Paige Loud. I'll take a step aside now and just give you a look at the room. Things have died down a bit since we got here probably a half an hour ago. Joe Baldacci did step out and talk to reporters just briefly.
A site like this,
he said he was
or this
confident,
Open
but trying
Secrets?
to contain his excitement. He also said he anticipates this going to ranked choice
It'll
voting. We can now
even-
confirm that it will go to
Where's
ranked
that?
choice voting. The AP making that determination
Where's that?
just a short while ago. He also
Anyway,
reaffirmed that he
yeah, it
thinks
breaks it down. So,
CD2 needs some major
basically
change
all
regardless
but
of what
$40,000
Democrat, steps in
of
and
her
to fill
funding
that role
that
and
she's
will
received for her
ultimately,
campaign has
go
been
into a race against Paul LePage,
has
who is
been
the
individual
presumptive
contributions, which is a
Republican
good sign.
nominee.
That's a really good
And
sign.
he said he was probably the best candidate to take on LePage, and as we
well,
watch
I
these
hope so,
numbers come
considering
in,
she has
it's
claimed it
certainly
on her
going to be
website.
a
Oh,
tight
gotcha.
race. Still just about 20% of the polling numbers coming through. So, as Rob said in I don't know, half
Yeah,
an hour
I
ago,
don't-
he said, you know, it's really early
I
to
inherently
tell
don't
with,
trust
where these numbers are right now.
what
and that's certainly
politicians
the
tell
case
me,
in this
regardless
CD2
of their
primary.
political
Won't
affiliation.
know the winner tonight
So,
with ranked choice
I like to
voting,
go and look
but we
things up
do know
myself.
that Joe Baldacci will be coming back out here in just
But
a little while. His campaign
this is definitely
people
a
tell
good
me
sign.
sometime between 10 and 10:30. That very well may be
That,
pushed
like,
back, but is going to address his
98% of her
supporters
funding
here
has been
tonight,
individual
at
contributions.
some point before heading out. He has spent most of the time in another room. He hasn't been in this main room where the majority of his supporters are collected, but we do know that sometime in the next 20 to 30 minutes,
just based on this,
and address them at that point. So we'll bring you some more coverage as
the
we get
thing
it. Brian
that
and Amanda.
the reason I was
Ryan Bell live for us,
like, what the
part of
heck?
our team coverage. Once again, lots to talk through. In the
reason I even
here.
thought to look,
what we were just talking about there was
I'm not a
CD2.
huge fan, as I haven't researched her. But
CD1, let's get the
she's
numbers
not Lindsey
on
Graham.
that. If we can pull those up, we've got.
No, he's a Senate.
Okay,
This is
still
governor.
working
right?
on that. But in the meantime, let's bring you guys in
Lindsey.
here.
No, this
Don
is Senate.
and Rob.
I just saw that
forgetting, but yeah.
CD1 is the Republicans looking for the chance to run against Shelley.
I'm looking at her
Pingree,
website.
Ron Russell leading that one.
And
okay, yeah. Well, and we'll bring those up for you in a moment
only
when we
thing-
can get those. Oh, there we go, right on the screen there.
she talks about in
That
terms
was
of
a
foreign
close race,
policy.
guys.
Yes. Tightened up. That was not
Is,
looking anything like that 30, 40 minutes ago.
No.
So this is what
Oh
I'm
no,
curious to
I
get
think
your
she's too
take on,
focused on.
after the
This is where I
debates
think
we
it's going to
had
hurt her.
with two of them. Very different.
Well,
their age.
I
Came
mean,
up
she's
in the
already got an
debate,
uphill battle, but here's
in their
this
spectrum.
is the thing. Like, she needs to actually separate herself from Lindsey Graham.
Is like
And in
my
terms of
age,
foreign
and the others
policy,
just old enough to be a candidate.
Yeah,
there is
Ron Russell's in
absolutely
his,
no separation.
what is it, 73 maybe, 74, and Joshua Pepperwitz,
in terms
I think,
of
is maybe 26. So a huge generational difference.
support
there.
for Israel.
To be frank,
That's
a
what made me
difference
look up
in
her
energy level.
donations.
Ron Russell has run
She
for
talks
that
about
seat before.
Venezuela,
He,
Cuba,
has not
and Greenland.
succeeded in those
Like all that
races.
stuff is
So maybe there
specific
are,
to
Republicans
this
who,
current
who
administration.
think that it is time for
And
change.
I think that's a
and that race,
mistake.
frankly, didn't get a lot of attention. It
I
didn't
think
get a lot of money.
if she really
So
wants to
that's one
separate
where it's
herself
hard to tell what
and
might
give
sway
herself a
voters,
better
but,
opportunity,
I think
she
it's fair to say
also
this would
needs
be
to separate
a
herself from the
significant upset if
Democratic
Joshua
Party as well.
Pepperwitz ends up being-
I
Like
think
the
you-
establishment.
You know,
Like she needs to
so
put
many
on
people
basically
tend
put on
to
this
think
page.
that Shelley Pingree
Fuck
is
Israel.
unbeatable.
You know what I mean?
And certainly there's a Democratic
And
tilt in the
that
first
would be
district,
more
no doubt about
appealing
that.
to South
But
Carolina
if
voters
there's, you
because
know,
it goes
who
against
knows
the
what can
Democratic
happen
Party
in this year, the way
position.
the world's going.
Yeah, she's held that seat for a long time. and has
She
not
could add that
had
going
a
forward to the general. Yeah,
challenger who's
honestly, I
won a
think
really close race
I
who
think
has
she
really
has to
given her a scare
in order
for
to have a
long,
chance.
long time.
That's right.
Personally.
That's absolutely.
Getting back to CD2, by the
Because
way.
I don't.
Speaking of, we know that.
In the
we know that
so
Paula Page is.
this is the reason. Another reason. Another
unopposed in that.
explanation
Do you
of why I
he
think
has a chance.
the
Paula Page?
the
I think he absolutely
the
has
far
a chance.
left
I would,
'Cause it's been held by a
I would
Democrat,
argue because
have the
he's
potential
so
to do
well
better
known,
than the moderate centrist Democrats in these red
the
states.
Second district, remember,
is
second
because
district voted for Donald Trump
a
each
lot
time,
of voters
although it also
don't
elected
necessarily
Jared
vote
Golden.
for the Republican Party. They
And
vote
so,
against
you know,
the
it's
Democratic
very
Party
close,
because
but
they think the
I
Democrats
certainly
are
would see Paula
evil
Page at the
and they're
moment
just
anyway
coming.
as the favorite.
All the Democrats want to
Jared
do is
Golden,
like
a
chop our
Democrat, which
children's
was a little surprising
wieners off in high
a
school. Like that's all.
district
That's what they
that
think.
that leans a little more
So
Moderate Democrat.
when you have a progressive candidate that is also like anti-establishment, that means they're inherently anti-democratic party as well.
Strong supporter of gun rights.
You know what I mean?
A veteran, a guy who stayed away from
And
the
that's
left wing of
appealing
the Democratic Party,
to somebody
who's
who
well-tailored
is
for
only
the second
voting for the
district.
Republican Party because they're against the
That was
Democrats.
a guy who every race
It
that he
appeals
ran,
to that demographic
his
group.
re-election campaigns
Because,
were
like I said
brutal.
before, they
mean,
address the
he-
same
he
issues.
Had a tough race every single time. 90% of incumbents in the House of Representatives across the U.S. They just coast to victory, and Jared Golden was in a tooth and nail battle every time.
And am I right? I believe 3 of his 4 terms.
All she says, "I'll fight
he
to end
won by
reckless,
ranked
open-ended
choice.
wars."
I believe that is correct.
Require Congress to approve
tough battles, close
of
battles. That's
military,
important.
use
Close
of military
battles.
force, but
That's why-
diplomacy and
that's why
accountability
Paula
first.
Page, at this
Fully support
stage,
veterans. I don't know. It just
is almost certainly
it's too.
the favorite.
I don't know.
We
It's just
know
too
who the
generalized.
Democratic nominee is going to be, but Paula Page.
What's the
with
term,
his name
milquetoast?
recognition, the Republican Party is going to give him a lot of support and a lot
You know
of
what I mean?
money, and he's popular among Republicans.
And the whole
he's going
healthcare
to be a
thing,
strong candidate.
like her,
Is there any way
as
to
a doctor,
the argument Matthew Dunlap brought it up about
she should
LePage's,
know more than anyone
absence from Maine?
Because I have a sister-in-law
being in
who's an
Florida.
ER
Do you-
doctor.
Do you think that will carry
So
weight?
this
or
doctor,
people
more
are
than
still
anyone,
focused on? I know this
should
guy
know
from
how abhorrent
who he was in his
the
his
U.S.
past
healthcare
position
system is.
So,
Like, she should know
short answer
more than
is,
us.
I don't know because they know him so well. And he
Yes,
was
I
their
remember. Oh, that's
governor
right.
for
Yeah,
8
you remember.
years and grew up and worked in that district, all of that stuff.
Like,
So,
they know.
Came back, ran against Janet
Now,
Mills. all
the
of
other
that. So
option
I
is
don't
she
know
might
that.
be a doctor.
I do wonder.
But I wonder,
as
actually,
a guy who is now
know,
in
let me
his mid
see
70s
where she
myself, I wonder if Paul LePage's age 77 or 8. You know, will that be a factor in people's minds?
She worked for
We certainly
She worked
heard
in Cincinnati?
that in people say in the U.S. Senate race that was a factor in some people not supporting Janet Mills. Will people question whether to vote for Paula Page? Now, I don't think Republicans will
she ran in
question it.
2022 also.
Very many. But
interesting.
What about the independents? All of those.
Yeah.
All right,
I wanna
guys, we'll take
see-
a quick break.
okay.
We'll be right back.
Yeah, she got her MD from the University of Cincinnati.
It was a horrible, horrible
Okay.
crime at that time. I mean, who murders a Catholic nun?
Was Damon Lundgren a willing accomplice to the killings, or was he forced into the
Oh,
action
did they end
by
the
his father,
coverage?
cult leader Jeffrey Lundgren?
No, I think it's commercial.
How did your brother die?
By fire. He was trapped in a
I'm not
cell.
saying Andrews will be the best senator, but we need to move on from Graham. Yeah, absolutely. No, like, trust me, I agree 100% that she is. It is a night and day difference between her and Graham. 100%. I'm just thinking about ways to make her more appealing to voters and apathetic non-voters in a red state. That's what I'm thinking about. Like, by addressing the same issues as the right-wing MAGA, by addressing the same issues but with a different, plan, right?
There is a lot
Then
more
she
wet
could
weather
pull
here
some of
in
the
down
more
East Maine.
empathetic
Hour by hour,
voters,
you can see the rain
possibly.
moving through tonight by 3 o'clock.
Watch extended
Or
coverage on News Center
by
Maine,
taking a
stream
more
free on your
aggressive
TV or phone.
approach
The team you
to
trust,
resolve those
News Center
issues,
Maine at 11.
then
Stream free
that
on
would
your TV or
inherently
phone.
give
News
non-voters
Center
something
Maine
to vote
starting
for instead of just
4:30
voting
a.m.
against. You know what I mean?
Stream free on your
Like,
TV or phone.
instead of choosing between, or instead of choosing to vote for the couch. We have a lot of third party in the ballot, 8 to be exact, but I already know they can't win. Oh yeah, but okay. Here's the problem with our system, with the winner take all system. The third party candidates rarely harm the one who, whichever candidate is like the distinct favorite. And what they do is, like, every single percentage of vote that they take away from the candidate that does not have the advantage already, the home field advantage. I don't know, it's just third party candidates in our winner take all system only harms the person that's trying to the underdog. It really only hurts the underdog.
Results from across the state, I think we're going to win.
So right now, Troy Jackson leading, but then it's you, Hannah Pingree right behind. So that the trifecta there that you guys all work together on. How do you keep the energy that you're feeling going forward and keeping you through to when we have a result? Because like you said, ranked choice voting, it doesn't happen quickly. It takes time. What's getting you through?
Well, the reason that I ran for governor was because this
So she
moment
completed her
calls for
residency.
standing up to Trump, protecting democracy, but also taking care of our friends and neighbors, delivering an economic new deal for
2009.
Maine to make Maine affordable for
But
every
where did she
Mainer.
work between
and
2009
that's why I ran this race. That's
and
what keeps me going.
2022?
Those stories of Mainers from
Oh,
all
she's
over
a
the
professor.
state about what they're going through,
A
what
professor
they're
of
experiencing,
pediatrics.
what their hopes and dreams are
At
for
the Medical
healthcare,
University of South
education,
Carolina.
the economy.
Okay, so she's a professor. She wasn't working.
That's,
Okay.
that's why I do this work.
Something else I was
and
worried
that's why
about
I'm excited about
is
what we're
because
going
she
to see
was
in November,
she
because
talks about
what
the
happens in
single payer
November
option as
truly
opposed to
matters,
Medicare
and
for
I think
all.
we're going to win.
Now I know you have stepped back from your duties.
I was worried she might be one of those doctors that goes to work for the healthcare industry, like the ones that like rubber stamp the denials. You know what I mean?
The office having to send out more ballots to municipalities. This seems like a really big
If
deal
I
for a
vote third
primary.
party, I may as
This
well
was
vote for Graham. Yeah, exactly.
remarkable voter turnout.
And
I think we broke all previous records.
same thing with choosing not to vote. This is why, like,
Are counted in all the towns, send in their results.
like,
But
this is why I was so pushy
really unprecedented. And I think shows
to
that
Garwood, because
democratic
like
enthusiasm,
that's
people
basically
are
what I was
ready
trying to
for
tell her.
change.
Like,
2026 is going to be a
even
huge year.
choosing to not vote
so much
is a
for
vote
your
for the
time.
favorite,
We'll let you get back
or
to your
the
party.
I don't want to say the
Your
favorite, but the one
guests,
that's
and we are actually going to make our way, I
not
believe,
the underdog. favorite's not the right term. It's like a sports term, but you know what I mean.
Tonight for all of us, lots to cover, and I will send it back to you folks in the studio.
All right, Sam, thank you.
Like, that's what I was trying to explain.
Shenna Bellows
Like,
is actually recusing herself from
non-voters
Secretary of State duties during this
is
election
actually
because she is
the
running.
largest
And
voting
that governor
demographic
race
in the
is
country,
very
non-voters.
tight for the Democrats. Want to go to Chris
Because it's
Costa,
like
who has
60% of eligible voters, or no, sorry, is it
Hey there,
no
Amanda.
60?
I
Yeah,
think
60.
I lost what you said, but I did want to just reiterate what Sam mentioned
60 or 40?
in her interview just now with Shenna Bellows, that the AP.
No, it is 40. Yeah, 40%. Oh my gosh, now I got to figure it out. I got to check now.
I don't know where Chris went for a minute.
I'm confused between
There you
40
go,
and
Chris.
60.
Yeah, I think we got Mike 4 back. Hey, so let's try this again. The AP has said
You
that
have to let
the
him find the reason to
Democratic
carry on. I
primary
know.
for governor is going to go to a ranked choice runoff. Here's why. We only have about a third of the vote in, but look at how close they are. Right now, looking statewide, Nirav Shah in the lead. Really, 2,300 votes separate Troy Jackson. Only another 500 separate Hannah Pingree. And only another 1,000 separate Shenna Bellows. So what this means is we still have 70% of the vote to come in. I wonder if we can look in Cumberland County. Okay, even in Cumberland County alone, only 29% of the vote is in. Let's look at how they match up in that very populated area. Nirav Shah, Hannah Pingree, only 276 votes behind. I'm going to break out some of these colors because this is kind of fun. Only 276 votes behind the leader, which is great in terms of how explaining how close this race is. Troy Jackson, only another not even 200 votes behind her. Shenna Bellows, a little bit more of a gap. That's
what
why
I
this
had to
race
do.
is going to end
You were
up
never
going
going
to
to
ranked choice
convince me?
voting. There's not, at this point, the AP is assuming there's
It's
no
like,
way a
what
single
this-
one
what
of these
sucks
candidates,
is
with
like-
how close this race is, could actually get to 50%.
Going into those
The
conversations,
AP also
I knew
mentioned that
that
same
the
aspect for the
statistics
Democratic
showed that.
side of District
That
2, the U.S. House race, CD2.
It's unlikely for
because,
anyone to
again,
convince
look at
somebody
these numbers. Look at how close these
to vote regardless
candidates
of what
are
they-
from
of what
each
you
other,
tell them.
right? Matt Dunlap,
I knew that.
former Secretary of State, current state auditor, less than 1,000
still-
fewer, excuse me, than 1,000
I don't know.
votes behind
I
Joe
kind of felt like
Baldacci. We'll get
I
rid
kind of
that
felt
green
like I had
mark
a
for you and see if we
responsibility
can
to
try
try.
this one more time.
You know,
I want to see if we can scroll here and show you that Jordan
for your
Wood,
sake.
really only another 200,
Not for mine.
200 votes behind Matt Dunlap.
but for like,
And then Paige Loud,
you know, my
still at the
family's, right?
bottom.
So-
Not the level of experience I think that most people were expecting when they were voting for somebody from U.S. House.
I know it had to
at
be
least when it
frustrating
comes to
for you, but it is what it is.
political
Yeah,
and government
it
experience.
definitely was.
It's still lots of votes to come in.
I
And
understand.
I think if we look at the heat here, I think
Like,
that'll be
I
one thing
understand
that'll be
when
interesting as well.
somebody's pushing you to do
going back to
something
this
like you're
governor's
more-
race, right? This
if
is
you already
exactly what
don't
we
wanna do
expect
it,
from these colors. We expect to have
then
different counties
you
where
basically
one
harden their
candidate is
resolve. Like,
performing
no, well, now I'm definitely not gonna do it.
far superior than
Like,
the others. But
I
I
know
can tell
that.
you based on this map, 1, 2,
And I knew that at the time,
4,
too.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, more than half of the counties in
I
the
just
state
thought,
of
again,
Maine.
this is
Again, with
another
only a
perfect
third
example.
of the votes coming
Actually,
in.
yeah, I didn't
more
even think
than
about putting
half
this
of the
together.
counties right now.
But that's a perfect
Nirav
example
Shah
of
is
how
leading in.
irrational
But
voters
again,
are.
that's why this
right?
ranked choice
Like,
runoff
even though
will be
I
so
knew
critical
the
because
statistics were against
overnight, tomorrow,
Even though I knew how
once
stubborn my
the-
own friends are,
once the runoff
I
begins
still
with the
thought
Secretary of State's office,
that I could convince
they'll be
convince
doing
otherwise.
a public count that shows us
So,
how each
I basically
round
went
is tabulated, and we'll get to
against
watch it in real time.
personal
and we'll be reporting
and
on it as well.
scientific knowledge.
And it's
And I
this
still
is
tried.
kind of the whole point of ranked choice voting in a in an election like this, where the field is so tight. They want to be able to have a first, a second, a third choice, and see how those votes play out.
Okay.
So as everybody's been mentioning,
In
we may not know
2024,
what the real final result is. Who gets more than
58%, 58.6%
for a couple of days. And
of
that's because
the
of how
voting
tight it
age
is.
population
Brian, Amanda,
turned
we've
out.
got
Okay.
a lot more data to
So,
track. We're going to keep it coming.
Well,
all the way
if you
through
consider
11:30.
That said, we
If
have
you
7
consider that
Republicans who are also in this
of
gubernatorial
the
race. Let's get a
votes
check
that were
of those
submitted,
numbers.
Yeah,
about
you know what,
50%
while we're here, we can certainly
went
do
to the
that.
Democrats.
This race, okay,
About
so we're, now
50%
we're
went to the
looking
Republicans.
At,
That
the
means
Republican side, the primary for governor, the entire state.
The,
still the
that
same
42%
sample size that we're talking about, 33%, third of the vote.
The
But
42%,
disparity
of
between
the
Bobby
total
Charles
number of
and all the
non-voters,
other
that
candidates
42%
is wide. We were talking about
is
hundreds
greater
of votes separating the
than
candidates on the
any
Democratic
of the
side.
than either the
Statewide, when you
Democrat
look at
or
it,
Republican
Ben Midgley
voting
is
bloc,
in second place behind Bobby
which
Charles by
means
nearly 8,000
non-voters
votes. 8,000 out of
legitimately
4,200.
determine the outcome of elections by choosing not to vote.
42,000 votes that have come in so far. That's when these people who work for the AP are starting to look at, okay, realistically, what chance is there that somebody
like congratulations, non-voters,
you know, an
like,
Owen McCarthy, maybe a Garrett Mason, can actually catch up. We have Joe
Donald Trump got
Baldacci
elected.
from Congressional District 2.
He might have
getting
still
ready
gotten
to speak.
elected,
Let's
even
send
if
it over
everybody
to
voted. He
his,
might have. I don't
campaign
know.
watch party right now.
But non-voters guaranteed it by voting for the cow.
Okay. Good evening. It's great to be here with you all. My name is Joe Baldacci. I'm currently the state senator representing my hometown of Bangor and Herman, and I'm incredibly proud to be running to be your Democratic nominee in the Maine 2nd Congressional District. We're watching the results closely, and while we're optimistic, we're obviously waiting until every vote is counted.
This
and it
Annie
might
Andrews,
take
does she really
days,
go straight?
maybe even weeks.
From her?
But I'm hopeful that once that's done, I'll be lucky enough to call myself your Democratic nominee. Thank you. My family and I had many conversations before I jumped into this race, and they always ended the same way. There's too
Does she
much
really go
at stake
straight from
not
her
to do
residency to
this.
being a professor?
All the values that we hold dear when we were
I
growing
mean, it
up
is a
have been
doctor, so I guess
turned
that kind of makes
upside
sense.
down. We're dealing with an administration that is hell-bent on giving tax cuts to the rich, cutting Social Security, driving up costs for families, and getting us into wars with no end in sight. This is the most corrupt administration in American history, and we all have a role to play in getting our country back on track and making sure government starts working for the people. I'm confident that my part began with this campaign.
Stupid cat.
When we all heard Paula Page would be joining us from Florida, once again, alarm bells went off for most of us. The most dangerous politician in Maine history is now trying to do even more damage to our state from Washington, D.C. And I couldn't stand idly by and let Paula Page just waltz into Congress. Someone needed to fight back, and that's us. I am the youngest of 8. I spent my entire life fighting. I spent my entire life motivated to give back to the community, and that has given me so much. I hope to continue that fight for Congress, where there's certainly a fight to be had. Our campaign is about Mainers. We need someone who's going to beat Paula Page and hold this administration accountable and work to fix the mess that extremist politicians in D.C. have made. Thank you for being part of this whirlwind campaign. We've been able to build something special in these 5 months, a campaign of Mainers for Mainers. And thank you to every supporter, every volunteer, every donor. Thank you to my staff. Thank you to my family and friends. And thank you endlessly to my wife, Beth. Thank you, honey. And to my daughters, Caroline and Olivia. This is for you, and I wouldn't be able to do it without you. Thank you very much.
Joe Baldacci speaking live tonight to his supporters, thanking them and obviously his family at the end there. One of the races we'll keep watching through the rest of the evening and the days ahead. We will take a quick break and we'll be back after this.
It takes commitment to excellence.
Run it again! Double red, double red, double red!
A competitive drive to win.
142!
And delivering when it matters most. Five-star talent isn't given.
The heartburn.
It's earned.
The heartburn
For 25 years,
already.
JEXA Energy has been committed to serving Texans with that same excellence, earning 24,000 five-star reviews to back it up. Switch to JEXA today.
At Living Spaces, we design and develop products that are timeless yet on
but yeah,
trend.
don't,
The Morocco dining set for 8 combines Scandinavian
don't forget to
and
take advantage of
Japanese
this
influences to
open
fulfill all
secrets
your
in the future.
entertaining needs and style with Morocco, only at Living Spaces.
It's good that she doesn't take PAC money.
Living Spaces.
But
the team you
her
trust.
messaging is
New
what
Center
kind of like
Maine at 11. Stream free on
set
your
off
TV or
a
phone.
couple of bells. I
There
thought
is
she was
a
going
lot
to be
more
like
wet weather here in
your
Down
typical
East Maine.
centrist
Hour by
slash
hour, you can see the
moderate
rain moving through
corporate
tonight by 3 o'clock.
Democrat.
Watch extended coverage on New Center Maine. Stream free
So I don't know
on
what
your
to
TV
read.
or phone. New
Or I don't know
Center
what to read
Maine
of it.
at 11, keeping you informed with the most accurate information.
Moving in from the west.
The team you
It's like
trust.
there's warning
New
bells,
Center
but there's a lot
Maine
of
at 11.
positives too, so I don't know.
New Center Maine morning report starting at 4:30 a.m.
Like,
Stream
there's no
free on
denying
your
how
TV
big of
or
an issue
phone.
it is. The Israel-Gaza issue, Israel-Lebanon, or whoever else Israel feels like bombing that weekend. Like, there's no getting around it. That is a huge issue for both sides of the political spectrum. The only exception is like 50-year-old, like over 50-year-old Republican voters. They're like still like 60% in favor of Israel. That's it.
Getting close to wrapping
So
up this Voice of the Voter
that's what
coverage
makes
here,
it
but,
so
wanna
weird
bring in
that she
Don
chose
Kerrigan
to
again
leave that
and
out.
Rob
You know,
Caldwell, 'cause we just got to look at some of the
so it's just a
numbers
wait
out of
and
these
see at the moment.
races.
Yeah, like
Anything standing out to you guys at this
see,
point?
and here's another thing. Like she might as well answer the question now because it's going to be asked of her at some point. Whether it's at a interview, whether it's a debate, you know what I mean? Like get it out there now. Like give yourself time. Like if you're not sure where you stand, at least put it out there, or not where you stand, but like how to explain it. At least put it out there and give yourself a chance to,
Bobby Charles,
you know,
seem to stay pretty
fine-tune your response, your position. You know.
No, nowhere near it.
We're in June. November's way out. Yeah, I know.
Very, as we've talked earlier, I think you even heard Jason Levesque say it. I've had Republicans say they don't think Bobby Charles gets many second and third.
Still think it would help with recruiting, though.
So, are there enough?
Like, do you know how much more easier it would be for her to get like younger volunteers?
Yeah, no, it's possible.
If she would do that,
pretty significant lead right now,
because that's like a 90-10 issue for younger voters.
Number 2 vote will carry a lot of weight when we start getting to that.
And on Democrats.
Well, I didn't look into her primary opponents. May have been this way to win a primary.
Complete toss-up in the
True.
Democrats on the governor's side and the 2nd congressional district.
I don't know if that probability market they
Very
talk
true.
about where people gamble on what's going to happen. I don't know if somebody's going to make a lot of money on that one or not.
Fair enough. All right, want to check in with our political analysts as well. Phil Hirschkorn joins us with them. Hi, Phil.
Hey there, team. I'm back with our analyst from Political Brew, Democrat Emily Kane, former state legislator and House Minority Leader some years ago, Jason Levesque, Republican,
Man, for some reason that chili was like so
let's
like
pick up with
filling.
a conversation with the place you guys live,
Didn't
CD2.
realize it till I tried to like walk around.
Perhaps closer than some folks expected. We have 3 candidates really bunched together with still 2/3 of the vote outstanding. Baldacci, who we just heard from, Jordan Wood, and Matt Dunlap.
I mean, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I expected it to come down to Dunlap and Baldacci, but also the honestly,
Yeah,
the long
in regards to her,
campaign and the
like,
well-funded campaign that
there's no
Jordan
doubt,
Wood
like, she's better than.
ran. I think that
like,
was the unknown
I'll put it
here,
to you
and
this way.
is where it's going to get interesting as we head into
I would
ranked choice
still,
voting. What mattered more, the
not
longer
by much, no,
connections of the
not by
Baldacci
much,
name, the long public
but I would
service
still
of Matt
prefer like
Dunlap,
John
or
Fetterman,
the
who is like
newcomer, Jordan Wood,
a super
who had a
Israel
lot
cuck
to say
over
and a
Lindsey
lot of money
Graham.
to say it with. So it's going to
Because
be interesting. I don't know where this one's going to land now.
Yeah, I mean,
Even that, like, even though those like John Fetterman, who's Democrat, Lindsey Graham, Republican,
Jordan Wood's really
even though they align on the position of Israel, there's a distinct difference between how they vote domestically. You know, so I would even vote for John Fetterman over Lindsey Graham. So,
and I live in Auburn, and I do not.
yeah. So, and she's like leaps and bounds, appears to be leaps and bounds better than Fetterman. So
that's kind of the big shocker for me tonight, is seeing how well Jordan Wood's done so far.
Yeah, the centers of gravity in the 2nd district really are Androscoggin and Penobscot counties. And the fact that these candidates, 2 of them come from Penobscot, and one of them,
I don't want to hear about
it's
Penobscot.
been a minute,
Like,
right,
I
comes
get
from
it.
Androscoggin County, really puts it in an interesting place. Where in the past, we might have seen 2 candidates or 3 candidates come from different, sort of centers of gravity in the 2nd district. This is really going to play it out, and it's actually interesting. It's going to mean counties like Hancock County, which we expect high turnout because of Graham Plattner being from there. Hancock County and Waldo County would be the next 2 sort of centers of gravity for Democrats. So that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Just the
Oh
arc
my
of
God,
this race,
wow.
Jordan Wood started in the Senate
that is
race.
crazy that
Graham
Nancy
Plattner
Mace
took
did
off
that
and then
bad.
Janet
Like,
Mills got in, he switched.
was it
to
really
this race,
just
and Matt
because
Dunlap
she
announced
went
he was
against
in the
Trump
primary
on
while Jared Golden
Epstein?
was still in it before Jared
Like, that is
Golden surprised
absurd.
us all
There
and
had
said
to
he
be
would
another
seek a
reason.
4th or 5th term. So,
Maybe.
And Joe Baldacci
I don't
got it
know.
very late, relatively
Maybe they
speaking,
did think it was
January,
kind of weird
but
that
the
she wanted to
Baldacci
inspect
name,
people's
whether
genitals
it's
in the
his father's
bathroom.
brother, the governor, or
Maybe
his
some
family
people
restaurant,
did
or
think that was legitimately weird.
I mean, it does carry
Like,
weight, especially in Penobscot
it's
County,
one
and I
thing
think
to
for
be
us, like
against
CD,
like hormone treatments for children. Like that's one thing.
Right.
But it's a completely other different
Joe has
ball
been in
game.
the state Senate, in recent
When-
in the last several years, getting
You know,
himself
when
up
you
there
just
to say,
wanna-
"We mapped
when you
on
demand that
having been
people
the Secretary
flash
of
you
State,"
to prove
and
that
then,
your
being the state
gender when you go to the
auditor
bathroom.
has not left the consciousness necessarily of the public
Every
discussion.
Trump
This is
endorsed
gonna be an
candidate
interesting
won.
ranked choice
Well, the
voting
one's my bad
scenario
anyway.
here, especially if they're within tenths of a point of each other. Then you're going to look at recounts.
Gross.
How do you do recounts on each round of ranked choice voting? That's
MAGA
going to be,
cult
from
I
a
know.
political geek standpoint, kind of fascinating to watch.
So still 70% of that vote, but they're all
Sheep.
around 30% right now. Let's
Like
just
they're-
shift gears briefly to the
they have
Republican.
the brain
gubernatorial
capacity of
primary,
sheep.
which again, more voters in the 2nd district than the 1st. They all spent more time up there than they did down here in southern Maine. Bobby Charles.
Graham actually lost my
is
county.
Ahead.
Is it
But it's getting closer. The
is
more
it-
vote
is it
comes in,
typically
he's
a blue
now in the
county?
high 30s. Midgley and Jonathan Bush close to 20%. Garrett Mason coming in 4th. Maybe a disappointment for the guy who was the runner-up last time he ran.
If I could, I mean, really, I think what we're seeing here is Republican primary play out kind of as planned, if you would. We've talked about this before over several weeks. I think as more Cumberland County, York County, CD1 results come in, you're going to see that Charles lead go down from 40, 39%
Lynch is from
what it
here?
currently is, probably down to the mid to low 30s.
Marshawn
You're gonna
Lynch?
see Bush and Midgley probably split
Who are
the
you talking about?
difference and continue their upward momentum. I think Garrett Mason is where he's at. I think actually everybody else is where
Mark
they're
Lynch?
at. So this is going to be a 6-round ranked choice voting, if my math is
I'm
correct.
thinking of Merrill
on
Lynch.
this, so.
I mean, I think if you're Bobby Charles
Who the
tonight,
hell is Mark Lynch?
You are not feeling as good as
I'm
you
thinking
thought
of
you were
other
going.
M.
He's in
Lynches
first place.
and
I
not.
understand, but the public polling all had him coming in over 40%. I think the minute his numbers drop below 40,
Oh, he's just another senator.
he starts
Okay,
to
gotcha.
get worried about ranked choice voting. Where we've seen in the past, oftentimes whoever's in first, especially if they've got a little bit of a lead, they're the closest to 50, right? They have the shortest distance to go.
He finished
to
second
get there.
in the Senate.
And every point that he drops below 40,
You mean in the
that
in the
hill
Republican
gets a little
primary?
steeper
But
for
he's
him.
still 20 points ahead of Midgley and Bush as we
He
speak.
is, and that matters, right? I mean, because again, he still is going to have the shortest distance to go.
And in the Democratic primary, every 5 minutes it changes. It's now
Oh,
it's
seeing
Shaw
signs all
Jackson,
over and thought,
Pygmy
hey,
Bellows. They're all
this could be the
between
guy to
20 and
take out Graham.
26% with 60% of the vote yet to be counted.
Oh, I
tonight.
see him.
What's your take? You predicted Shaw might end
Wow,
up in first
not
place.
even. Yeah, okay.
60% of the vote in the Democratic primary lives basically between Cumberland County and York County. And
Were they
primarily
trying to,
the geographic center
Okay,
of
see, this is the-
Democratic primary is in the south. So
Give me a
that's where I'm
sense of
watching
the
those
the
returns come in.
campaign
It's
strategy
actually
for
really
Lynch.
fun. I mean,
Was
Hannah Pingree
was
won
he
North
trying
Haven,
to out
no
MAGA
shock.
Lindsey
Lynch,
Graham,
I hope she
or
won
was
it, though it
he
was not
was he
unanimous. So,
trying
you gotta
to
look at that too. I think
campaign
we're gonna
as
see
a
the flavor of the second district
pre-Trump
Maine has this primary,
Republican?
particularly Hancock County, because of the high turnout with Graham. That's where
Oh,
Shanna
and then I looked
Bell's
into him. I'd
roots
rather
are
have
from.
Graham.
Aroostook
Okay, so
County
he was
should come in
he was
very
trying to
strong
out
for
crazy
Troy.
Graham.
But this southern part of the
Gotcha.
state where these people are not from.
So, like, what's the point?
Really,
See-
because Nirav has only lived here for 6
feel you
years.
on the second.
I think
Yeah,
we
probably.
really are
Like,
really
dude, they're all
fighting for
grifters.
of
All
the
these
votes.
freaking Republicans.
And that's where the sustained campaign of Hannah Pingree,
All
the
these
fact
Trump-
that Shanna has been the Secretary of State,
Trump cuck
Troy's
Republicans.
been out there for a while, and
They're basically just
in the
grifters.
state Senate, and Nirav Shah has the COVID Facebook,
Like,
personality.
I think
It's
before
really gonna
Trump,
be a drag out right through RCB.
but Trump called him a
What do you
lunatic
see
and endorsed
in
Graham.
the Democratic race?
I think before
It's-
Trump,
I mean, there's a couple observations.
I think
a
the
little odd
overwhelming
maybe,
majority of
but,
politicians,
Troy Jackson's
especially the
definitely
ones on the
underperforming.
Republican
I thought
side,
he
they were
underperformed.
able to
I
hide
thought he would.
the
I thought
fact
he'd
that
do a
they
little
were
bit
just
better,
grifters.
honestly, 'cause he was so attached
That
to
they
Graham
were
Plattner.
doing-
So now we have that
that
kind
they
of
were
rift
making
in the Democratic
decisions,
Party where you're seeing, Plattner getting
statements,
75%,
whatever, just based
and
on
Troy
what they
getting
thought
what's it now,
was
30%?
I blinked. It's
27?
now 23%.
the best decision
And they're all neck and
electorally.
neck pretty much early voting count. So I thought he
And
would
the
do
fact
much
that
better. I think
Trump
he
made them
also
turn into
thought,
cucks,
though I haven't talked with him.
I think that
probably
it
never will,
fully revealed,
that he would do much
where,
better
as
by,
opposed to
you know,
before,
hitching
where
that
they were
rag
able
into
to hide it
Plattner.
behind,
So that's interesting. I think as the
stupid
numbers play out,
explanations.
we'll see what happens. Does Shenna, who I don't think will make it past the third round of ranked choice voting, or fourth round, who are her voters' second choices? Are they going to go to Hannah? Are they going to go to Troy? I don't think they'll go to Nirav.
Well, and Angus King III is out there too.
Disappointing,
right?
only 8%.
I mean,
his first run for
8%,
office.
Yeah, and his first run for office, but not
Ugh,
totally
yeah, and the
shocking,
fact
right?
that-
because the money in his campaign came
and the
later.
fact that
He
there were,
started
like,
with high name ID because
the-
obviously he has the
they're,
same
like,
name as
in
his
total,
dad. But I think his votes that first
it seems
round
like
of second
they're there were about
in-place votes
100,000
is gonna give us
more
an initial clue
Republican
on where
primary
things might
voters
be
than there
headed,
were
and that's gonna
Democratic
be interesting
primary
to see.
voters.
Let's
Which
wrap things up with a brief recap of the U.S. Senate race.
You would think that with all the shit's going on, more Democrats would come out.
50%. We just don't know how much over. We carried his speech for 22 minutes about an hour
Like
ago.
at least make it
Our
closer.
audience heard that. A lot of criticism
Lynch
of
is an
Collins.
evangelical.
Some of it was counterfactual. We corrected that. She put out a statement saying her campaign did. She's a national leader with a long record of accomplishments, consistently been recognized as one of the most independent and bipartisan members of the Senate. They talk about her chairmanship of the Appropriations Committee,
so
$1.5 billion in earmarks for
so Lynch is
projects and 10,000 consecutive votes without missing
a
one.
Zionist from a
Jason,
religious
you're the
perspective,
county
and
chair of
Graham
the
is a
Collins
Zionist
campaign,
from
right? That was announced publicly today.
a racist perspective.
Yeah, I was
They all lost. I voted GOP side because I wanted to get the least MAGA people possible. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
She's going to stay focused on her record and maybe let the noise and criticism
God, wasn't even
rub off.
Yeah, I mean, she has a record to stand on. Not only does she have ideals, she has a proven track record of representing her constituency in Maine. And I just think back over the
Damn,
last
like not even a runoff.
couple decades now.
You
and
know,
every time she voted against a sitting president, whether it be Bush or Trump,
like
she
not
kinda
even
got,
a runoff.
Some critique from her own party. That right there tells me that she's perfectly fitted for Maine. She gets hit on each side, and you know what? Because she does what she thinks is right.
See, like even
and what the majority
my
of Mainers
district didn't
think
have
is
a
right
Democratic
on an
Party.
issue
Oh
by
my
issue
God.
basis. You're not going to agree with her 100%
Was
of the
it
time,
was it only one
regardless of
person
which party
running?
You're on. But again, who do you agree with 100% of the time?
One candidate ran on.
It was
Jeez.
interesting when Vice
These are
President
the
Vance came to that
these are the
rally
districts I need to
in
find.
Bangor a couple weeks ago. Not
Like
just
I need to
endorse
find one of
Paul
these
LePage,
districts and
who
move
will be
there,
the second district nominee
and then
for Republicans. But
sign
he
up.
said, "I wish Senator Collins were more partisan. They served together in the Senate.
They did serve together.
But she's
Because
not.
I think
she's more
I think I
independent
could
and
pull
better
off
fit
the.
for Maine, right? That's-
Absolutely, she is.
I think
she
I could
is
pull off the
Maine.
chudness.
And I don't think real Mainers can look past that.
I'm not going to argue
I can
with any of the
easily,
facts,
I
but
can
think we have to
easily,
talk about where the challenge lies
you know,
for
code
her.
Republican
The challenge lies for
very
her
easily.
in keeping it
But the
focused
problem
on
is,
all the things you're talking about.
I could
and
never-
insulate as much as possible from
I would never,
the
like,
noise, the chaos, the unpredictability,
become
and the
Trump cucked,
volatility
ever.
of President
So,
Donald Trump. This is going to
I think I
be
would do
her
better,
challenge. We talked earlier
than
about Graham
other
Plattner's challenge to keep it focused on his message.
Democrats,
putting the
but I
check on
can't
the
compete
president,
with the
putting
MAGA cult.
Democrats back in the majority in
I
the
don't wanna
Senate.
hear it. I tried to
The
get you to move
challenge
here
for the
years
senator
ago.
is to keep it focused on the things she wants to
No,
talk about
there's
in
even a
Maine
couple in
and-
Texas that I saw.
and insulate from the noise.
Not my
it's gonna
district,
be
but
really noisy this year. It's going to be hard.
Very briefly, Janet Mills put out a statement.
There's like
It
a lot of
doesn't
a lot of
mention Graham
state
Plattner's name. There's not an
Senate and
endorsement, but
House
she talks
seats
about being
where
grateful and to the Maine
there
people
was
and
just
proud of
one
the work we've accomplished
one
together.
candidate
Her words, she
that
says,
running
I'll
against the
continue to fight with
incumbent.
everything I have to improve the lives and livelihoods of Maine people. A nice statement, but no mention of Graham Plattner. You were on Team Janet. What's going on?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to her. I haven't seen the statement.
Oh, I forgot what I was doing. I was looking for.
I don't know. Okay, but what I will say is that Janet, during her
Why do I
campaign,
have
said
two
she's
of
always
same
backed the
tab open? What
Democratic
the hell?
nominee for the U.S. Senate. She was very clear about that before she backed out of the campaigning side of the race. Janet is the boss of Janet, and Janet has always put the people of Maine first. I think we're going to have her find her own voice in this campaign season between now and the end of the year as she continues to lead our state so capably in the Blaine House.
Emily Kane, Jason Levesque, Political Brew regulars, thank you very much. Let's toss it back upstairs to you, Brian and Amanda.
All right, Phil, thank you. Well, guys, as we wrap this up, we're looking at a lot of empty rooms now. You called it early that these candidates were getting out early and talking to their supporters early because this was going to be an early night.
I was not prepared.
It is because
I should
there
have
aren't any decisions
got
being
on a
made.
lot earlier. I was doing work for the. I was like
spent
doing
plenty of
research
nights,
for the.
on
I was doing
podiums at
legislative
these kinds of
research
watch
for
parties, and if you
policy
don't know
research
how
for
it's
the
gonna end up,
campaign
go
before I
home,
hopped
go to
on.
bed. Or as Troy Jackson
I didn't
said,
spend any
go
time like
fishing
trying to
on
find,
Friday for 4 days, come back
you know,
Monday
which
and see where things
which
stand.
news.
He's getting out even earlier.
I was going
the most astute
watch
commentaries
for
on
the
ranked choice voting and the time delay that we're going to have
for the
that we've
election
heard
tonight.
yet.
Absolutely.
What else?
Because there could be so much angst, I think, if you just sat and waited and watched the
Yeah, we've got all these
the days
candidates
pass.
in various races, and there's not a darn thing that they can do now. They just sit there and wait.
You volunteered,
and
just
they've
holding
got
up
a
your
little
commitment is a
pit in
good
their
thing.
stomach,
Yeah.
and maybe it gets tighter and knottier, but there's nothing they can do.
And we'll breathlessly
Ugh,
report
man,
the
what
wait.
sucks is like
we
in the
will do
back
that.
of my mind, like I
We will be
know.
watching very closely.
By the
I kinda
way,
feel
did
like-
one thought. There is
I
another
feel like
candidate for governor.
We're going
who
into
we
Game
talked about a
5,
couple hours
or
ago,
sorry, Game
Independent Rick
4,
Bennett. And I
and
bet that
we're losing
maybe
the series
starting
3-0.
tomorrow, maybe the day after,
like that's kind of
you're
what it
gonna
feels
start
like.
seeing his ads on
Like,
TV,
is there a chance?
and
Yes,
he'll
but
probably
not much.
ratchet up his campaign appearances and
Because
visibility.
like the last candidate, last
Because
Democratic candidate
suddenly
lost
we'll
by
have
30
a
points.
bigger campaign.
But they
And he'll be
redistricted,
hoping
so
for
who knows?
a really liberal
Speaking of
Democratic
game 4,
nominee
what?
and a really conservative Republican nominee, so that he can try to
That's what
thread
he
the
wants.
needle and go through the middle, which is not going to be easy, but that's what he'll be hoping for.
He might be the one person in Maine really watching these results tonight. He wants to know who does. He's paying very close attention.
It may well be that he will not go fishing.
Right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Don Kerrigan, Rob Caldwell, thanks for joining.
Okay, well, they're done for the night. My guy.
Donald Trump went to the Knicks game last night.
He sure did.
Let's see how it went.
Oh, they booed him inside and outside of the building.
Warmly received.
Warmly received.
President.
Okay, so Mom Donnie was at the game also, and I was watching it. I was so disappointed that they did not pan the camera. They did not get Mom Donnie on the Jumbotron after that. Like, so disappointed. Like, you remember the video of the it was like a hockey game or something, and the camera was on a kid and everyone was cheering, but then when the camera went to someone else, everyone was booing, and then it went to the kid and everyone started cheering. I know you know which video I'm talking about. I wish they had done that. That would have been absolutely phenomenal.
At the Knicks game.
The city that never sleeps welcomes a president who can't stay awake.
That's what I wanted to see.
Pretty good.
That's why I watched Game 3.
Now, look, as just a basis of comparison,
And
let's see what happens.
It didn't happen.
When a different president just goes to an NBA game. Let's see how that sounds. Sounds pretty well received.
Didn't boo, did vote for him.
Yeah, don't boo. Yeah,
It's crazy how much the actual broadcast silenced the boos. Like how much they toned it down. I didn't realize that until I heard the boos from not the broadcast.
Boo and vote for someone else. Trump caused mayhem in Midtown. They forced fans to show up 2 hours early. They had to create a perimeter around Madison Square Garden. The Knicks also lost to the Spurs, which ended a 13-game winning streak. Now, we should tell people that we recorded Pod Save America yesterday, and we had before the game, we had two titles in the hopper. If the Knicks won, the title for Pod Save America would have been Knicks win despite Trump. And if they lost, it was Trump curses Knicks.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Heads Trump loses, tail Trump also loses.
Yeah, that's
the game that Republicans play.
Pod Save America, orange man bad.
Yeah, listen, keeps the lights on. Stephen A. Smith before.
Yeah, that's the heads I win, tails you lose game. That's what Republicans play, where a doctor.
Planetary pacification protocols.
Whoops. Meant to pause it. I lost a colony. No.
For the game.
That's why, like, a candidate that's a doctor and has like a medical degree and a PhD is somehow underqualified. And while at the same time, a candidate like Graham Plattner with no degree is somehow overqualified because he went to private school for like 1 quarter when he was in 8th grade. So yeah, that's I'm not against using that playbook.
That Trump was going because of all the ways in which it would be a disruption. Trump was then asked about this on the tarmac. Let's see how Trump described his own experience at the game.
It was, I think, mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very
enthusiastic.
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
You want to talk about IQ?
It is weird how Mace conceded endorsed Wilson for governor before it was called. If you get an opportunity in the future, pay attention to the racial makeup of people that Trump calls low IQ. It's interesting. Not even racial. Just like race and gender. Typically, it's going to fall into one of three categories: black, female, or both.
I could say I put my IQ up against yours.
Well, it's a lot of women. I know. And he legitimately
I could
thinks
go one better.
A lot of women are low IQ.
I could ask you why you've been running for me the last year.
Especially
since I wanted to talk to you.
all
I
those
thought you were
Somali
about the economy.
fraudsters.
I thought you were about helping New Yorkers because you love New York. I thought you were about making money for people. What happened to the parking garage?
He's been calling Ilhan Omar low
What
IQ
happened to
for
the
years.
local restaurants in the immediate vicinity of Madison Square Garden? How much money did they make? It's clear you need your rest.
He said about
Isn't
other
it?
women who he turned on.
The New York Knicks need it too.
Phrasing.
Give New Yorkers a break.
I find it hard to believe he turned on very
Stay
many
at the
women at
White
all,
House.
if you want to know the truth.
Pretty please with sugar on top.
MTG, Lauren
This is a
Boebert. Well, I mean,
huge,
I guess it was
economic
probably a
boom for the
lot
city.
easier
It
to
is a
turn
big
on
deal that the president coming
Lauren
meant that
Boebert.
there's a whole bunch of people who are going to have
Wink,
one
wink.
of the best nights at their
All he's
got
gotta do is find the, a
parking garage,
Beetlejuice,
whatever they would have all
play.
year, and instead they basically got nothing because Donald Trump wanted to go to the next game.
And this is why no sitting president has ever attended an NBA Finals game. Why do you think that hasn't happened before? Probably because you have to close down most of the city, especially New York. I mean, the finals could be in a number of cities where it potentially wouldn't be quite as disruptive as it was in the middle of fucking New York at Madison Square Garden.
Right? Yeah, it could be at some backwater, some boondock.
Point is,
out
you never
there
had
in
an
the
issue
sticks,
till she
but no,
endorsed
this is in
Massey.
the greatest city in the world. Yeah, the selfishness of it and just the lack of consideration.
Yeah, it's so absurd. He's such a baby.
Presidents are disruptive
You
and they
don't
should still
like
go
me.
places and be part of the country, but they weigh it. Like they don't want to be disruptive. They even up to like when presidents are visiting a city.
Did you
it's
see the
about,
way he
like,
walked out of that
how
interview
much
a
of
couple
rush
days
hour?
ago?
Like how much will this impact rush hour? That kind of thing.
Also, what the hell was James Dolan thinking, inviting him to the game?
Yeah.
Like, he is not
dude.
a popular owner anyway, and sucks for a whole bunch of reasons.
Goddamn
but,
toddler.
Like, the fact that he, like his team
My
is
children
game-free
act more
in New
mature
York City
when they
He's
are
got the Knicks
upset and
on a winning
disappointed.
streak, and then like he invites Donald
And
Trump,
they
who
have
he is
acted
smart enough to know
more
is
mature
hated by most NBA
since they were like
fans
5.
and certainly
She's either
most New
corrupt or
Yorkers
stupid.
at this point.
Eh?
Like,
¿Por
what
qué
a
no lo
crazy
estás?
move to invite Donald Trump in the first place.
We just like it's sort of disrespectful to the fans, disrespectful to the city. It's like he'll do whatever he wants, I guess. And I
¿Por qué no
imagine
los
if you're
dos?
weighing whether or not to have Donald
That's what he
Trump
told
at the
her?
game, you're weighing the fact that people will be
Yeah.
angry at you for it versus
mean,
being in Donald Trump's good
he's
graces. which
basically
could be
turned,
valuable to someone like Dolan.
I also
They're in the
think it
process
was,
of eliminating
very
women
funny
from their
that
movement
they
from the
decided
higher
to cut to Trump.
From the higher ranks of their movement. If you notice, they have been steadily culling the female inhabitants in the upper echelons of the MAGA movement. I've noticed it.
For the first time during the national anthem,
She's either
probably
corrupt or
thinking,
stupid.
okay,
That's what he told
he's
her
going to get
as he
booed,
walked
but if
out.
we do it
Oh.
in the middle of the national anthem.
I thought you were talking about
maybe people
Marjorie
won't
Taylor
boo
Greene.
him. And it did not work. It
But-
did not work at all.
It was clear. It was sort of clearly rigged, right? So
No, like, okay, so here's another reporter. Yeah, okay, I know who you're talking about. I remember now. I guess here's the question I've always had. I still, even after listening to Trump all these years and knowing how full of shit he is, I cannot tell How long till he kicks Anna Paulina Luna out? Who knows? Like, who's the other one? Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Nancy Mace. But anyway, like, I can't tell if he legitimately believes that January 6th was staged or incited by plants. Or if he's just so if he's just that good of an actor. Like, I honestly cannot tell. He's Cartman. A narcissist? Well, yeah. No, like, I honestly, because he's like, look at the video. Like, I want to know what part of the video on January 6th he was watching that led him to believe that it was staged in some way. Like, is he... It must... His diet must only be Fox News, because if you watch Fox News, it was like the same few minutes on repeat, whereas if you went anywhere else, they would show, you know, lots of segments, you know, especially like cops getting beaten, right? So I don't know. I legitimately can't tell. I can't tell if he legitimately believes it or if he's that committed to the act. I have no idea. I still can't tell, even after all these years.
I don't know why the president is saluting. You're a civilian leader. It's not a military event. You should just be fucking standing there.
Hand on your heart.
And if you want, even
that's
now,
nice and respectful.
It's
sometimes.
fine. It's fine. But we put the hand on our heart for the Pledge of Allegiance. You actually. There's no rule requiring.
No, there's no rule.
So people put their hand on their heart, I think, because they've borrowed it from the Pledge.
Take your hat off. You put your hand.
Take your hat off. You can hold it your chest. You hold it your side. But you don't need to put your hand on your heart to be respectful. It's not a hard and fast rule. But you certainly don't need to salute. But you know that we're going to cut to you during the national anthem.
Yeah, like, you don't salute indoors. How's he saluting?
It's a fuck
you don't freaking salute indoors unless you're reporting.
I'm being a commander in chief while I'm being booed by these feral New Yorkers.
I also love Stephen A. Smith is just the drama with which he delivers the monologue there is a lot. It's also very funny, like, whoever thought Donald Trump was about helping New Yorkers?
Yeah.
When was that part of the lore?
He also famously said that he was leaving the city and was mad with the taxes and all the rest. The people that get into these kind of back and forth with Trump, they have a Trump-like dramatic and narcissistic streak that makes it possible. Because I'm just like...
Oh, when he said that he could run... he could run and win, become the prime minister of Israel. I was like, oh, please do. Like, you won't do it. Like, I just wanted to no balls him and like hope and have it work.
Look, I don't know. I just don't have that.
Like, please just like leave us alone.
It makes for great entertainment and great television.
Kind of like your neighbor.
I don't think it makes for great politics.
That's basically
ultimately. It's fun to watch for sure.
That's kind of how I see Trump,
watching
in the same way that you see
like
your neighbor.
I don't know if that's gonna
like. Please just leave me alone.
The Stephen A.
Like,
presidential run's gonna
please
really,
go away.
Get off the
This
ground.
world would be better if I never had to hear you again or see you. Everybody in this neighborhood would be better.
Super online, broken
if you just disappeared.
Liberal.
And we didn't have
really
to
hungers for that kind of a thing, and
pay
it's why
attention to you
people
ever
are drawn
again.
even to like Hunter Biden or to moments like this. You know, it's like But and I don't know. It's just not.
It's very funny.
It's funny. It's enjoyable to watch.
Good for Stephen A.
Great for him. Great for him. And by the way, like, he was great in that clip. He's right.
Yes.
Like, you know, the damage he's doing. Now, Trump, for his part, and Stephen A. Smith references this, didn't seem exactly super engaged with the material. Let's see Donald Trump having a viewing experience.
And how many straight years did we have to hear Sleepy Joe? 4? 4 straight years?
So he's just out. He's out.
Yesterday gas was
exhausted.
317.
Just
it
all
out.
this to fall
Dude,
asleep
I
at the
have no
fucking
idea how
NBA
much.
finals.
I have no idea how long it's gonna last. Like it does not make any sense. Like I'm pretty sure that we're like they're all thinking it's breaking. Oh my god. I've seen some reporting that we're just like burning through our strategic reserves. Like we're using it instead of, like how do people not see that he creates a problem? He makes shit miserable so that people actually forget that the problem never existed. And then he, quote unquote, resolves the problem, but it's still worse than it was before he created the problem. And then everyone convinced that he's like such a deal maker because he solved the problem that he fucking created. How do people... They can't see that the waters have receded and the tsunami's coming. I know, man. I don't fucking get so infuriating.
He could have used a few more Diet Cokes. Like you're going to the NBA Finals, you're going to be on TV the whole time, or at least you have the potential of being on TV the whole time.
Right. He ends up responding on the tarmac at like 12:30 in the morning.
Like he's I know he's not a busy guy. Do you think it's notable that he couldn't find time because of the war for Don Jr.'s wedding, but he was able
to make it to the NBA Finals?
And in fact,
priorities.
I believe the Apache helicopter that went down with 2 U.S. troops who were rescued, it went down right before he got to the game, and they were rescued during the game. So he was just there before they were rescued, which is also a curious move.
Right, so he's presumably updated about it before the game.
And then
he's going into
then went into the game, ate some pizza, took a nap.
It's like whenever he finally gets out of this BS in
Fucked up
Iran,
everything,
they'll worship him as a
cursed the
god because
Knicks,
yeah,
and
exactly.
then hightailed
That's
it out of
exactly what'll happen.
Yeah, and the
well done,
they
sir.
will think
Well done.
what a night. I also just
they will truly believe that whatever agreement occurs will be better than the one that he ripped up, the JCPOA that he ripped up, that was agreed upon during the Obama administration. People will legitimately believe it. But we all know we shouldn't have been there in the first place. I know. This is like the candidate that I'm working for. This is one of the reasons I told her. I was like, you have to think of voters in terms of like your favorite sports team. Like if you grew up being, what's funny is she said that she lived in Ohio for a while also. I think she said she went to school there or something. I don't remember. But I told her, I was like, it's the same concept. If you grow up an Ohio State fan, there is nothing that anyone can say or do that will convince you to root for Michigan. It just will not happen. So I told her, I was like, if you want to like try to pick off like onesies and twosies in terms of like voters in the redder areas of our district, cool. But you would be wasting your time if you dedicated a lot of time and energy to flipping voters as opposed to bringing out new voters. And it's because of that.
The amount of like the excursions he's going on to games to like tour, all kinds of like he's on like
they cannot be reached.
Like
non-voters can be
long-running
reached.
Vacation to all these destinations.
Make-A-Wish camp, for Donald Trump.
Partisan voters
Somebody
cannot.
just sent this around in the Slack. Remember the consternation when the Obamas had a date night? Do you remember this?
Yes.
When people lost their fucking minds because he had gone, they went to New York and went to a restaurant and a musical, I believe. People lost their fucking minds that he was not in the, I guess, just in the White House 24/7.
Across the country.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is going to every sporting game he can think to go
Every
to.
event he can possibly go to, except for his son's
golfs
wedding.
every weekend.
It's so funny the way that he
2-3 times a week.
He didn't go to his son's wedding, and he said, "Look,
Goes
I've
to
known Don Jr. a
Mar-a-Lago
long time, but I
every
just
other
can't make him
weekend."
very busy." That is crazy. It's crazy.
I had also thought that for a while when he'd go to like a football game or college football game or some sporting event, like the White House thinking behind it, maybe his thinking was, this is like Trump's crowd. He's got a lot of Trumpy fans at this event. They obviously knew ahead of time that like when you combine both the NBA fan base and people in New York City, like he wasn't going to get cheered there. So it wasn't about like even them thinking he's going to go and get all this like adulation. It was just like I got invited to the game and so I'm going to go because fuck it. I just want to go.
I think it was a fuck. Like I think UFC. There's
no calculation
Yes.
there.
This was just I want to go to the fuck. I'm the president.
I want to go to the game.
I want to go to the game. I got invited to the game by the owner.
It's because he goes to fucking Alabama, Southern schools that love him. Oh, he even gets booed there. There was a college football, I think it was Auburn or something. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was either an Auburn or a Clemson game, I think. You might be right, it might be Alabama. But he even got booed there. Like, there was an image taken where, like, in the picture, all you saw was, like, there were, like, 10 middle fingers pointed at him, you know, within, like, 10 rows of him.
I'm going to sit in the owner's box.
And that's going to be cool.
It's going to be, I'm going to go and I'll be there and I'll get to watch the game with the owners and have a snack.
It is a wild way to think too. And then he's like, no, it was very enthusiastic.
It wasn't Clem shit.
He probably doesn't believe, but maybe he's made himself believe that everything's all fine.
Like I said, I can't remember what it was. I do remember it being a Southern school. And I do remember a large quantity of middle fingers directed his way.
I do think that's an ability he has. Now, as you mentioned,
that area they're all about
stalemate in Iran.
They're all about Republican Jesus, not Bible Jesus.
Shutdown. Trump has now promised some kind of a response. Meanwhile, the Secretary of Homeland Security is threatening to shut down international travel to airports in major metropolitan areas to punish those democratic cities for their sanctuary policies. This would be a cataclysmic event for the economy.
Yeah, AKA the biggest cities with the busiest
He doesn't care about
you
the
know,
economy.
Maybe excluding what, Atlanta?
He doesn't care.
Yeah, just I don't know what. Right, San Francisco, New York, Los Angeles.
Which one of my fleets went missing? What the hell?
You end up decimating international travel. By the way, the ramifications of that will hit virtually every this is being described as like, oh, that would be so disruptive to those places. Like this is
it would be disruptive to the global.
Let me guess. The Trumpers in your area. The economy was shit because of Biden. But the economy is shit now, but he's doing it for a good reason. Is that kind of the synopsis?
Economy.
The amount that people just don't appreciate how much depends on just CPB providing for functioning airports.
It would shut down.
It would be an unbelievable suicidal act by the administration. Joe Kernan on the Squawk Box asked tall Senate Majority Leader John Thune about this, and I think it's interesting what he said and what he didn't say.
Some senators that are actually talking about Mark Wayne Mullen's plan, which seems drastic, and Democrats'
basically,
hair's
yeah,
on
that's
fire,
kind of what I figured
about the possibility of not allowing DHS and CBP employees in sanctuary city international airports. I mean, we're talking about some major cities. Senator, Boston, Chicago,
there was
Denver.
I think it was a Lyndon B. Johnson quote, I believe. But in my current lifestyle, I don't currently find myself around a lot of maggots. There was a Lyndon B. Johnson quote. I think it was Lyndon B. Johnson. I'm going to look it up just to be sure. It was something to the effect of, like, you can take, if people like you, they will let you, or you can take their money and they won't care. But if you give them someone to step on, then they will empty their pockets for you. Something like that. I'm going to look it up. I want to remember.
LA, Philadelphia. There's some support. I don't know if you've weighed in on whether that would be something that you think is necessary at this point.
I've heard it suggested, Joe. Obviously, I think there is a high level of frustration at the sanctuary city policies and what they are doing.
Yep, here it is. Lyndon B. Johnson. He reportedly explained how political leaders can distract voters from their own economic struggles by giving them a scapegoat. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. That is, I think Trump heard that and was like, oh, that's my spirit animal.
To a lot of our major cities in this country. And I think the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mullen, obviously are coming up with ideas that they think would help at least incentivize a lot of these cities to start behaving in a way that doesn't give sanctuary to criminal, illegal aliens.
Ugh, I don't want to listen to this guy. I listened to this stupid sanctuary bullshit earlier. I don't want to listen to it again. Ugh. So annoying. Looking for something new. Oh. The dark woke warrior. And look at this, like, even adults are trying to like stifle like children. Like, no, you can't think like that.
All right, guys, let's take a look at this here. This is kind of crazy. You have a 17-year-old valedictorian, Lean Hijaz, who used her graduation speech to speak for the voiceless. So she ends up calling out Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, the crimes of ICE. And the school administrator literally cuts her mic and tells her, if you don't stop, you're not graduating. And then they withheld her diploma for 4 days. So this is what happens when you try to tell the truth, you try to speak truth to power, you try to be a good person, you try to do the right thing.
This is why people in the media are making a big deal about Hassan Piker, some Twitch streamer that like 70% of people in the U.S. don't even know who it is.
Left-winger and you have a conscience and you want to fix things.
Because the message is actually breaking through. And the establishment can't freaking handle it.
A from Clayton, North Carolina, says her welcome speech to graduates was cut off by a school administrator after she made these remarks.
It's just too perfect that it's like a bleach blonde woman in North Carolina. Like, you're not allowed to do that, honey. You're not allowed to tell the truth. You're not allowed to be against injustice and war and concentration camps. You got to go up there and just smile and tell everybody everything's already great.
From Clayton, North Carolina, says her welcome
now,
speech
honey.
to graduates was cut off by a school administrator after she made these remarks.
I have one last thing to say. Every single person here has a voice, and we are privileged to have the freedom to use it when so many people around the world are struggling and suffering to be heard.
Based.
Whether it's the millions suffering in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world. These are the families being
Yeah, and you hear what the other kids think about it. Ooh, adults
God bless
cannot.
this woman, man. God bless you for going
Adults
out there.
cannot handle it
fucking
that their
telling the
kids are
truth.
actually
The world needs a lot
like
more
standing
of
up
this, man. The world
against
needs a lot more of
bullshit.
this. People with a conscience to fucking impart a conscience on other people who are acting like,
Oh,
we're
you
not
were
one
you talking about his
humanity.
fake
These
accent?
are innocent people who are getting killed.
Now,
These
honey.
are innocent people who are being shoved in ICE concentration camps, right? Like, how can you have no humanity for that? How can you have no empathy? How can you feel nothing over that and act like it's okay because it's not you? It could just as easily be you. What the fuck?
Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world. These are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues. They are happening right now as I speak.
She came up to me and she's like, if you don't stop speaking right now, you're not graduating.
That's what Lean Hijaz says the administrator said to her in this moment when she cut off Hijaz's speech. And because of those remarks, unlike the rest of her fellow graduates who picked up their diplomas after the ceremony, Hijaz says she was told,
you're getting your diploma withheld.
A Johnston County Public Schools spokesperson tells CNN that Hijaz was, quote, awarded her diploma and that her speech was cut off because, quote, school administrators intervened in order to maintain the integrity and focus of the program
The integrity?
in real time.
Oh, no.
The integrity of defending
You're not
Israel.
Gonna take one of the only people there with fucking integrity and smear her integrity and say, oh, we were trying to protect the integrity by having you not say real shit, by having you not point out actual problems in the world that need to be fucking addressed. There's so much symbolism, too, in, like, the older generation trying to censor the younger generation from telling the truth, trying to muzzle them, trying to shut them the fuck up from trying to, like, fix the problems that actually exist.
Didn't the generations
God, that's so
trying to
fucking
shut us up
symbolic. It's
go
too
through the
perfect.
same
There's
shit
also
during
symbolism in terms
Vietnam?
of, like, party,
Weren't
right?
they
Like,
the
I'm
ones
sure
speaking
she's
out
a
against
lefty,
Vietnam?
and the person shutting her up is a right-winger, right? I would bet almost everything on that fact.
That Hijaz was, quote, awarded her diploma and that her speech was cut off because, quote, school administrators intervened in order to maintain the integrity and focus of the program in real time. This action was not about limiting a student's voice.
But that's literally what you did. Okay, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're not doing the, like, this is not about the thing that it objectively was about. Yes, bitch, it was. It was exactly that. It was about limiting a student's voice.
But about ensuring that a school-sponsored event remained consistent with its intended purpose. JCPS respects students' rights to express their views.
No, they don't. You did the exact opposite.
And encourages thoughtful dialogue in appropriate settings.
That was an appropriate setting. You're allowed, if you're the fucking valedictorian and you have to give a speech, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say if it's reasonable, and that's fucking reasonable. It's reasonable to say, hey, spare a thought for innocent people being shoved into ICE concentration camps. Spare a thought for people who are being mass murdered in Gaza. Spare a thought for the Congo or Sudan.
The district also said the content of graduation speeches is approved by staff ahead of the event. Hijaz says she did not submit her unscripted remarks for approval, and that she received her diploma 4 days after graduation. Hijaz says her family and friends
she didn't
have
submit it because
supported
she knew
her
they would say
throughout
she couldn't do it.
because
My sole purpose.
So
of
she's like,
doing
ah,
everything
fuck you
was
guys, I'm gonna say this shit
to
anyway.
Advocate for people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need a revolution in the way that we think and the way that we act. Because the fact of the matter is, for so long, people look at you like you're crazy if you're the one that's just telling the truth.
We need to
right?
be shameless.
So what she's doing here is the
in our
radical
presentation
act
of
I'm
our
just gonna tell the
morals and
truth,
ethics.
and they try
like
to
that.
shut her the fuck up immediately. And you see this everywhere, right? Like, I feel like a crazy person when I'm talking about the big bullshit bill that they passed, and I'm out there all the time screaming, they're kicking 18 million people off Medicaid. There's 742 hospitals that are going to close because of what they're doing to Medicaid, because of they're doing those cuts. At the same time, they're cutting taxes for the wealthy. So it's a mess. We're already in a Gilded Age, and they're redistributing the wealth even more to the top 1% or 0.01%, right? You point that out, you scream it, and, like, you feel crazy because the media's not talking about this much. The Democrats aren't talking about this much. They passed the bill, then the Republicans are out there celebrating it like it's some positive thing. People start to think the bill's some sort of positive thing because it passed, and, like, you're losing your fucking mind. We need everybody to get out there in unison and start telling the truth. Start being brutally honest. And to be brutally honest is to say exactly what she said. Every valedictorian at every fucking graduation should be saying some shit like this, right? Because you can inspire somebody who then inspires somebody who then inspires somebody who actually ends up making a massive difference on one of these fronts that we're fighting this war on, right? The war for truth and honesty and compassion and actually fixing problems. And so, I mean, shout out to her, man. It's so soul sucking when you see, like, this is what the system does to you if you actually give a shit and you want to fix things. Everybody just gets accustomed to this, like, status quo bias of, like, yeah, it is how it is and that's okay. And it's like, no, what if it's not actually okay? What if climate change is fucking killing us and the ocean current collapsing is fucking killing us and these illegal wars Trump is waging are fucking killing us and the Strait of Hormuz being closed is going to lead to a fucking Great Depression? And we're facing famine and all sorts of problems that you idiots haven't fucking addressed in any serious way because you're all morons and you're all fucking backwards. What about that? What if that's the truth? What if that's the reality? How about you're the ones who should shut the fuck up and hand the keys over to the younger generation that actually gives a shit and wants to fix stuff? Okay? So, much love to her. Keep speaking truth to power. Even when the system tries to shut you up, you got to break through. All right, y'all. That's the show, man. I love y'all very much, as always. You know the drill. Subscribe to the channel and click.
Oh, was there? Oh, sweet. There's a primary debate in one of the New York districts. Ha! I didn't know this took place today.
Race is fantastic.
So this is one of the guys I want to
Dan
get rid of, Dan
Goldman
Goldman
is
from New York.
I think he's going to get blown out, but he's going to get beaten. It really does.
He's
I think it's
extremely pro-Israel, pro-Iran war Democrat.
He's the only, right now, the only incumbent.
And he's running against
looks to be losing because,
candidate endorsed by
despite
Zohran
the fact
Mamdani.
There's no scandal
that actually
associated. It's
ran
because
against Zohran Mamdani
it's a very,
in
very
the mayoral
district.
race and ended up endorsing Zohran.
And the only reason why he won
after he lost
last time was
the
because
primary.
there were 3 progressives who split the vote. This is a clip from the Democratic primary debate. I've seen Dan Goldman ads.
I didn't know this happened today. Shit.
Dan Goldman is a radical progressive who is for, universal health care.
Planned Parenthood. And Planned Parenthood, yes, I saw that. Was that maybe the basketball game or something like that?
Construction complete.
Here is Lander and Goldman talking about their respective records on Israel, and this.
Oh yes. See, I'm telling you, every single race is going to bring this issue up.
National human rights law. They are called the Leahy laws.
Go back a little further so we can hear that, because the Leahy laws are laws that say the State Department is obligated to assess whether the weapons that we have been giving to a country
or used for
or
war
aid
crimes.
we have been giving to a country, if their military has been breaking
international law, war crimes,
laws, the rule of law of laws of war, if they have been breaking humanitarian laws, if they have been violating human rights, and
basically everything we send to Israel.
We know that the State Department found that they had, and they buried the reports and did not implicate the Leahy law, because if they had, that would have meant cutting off all of this stuff. And here's Goldman. Man, I wouldn't want to brag that you worked with the Biden administration on the Leahy law, because guess what? You failed.
The food co-op, quite a few of whom are Jewish, who are looking for some way to express their anger and frustration.
Well, look, I agree.
The guy endorsed by Zohran is a Jewish guy.
I would stop voting for unconditional military aid, who could call it genocide, who could say the word occupation, who didn't march with war criminals.
The problem, though,
focus on homeless.
The problem is that I know you like to accuse, me personally of doing all this, but the reality is we have laws on the books that require any country that we give military or security assistance to follow international human rights law. They are called the Leahy laws. I work closely with the Biden administration to implement the Leahy laws in the West Bank.
Did you see his face?
And to withhold
I don't know if you're
2,000
watching.
pound
He's like,
bombs to Gaza.
He's
We
like, is
don't
this guy
need
really
new
this dumb?
laws. We need Donald Trump to enforce the laws that we have, as President Biden did.
Do you really think that President Biden was enforcing international law and upholding
I actually know he was, because I was there at the time having conversations with the administration where they were holding back 2,000.
He knew he was going to bring up Israel, so he just wanted to talk over him because he knew what was coming.
Move on to a different topic.
That's the strategy.
There were a couple of pieces of legislation. There was the Block the Bombs Act, the Ceasefire Compliance Act. I know that was a point of difference between you.
How did you vote, Goldman?
You've said on those and other issues.
How did you vote
Mr.
on the
Lander,
Block
that
the Bombs
you,
Act there, Dan Goldman?
Support a full-scale restriction, if not an outright halt, on the sale of arms to Israel, as a way, I guess, to put pressure on them to comply with international law and do some other things policy-wise.
And U.S. complicity.
And you feel differently about that. I wanted to invite Mr. Goldman to explain what you think is
he just
the
talked
right
over
path
Lander for
to
the
put
last 30
pressure
seconds.
on the Israeli government.
Well, I can tell you what I think is not the right path.
Oh, okay.
When you are in...
Hey, hold on, wait a second. Let me see if I can answer this one, too. You know what not the right path is to make doodles on my paper. That's not a right path. Did I answer the question
about government
right?
radio
I
brain suppressors via the Gorgon State. Dude, have you been thinking about that for the last 6 hours?
Right path. I don't think that
You were like-
the U.S. Congress should adjourn
You were like a
and
sniper
just play,
rifle, man.
flag
Diversify.
football for the entire session. Who agrees with me?
Diversify.
Is that not the right path? So I can't tell you what the right path is.
Diversify your focus, my dude.
That's secret.
You'll find out when you elect me.
Listen, Lander could have said to Goldman,
No, we're talking about.
if you were there,
We're talking about
with
campaigns
Joe
and primaries.
Biden to enforce the Leahy laws, then I think that is not only a
I'm talking about my itchy nose.
a knock against your policy judgment.
I might have a crusty
but also
boogie
your
up there. I don't know.
competence. Right. Because the reality is that the Leahy laws were completely ignored by the Biden administration. Not just
I
ignored.
can't believe he actually said that Biden administration was following the Leahy laws. Cannot believe.
All right, let's let Dan Goldman tell us what not to do. You know what?
Diversify
I think
autistic.
also, you know what? This is a good
I
opportunity
have
for
special.
Dan
Okay,
Goldman to
gotcha.
not
That
be a
makes sense.
congressman, and therefore he can follow what not to do.
Imagine like Googling like how to tie a tie, and it's like, well, here's how not to tie a tie.
Sets the tie on fire.
There's 700 different iterations of what not to do.
I think is not the right path, which is that when you are in office as a city controller and you have the opportunity to either support or withhold support from something that you apparently believe in, as Brad seems to believe so strongly against
Why is he using so
the
many words
Israeli
for a
government.
sentence?
And then you go on Orthodox radio and you brag about the investments in the city controller's office in 4 Israeli companies, including Elbit Systems, which is the largest Israeli arms manufacturer. It is one thing to speak out from the peanut gallery. It is another thing when you actually
What a
are in
douche.
office and
God,
you
I hate this
have
guy.
the
I hate
ability
Dan Goldman
to
so
have
much.
an impact on something. And ultimately, Brad
He's
had
basically
that
a
chance,
right-wing
and he
Democrat.
failed, even though he promised to do opposite. And this is what you're going to see, because Israel, Errol, with all due respect, we're now 10 minutes into this, and we've only spoken about Israel. Israel is not the most important issue in this district.
Please stop
What
talking
is most
about it.
important
Please stop
that
pointing
I hear
out.
from the voters is Donald
Stop
Trump
pointing out.
in the White House.
How much?
Tearing our immigrant neighbors away.
I like to gargle Netanyahu's
destroying our
balls. Please, let's
democracy,
stop talking about it.
corrupting everything from the White House, and taking away health care, food benefits, so many of the concerns. That's what
we're definitely gonna get to
I'm begging you, stop talking about it while I talk about it for 5
None of your
minutes.
questions, Errol, so you should know he doesn't support the Block the Bombs Act. He doesn't support the Ceasefire Compliance Act. He voted for every U.S. military aid package to Israel. He won't recognize it as genocide. He's never used the word occupation to describe Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. I'm proud of my record as city
Dan
controller.
Goldman
We grew
is
the pension
using
funds
the
over
exact
300
same technique that a possum uses.
Yeah.
I was like completely frozen. Completely
I thought the
frozen
video
face.
froze.
And he's like, just basically, Dan Goldman's basically trying to do like, I'm not here. I'm not here.
I think he dazzled himself by dishing out the Elbit Systems concern trolling, because I like to poll people who know what Elbit Systems is and how they feel about Dan Goldman. I don't think he's going to win their vote.
So he was right. I can tell you exactly how not to win this debate.
Exactly. We Are Everywhere says, I wish I could answer all my test questions with what's not the right answer.
Yeah, I know what's not 589 square root of 18.
Exactly.
Not 69.
Oh my gosh. I wish I could tell Saul to do that. I can't, because that's what he will do.
It's a really good, dodge.
What years were Reconstruction? Well, I could tell you what years were not Reconstruction.
I could tell you where I wasn't last night.
Exactly.
Stupid June bugs.
But just the idea that Goldman can't even answer these questions, and I don't know. I mean, you're bringing up immigration in New York City. You're literally sitting across the stage from somebody who was arrested for literally putting his body in between immigrants and ICE agents.
And kept going back, even though they accused that of being a political
I
stunt.
swear,
He
cats
went
are
back and back and back.
He does it a lot.
They're-
I mean, he's doing that on a regular basis,
They're
and we
just
never hear about it.
Compressed toddlers.
Hi, Dan.
They're toddlers with 4 legs and fur.
Also, you marched in the Israeli Day Parade. Like, just lean into Israel. Like, I don't understand the tactic at all.
Mentioning Elbit systems.
There's a lot. I bet there's a lot of pro-Israel people in his district.
They're not enough.
Yeah. Of course, he's gonna lose, but I mean, like,
not even remotely enough. The whole thing with the marching in the Israeli parade, all of the excuses like we didn't know Ben Gvir was there. Smotrich, rather.
Oh, I didn't know.
But also, there was other dudes
that
there
the heads of
who
the Israeli
were,
state were going to be at the Israel Day Parade.
I can't remember his name now.
When you say fashion, do you
really
mean
horrible?
what do
ones
the
there. Reminds me of
lictors
that
hold
Gilbert Godfrey
and the
joke
Roman
about
item?
Kurt,
No,
Waldheim.
I'm referring
Do
to
you know that
generalities.
joke?
I'm referring to
no.
Do you remember
when
Kurt
I'm talking
Waldheim
about
was? He was the,
fascism? I'm just talking about the generalized track that we see those governments take. You mean a political group? No. It's not specifically the political group, because even the fascists in Italy were different than the fascists in Germany. Like there were diverging ideals at some point. I don't remember specifically, but they weren't 100% aligned on their political and social ideology. So even within two fascist groups, there's going to be differences. No. When I'm talking about fascism, I'm just referring to a nationalist, supremacist ideology that engages in suppression of groups that are the other, and that are like right wing in nature, right? That's basically what I'm referring. They use like violent suppression of opponents. They demonize minority groups that don't typically have enough like political power to actually stand up for themselves, to fight back on their own. They use scapegoats for the rest of the country's problems. So that's what when I talk about fascism, I'm referring to the general path that these right-wing, authoritarian, oppressive governments tend to take. Did you know he started off as a socialist? I heard that. Mussolini was fascist. So do you know of Mussolini's confession? He started off as. I heard that before. I don't know. I didn't do any research on it. I'm not a historian. Like, I'm not a European historian. I'm not an Asian historian. I'm not a South American. I'm not even an American historian. My focus is on current political behavior, like modern day political behavior, and policy, public policy, and like policy analysis. So basically, my specialty, my field of specialty, would be if you were to say, we want to promote this policy, but we're presenting it in front of this specific group, I would be the kind of person that would know how to present this issue to this group and make it sound appealing to their interests. That's my specialty, not history.
At one point, I think he was the Secretary General of the UN from Austria, and then it turned out that he was like a Nazi.
Yeah.
So Mussolini wasn't always
a great
fascist.
joke. I mean, this joke's
I mean,
probably
most.
30 years
I would
old,
argue that most people
he
aren't.
tells the story about
like
Kurt Waldheim
even
and his
freaking
wife were in. They're in
even
Austria,
Hitler. He just wanted to be a
and,
painter.
They're doing some sightseeing.
Like I don't
or
even
they're in
recall
Germany and they were
hearing
doing some
about him having
sightseeing,
like
and,
a
Kurt
political
tells his
or
wife, go over there and take a picture.
like a political or like racist ideology at first, but he felt like the world had failed him, so he was basically taking out his anger on whoever he thought he could blame. Mustache Man in the 1920s was just upset they lost the war. Well, I mean, so I don't think that was it. He might have been upset. Like, he might have been a German nationalist from the beginning. Like, he might have been. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know history that well. What I do know is that, like most Germans, they felt that they got screwed over after the treaty. That basically made Germany pay for, you know, the reparations to repair all of Europe, and they were in debt for years. Like they were just poor and broken for years, and he used that. He used that anger. He used the German people's you know, struggle, their destitution, to demonize a minority group. To say this is like these Jews are the ones that aren't they're keeping us held down. So maybe he was upset they lost the war, but that's immaterial. Like even that doesn't matter, because whether he was or was upset about it, he made sure to use the result to his advantage, and that's really what matters. Like, what do these authoritarians do with the tools that they are given at the time, right? It doesn't matter where the tools came from. It doesn't matter how they got the tools. It's what tools do they have and how do they use them.
Of me in front of this.
Like we see Trump, the tools that he was given, what is growing income inequality. What else? Like 20 plus years of Islamophobia. You know, just a distrust of, you know, a general distrust of foreigners in general. So, you know, the middle class in America is disappearing, probably gone. We're probably closer to being all like lower class, to be honest with you, with the exception of like lawyers and doctors. But so he's using the economic insecurity, like the people in Germany saw. He's using that to demonize a minority group that does not have enough political power to stand up for themselves politically, which we see as immigrants, right? You know, especially ones from like, you know, the Middle Eastern and African countries, and he's able to convince people to blame this marginalized group for the problems that they are experiencing. So that is, and he's using ICE to suppress speech. He's using them to, you know, oppress weaker groups in the same way that Germany used his brown shirts. So we see the parallels. That's why, like, there's no question that Trump and his administration are fascist. Remember Trump went broke, got bailed out, and then said others should be bailed out or assassinated. You know, he's I think he's filed for 5 or 7 bankruptcies. I don't remember the exact number. It's either 5 or 7. He's literally, and he does it on purpose. Like he actually, like, that's part of his business plan, because when you have that much wealth, you have access to more. You have access to more loopholes, more financial loopholes. Like you're more capable of hiding your money, the actual money and wealth that you have. He can hide it in other ways instead of it just being like cash in a checking deposit, like someone like myself. So that's actually part of his business strategy, is filing for bankruptcy to clear himself from all of these debts that he has. So he'll borrow millions and millions from banks off of his wealth, spend it all, and then his business operations get completely devalued, files for bankruptcy, but he never, because of the loopholes, he never actually loses any of that wealth. All he loses is the debt that he incurred from the loans that he's taken that he doesn't want to pay back. He refuses to help, but helps himself only. Selfish. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's a narcissist. If you look, here's something. If you want to hyper focus on something for a while, start watching videos on narcissism, and like go through all the like, I think there's like 7 7 very specific traits that narcissists will demonstrate, and it could be, and it's a spectrum, you know, like autism. It's a spectrum. Some people have 1 or 2, which honestly most people have 1 or 2, but once you get to people who have like 4, like 3, 4, 5 of these traits, then you're like, yeah, definitely, like full on narcissist. But this dude, he legitimately demonstrates every single possible trait that a narcissist demonstrates. It is absolutely wild.
A fountain. And just when she was about to click the photo, who should walk by but Adolf Hitler? And Waldheim says, "Stop! Don't take the picture! Stop! Don't take the picture!"
Freaking Dan Goldman, what a douche nozzle. Oh, I hope he loses. Like, I hope that Mamdani is so unbelievably popular that he helps.
This Dan Goldman race is fantastic.
That he helps Lander get elected. That would be absolutely phenomenal. Because like New York freaking loves Mamdani. Unless you're one of the like part of the 30% MAGA cucked chuds. Like that's really the only people in New York that don't like Mamdani. Are the ones that are part of the MAGA cult. One stream, drink game, watch narcissist videos, take a sip every time it describes Trump. Yeah, it's such an easy example of what to look for. I'm a New Yorker and I'm okay with him. Like, I don't know. People genuinely look happier. And I had an army buddy that visited me last weekend, and he lives in New Jersey. He said he's like an hour or so from New York, and he said like he goes to New York occasionally, and he's like people are legitimately happier. You know, from when he visited before. A lot of he's nice. A lot of New Yorkers are okay with him. Yeah, because he's like the first. I don't want to say the first because Bernie Sanders has been in there for a while. I'll say he is the first mainstream candidate like that has gained as much popularity as he has that legitimately is trying to help. Like he's legitimately trying to do his job as a government official. Like a government official, an elected official is supposed to make decisions to the benefit of their constituents and not their donors. And, you know, with the exception of like Bernie Sanders, or I'd argue he's more popular than Bernie Sanders at this point. But it's like the first, he's got charisma. He's a good looking dude. He's genuine. Like, and he's made progress. Like, he's actually accomplished things that have helped people. You know what I mean? Already. And it hasn't even been a year yet. He actually did oh, really? Which speech? Which speech did you go to? He did a bunch of things, I'm assuming. Yeah. Yeah, like the childcare, like he's pretty much they've reworked the budget to eliminate waste and balance a $12 billion deficit. Like, come on, man. His mayoral administration has won several lawsuits that have won like workers that were like wrongfully terminated, like back pay. Like he's won consumer protections, won millions of dollars in consumer protection lawsuits against big corporations. But yeah, he does like a bunch. I asked him about commodity fetishization. He understood what I meant. Yeah, he's a smart dude. Wait, okay. You have to tell me what was the date? When you asked him that question, was it had to have been recorded. He records everything. Like he puts everything on freaking like YouTube or like he is a social media panther. Yeah, it was recorded. Do you remember the date? So I want, oh, you don't want, okay, I gotcha. All right. Oh, so they actually mention like your name and stuff when they call on you? Hmm. Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, when was this? Oh shit. I didn't see this. He's the goat. He's the goat.
2026.
He is the political goat. Like, I just want you to think, when he was running as the Democratic candidate, the Democratic Party not endorsed, but financially backed. They didn't publicly endorse, but they financially backed his opponent, who was a sex pest. He was a sexual abuser, sexual assault. His COVID policy resulted in the deaths of thousands of elderly people. And the Democratic Party financially supported Andrew Cuomo instead of Zohran Mamdani. That is how scared the establishment party is of a democratic socialist. Like, the party does not want voters to know that elected officials actually have the capacity of getting shit done if they try. And he is proof of that.
Know that we are at Barclays right now, but you know what I'm going to ask. Can we make some noise for the New York Knicks?
We need progression. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is right. Now let's hear
Like,
it for our graduate.
If instead of calling the Republican Party conservatives, I think they should be called like the stagnation party. I mean, well, today's Republican Party is more about regression. Like, not even stagnation. It's worse. It's regression. I'm pro innovation.
Do we have Brooklyn in the house? Do we have the BX in the house? Staten Island? Come on, Staten Island. Manhattan? And last but not least, let's give it up for the borough that gets the money. Make some noise for Queens!
And you can tell, like, he legitimately loves New
Rodriguez,
York. He loves being a New
President
Yorker.
Monroe, Provost Jones, deans, faculty, staff, thank you
He loves
for
being an
all
American.
you have done
Like,
to
you
help
can
these
tell, like,
graduates get to this moment. To the mothers and fathers,
He just feels like a
brothers
genuine
and sisters,
person.
sons and daughters, cousins,
Probably should be called a
friends,
stagnating limp.
spouses, boyfriends, girlfriends, even the situationships here today. Thank you.
The
You saw your
situationships.
loved ones
It's hilarious.
with their textbooks cracked open at the kitchen table in the middle of the night. You saw them juggle school with work and childcare and too long commutes, with bills due and rent that only goes up. And you were there with a home-cooked dinner at the end of a long day, with a word of encouragement when it was needed most, and with the unwavering belief that they would make it to today. They are here in no small part thanks to you. Please give yourself a round of applause. Now, for the past few weeks all across the country, commencement speakers like me have stood in borrowed robes at lecterns like this one, struggled with their
Trump
hats
gonna
like I
take
am,
an amendment to make it illegal to
and
hurt his
delivered
feelings. Oh, he
hard-won
would if he
pieces of
could.
advice to the class of 2026.
If he thought he could get
Some
enough
of these
votes
speeches
to
are funnier
make
than
that
others.
amendment, he absolutely
People
would.
quote Thomas Aquinas and Thomas Jefferson and Thomas the Tank Engine. They fix their hat one more time. And if there's one thing these speeches share, it's the guidance they offer to a group of graduates who, at this point, let's be honest, are pretty ready to go home. The wisdom usually plays on a certain theme. Take risks, dig deeper, dream bigger. Sometimes the suggestion is a little more practical. Wear sunscreen. Never trust a Scorpio. Don't run for office without first scrubbing the internet of all evidence of your short-lived rap career. Or do. What can I say? Once Mr. Cardamom, always Mr. Cardamom.
It's funny he said never trust a
After
Scorpio. I'm
dispensing
a
their
Scorpio.
advice, these well-meaning
I
commencement
resent that. I
speakers
feel
will
attacked.
explain why it's worth taking. It typically boils down to this: breaking off from the straight and narrow, zigging and zagging, detouring off the beaten path. That's where the fun, the growth, the real life is. A lot of graduates need to hear this, but not the BMCC class of 2026. Real life is not something you need to seek out.
The best speech is
Because
Jeff
try
Bezos'
telling
stay
Amrita
hungry
Gina
speech.
to dream bigger. She arrived in New York from
He is
Guyana at age 19.
so disgusting.
She was always a good student.
That last
but she
interview he
postponed
had, like,
college
there's
after
no way
having her
his lips
first
were
child.
real.
Years later, she decided to pursue
Like,
her
he couldn't
degree,
even.
despite the challenges
There was
that
no
would
way
deter
he
less
could have
determined people.
pronounced a W if his
Family,
life depended
work,
on it.
Long commutes. Today,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Amrita is
about, Jeff
graduating with
Bezos.
her degree in accounting
He's
with
so
plans
completely
to
out
one
of
day
touch.
open her own firm. Or try telling Vairaq Home to go the road less traveled. He grew up as an orphan in
Yeah.
Cambodia,
Mamdani's-
moving from home to home.
Wait.
His first time on a plane was to come to New York City
Mamdani's
to
smart.
attend BMCC.
I don't think Jeff Bezos is smart.
Today, Vairaq is graduating with a degree in mathematics.
He might be
Or
smart
try telling Cynthia
at one
Kubezi
thing.
to dig deeper.
He might be
She
lucky,
enrolled at BMCC
and
after
he might
giving
be
birth to her third
sociopathic,
child.
to where he doesn't
Monday
care
through
who he
Friday,
steps
she
on along the
commuted
way.
to the lower tip of Manhattan from
I
the
would guess
Bronx
it's a combination.
after changing
But generally
diapers,
speaking, I don't think
making
Jeff
breakfast,
Bezos is smart.
and dropping her kids off at school. Her days were packed.
If he were
But
smart,
she found a groove, setting her alarm for
no, see,
3
here's the
a.m.
thing. Here's the thing. If Jeff Bezos was legitimately smart, he would understand how many people hate and despise him. If he were legitimately smart, he would understand that if he wanted to gain people's favor, so that honestly, like these billionaires, this is what I don't understand. If all they have to do, they could legitimately do anything they want to do. If they just throw the public a bone every once in a while. That's all they have to do. For example, instead of, sending Katy Perry into space, I don't know, maybe refurbish a few public schools. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. That's all he has to do to gain the public's a favor is to do those things every once in a while. That is legitimately it. But instead, he spends his money on frickin' Botox and phallic-shaped rockets and wonders why people despise him. And he tries to say that he should not be taxed anymore when he barely pays 2% in taxes, where someone like a doctor, for instance, or an attorney, someone making, a couple $100,000 a year, they pay close to 30 to 40% in federal taxes. But here's this douche nozzle, it's a billionaire that barely pays 2%. And he legitimately does not even make the attempt to gain the public's favor. So no. That is a long way of saying, no, I do not think he is as smart as he projects himself to be.
A.m. to study before her kids woke up. Today, Cynthia graduates with a degree in respiratory therapy.
Fascist scientists World War II were smart, still assholes, but well, the
Today's
difference
graduating class is made up
between
of more than
Bezos
2,000 New Yorkers.
and the fascist scientists
That is 2,000 people
is
whose
the
paths
fascist
have zigged
scientists
and zagged, but still led
weren't
right
on
here
TV
to this moment. Together, you represent more than 110 countries and
making
speak
sure that everybody knows how
28
wealthy they were,
languages.
while
More than
simultaneously
half of today's graduates are the first in their family to go beyond a high
saying
school
that,
diploma.
believing that they just inherently deserve more than everybody else.
And
That's the difference.
14% of this graduating class attended school while caring for their children. Every one of today's graduates has a story as full of setbacks and triumphs as the 3 that I've shared. But here's the thing. No matter how many times it would have been easier to quit, to stay home, to say, it's all too much, you still showed up. Each of you made the choice to pursue your education.
I wish we could
not
clone
because it was expected of you, not
Mom
because
Donnie
it was the next logical step,
and have
but because you
him as mayor
expected
in
it of
every
yourself.
single major city in the United
You
States.
already have the drive.
That's what I
The
would like to see.
commencement speakers spend entire speeches encouraging graduates to go out into the world to find. You wouldn't be here today if you didn't. Each of you walked a road that was anything but traditional. Leaving the beaten
Because
path
he wasn't
is
born
hard.
in the U.S.
But if you will allow me to be corny for a second, it also has the best views. And I know a thing or two about a non-traditional path. I'm Indian, I'm also African, I'm also American, I'm Muslim with Hindu family, I'm a Drake fan and I can still recognize that Not Like Us is a banger. We exist. Representation matters. I ran for mayor when a lot of people told me I shouldn't. They told me I wasn't the right age. I didn't know the right people. I didn't have the right credentials. I didn't know how to wear this hat. You all might know something about that too. Some people say that when I entered the race, I was polling at 1%. It's not quite true. When I entered the race, they weren't even polling my name. My opponents couldn't say my name right.
They still
Even
can't.
some people supporting me couldn't say my name right. But I did it because, like each of you, I expected something of myself. With the help of many, many New Yorkers who knocked doors in the pouring rain and the scorching heat, we built a campaign on the belief that a dignified life shouldn't be so far out of reach in the city that we love. Today, I have the immense honor of standing before you as your mayor. It is a nice story, but it doesn't capture the fullness of the anxiety, the doubt, the crushing failures that dotted the way.
I think if he was born
So
in the
instead
U.S.,
of boring you with the traditional graduation
I
advice
legitimately
today, I
think
want to
he
offer
could
you something simpler and more
finish this
straightforward.
mayoral term.
Recognition.
I think he could easily
Because while
win
this is
a
a
House
day
seat,
worthy of pomp and circumstance,
or I think he could easily win a
celebration,
governor's
and triumph,
seat.
I know there
I
were
think he
days,
could
months,
easily win a
frankly,
senator's
even
seat.
years when your dreams felt
And then
impossibly out
I
of
think
reach.
after like one term
Now,
as a
I am
senator,
wary of
I
drawing
truly
too
believe that
straight a line
he would
from
have
my
no problem
experience to yours.
winning
I
a
went to
presidential
college in Maine
election.
at a school where
Absolutely
ultimate
none.
frisbee is a lifestyle. I've been able to take risks in my life because I knew that
But
even when I failed
he was not born in the U.S.
or I fell, I'd still have a home to return to, a bed to sleep in, a safety net to catch me, which is more than many New Yorkers can say. But like every single one of the more than 8 million people who call our city home, like every single one of you, I have chased a dream. And like every one of you, there have been moments in that chase where I have felt down and out. A few years before I ran for state assembly, I was living at home with my parents, unsure what to do with myself after my last song that I released couldn't break 1,000 streams on SoundCloud. It seemed the more music I made, the fewer people wanted to listen.
Take a hint.
But I wasn't ready to give up on my music dream just yet. To paraphrase Schoolboy Q, I was just sitting in the studio. Now, studio time, as some of you may know, was and is not cheap. So I took a job tutoring. One of my students went to a private school in the Bronx. To get there, I took the same 1 train to transfer to the same BX10 bus that I rode to get to Bronx Science a decade earlier as a student. Except the bus that I used to ride south, I now rode north. In almost every way, I felt like I was going backwards. 10 years out from high school, I was still writing high school papers, except this time they weren't even for me. Every night as I lay down in that same bedroom that I had grown up in, I'd fall asleep looking at the tower of CDs I'd accumulated in my teenage years. Common, Lupe Fiasco, Jay-Z, Talib Kweli, all rappers who spoke of being down but getting back up anyway. When I was in middle school, I loved going to the Tower Records on 66th Street and Broadway in Manhattan. I had only been in New York City for a few years after arriving from Uganda. And I liked the energy of the guys who were hustling bootleg CDs out front. I bought my first ever CD from them, and yes, it was Eiffel 65. For those of you who don't know, they sang the song Blue Abadi Abadai. At that time,
Still
my
no.
music taste was still very much developing. I listened to some of The Offspring's Pretty Fly for a White Guy. Then I graduated to the Blueprint, the clean version. Then I found my anthems on Get Rich or Die Trying, an album I listened to more times back to front than I can count. I bought a jog-proof Walkman. Does anyone here know what a jog-proof Walkman is? Maybe up in the crowd. And threw it on the ground just so the kids knew it wouldn't skip during Many Men. This used to be a concern that we had. I still remember walking down the street with 50 Cent blasting in my ears, really feeling myself. And the lyrics were, and if they hate, then let them hate, and watch the money pile up. That line still hits, and I know it hits for a few who are here on the stage, a few who are here in the crowd, because the ambition of our city that it captures in those words, it speaks of the ambition that is in this room right now. It captures the can't tell me nothing, don't try to stop me energy of a New Yorker with something to prove. In my lowest moments, that energy fueled me to get up and get on with my day, to take the next step. Now, each of you know something about that too, about what it means to be a New Yorker. It's not just the swagger and the triumph and the train crossing the bridge at sunset. It's trying to make rent and afford groceries. It's the days when that same train is running late or caught in the tunnel. It's the resilience this city demands of each of us. Being a New Yorker means showing up anyway, day after day, week after week, year after year. So today, as we celebrate your highs, I want to also give recognition to your lows. This is a room full of people who showed up. And that is not automatic. That is not a given. But that is, to quote a man who hates my tax policies, how the money piles up. That hunger that every single graduate here knows, that drive that lives deep in your belly, to go after your dream even when everything is standing in your way. That is New York City. You are New York City. In a traditional commencement speech, this is the part where I would tell you, welcome to the beginning of the rest of your lives. But I can't do that. You've all been living the rest of your lives for a long time. And it is such an honor to be here before you as the mayor of our city, delivering the first ever commencement speech that I have in my time in that position. So to the Borough of Manhattan Community College class of 2026, what I will say instead is thank you. You are the beating heart of the greatest city in the world. Thank you for being the New Yorker that some middle school aged kid or some guy feeling like he's on a bus going backwards can see and think, maybe I can make it here too. Congratulations to the BMCC class of 2026. You made it!
Okay, stop. Stop.
You're listening to The Downside.
The Downside.
With Gianmarco Cerezi.
Have you always been bad with direction? I was never bad with direction, but it seems in New York, I mean, why do you have the same exact names for streets in different boroughs? It's like street in New York. Street in, I mean, just
give them full address. Give them the full address, the floor. Why not?
Yeah.
Luckily, hopefully the killers go to the other one and they go, fuck.
I mean, don't you think that Mossad already knows where you are? Yes. I mean, maybe we need a little bit of like explosive mics.
Possum, thanks for being. Welcome to The Downside. This is a place we complain, we get negative. We make you feel better that you're not any of the people in this room. I'm here with my co-host Russell Daniels.
Hi, Gianmarco.
And what an honor to have Possum Youssef here.
Oh, it's my honor. It's like I'm really happy to be here. Like I follow guys your stand-ups, your crowd work. It is just beautiful.
Thank you.
And I learned so much.
I met you in LA, and I was excited because I knew you were going to be there, and admittedly, I would go like, "Okay, I'm going to do my really good Israel joke on this show right now." So thrilled to have you here. What are you doing in New York?
Well, I'm here for a couple of events and also to try my material in New York clubs. New York clubs are different.
Where are you going?
I already did the Brooklyn Improv. Have you been there? It's beautiful.
No, it used to be the Second City. It closed. They haven't been in the new one.
The new one.
Yeah.
The new one
is
is
now.
It's only like a few months. I played it. It's beautiful, man. The space is beautiful. And I did the Secret Comedy Club.
Oh, Top Secret.
The Top Secret Comedy Club, and I did the stand. And here's the thing: if you Google the Top Secret Comedy Club, it's his face.
Really?
Great. I've performed there once for free, and I'm glad they're using me.
Wait, what do you find the difference between LA and New York?
Wait. I just like Top.
Please show it to me.
Secret Comedy Club. So you see here.
Oh yeah.
That's insane. Insane.
You're in the first image research.
Okay. All right, Top Secret, that's fine. Keep giving my boy Ty Colgate some spots.
Yeah.
Ty Colgate, my opener on the road.
I'll take all the ones he says no to.
Yeah. Oh my God, I've been trying to do some spots in the city, and I want to perform for not fans.
Yeah.
But these clubs that give me spots, whenever they start using me to sell the tickets, and then the second I go on stage, I go, fuck. I can tell the second I walk on stage, I go, oh.
As a Staten Island bro, Staten Island is the most conservative area of New York. That's what I've heard. Never been there myself. That's what I heard.
Oh no! I want to find some enemies. I want to find some people who don't politically agree with me 100% of the time.
So I've been using that strategically. So when I work on a new hour, I deliberately do not announce where I'm going. And then when I'm kind of more comfortable, and now I'm in the middle of the tour, so I need to kind of punch up a little parts here and there. So I need to play to the same audience that I'm playing on tour.
Yes.
So I deliberately announce, so I will have the same kind of demography that comes to my shows because I'm in the middle of the tour. So I don't want to be like, oh my God, it's not working. It's just like a different kind of crowd. And you've seen it. You've seen how people like amazing comedians will have a very different reception if it's not their crowd.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, I think it's tough with political stuff, period. I mean, I perform for crowds, and we agree on borderline everything. And it's tough. I want to get the person who disagrees with me to laugh.
Yes, exactly.
A little.
Yes.
But then you risk all the other shit that
it's risky, and then you start to question yourself. Is that bit working?
I remember seeing you one time, though it was a few years ago, where we was in Connecticut at that what's the casino?
Oh, Comics Mohegan Sun.
Yeah, and it was definitely more a mixed crowd in terms of, and it was really funny because you did it was smart. You did some stuff that you thought a mixed crowd would like, and then about halfway or so through, you did a story about getting your dick sucked or something by a man, and you felt some of the room go, oh, we liked him. What? Like, it was confusing for them.
Well, is that not the challenge of persuading people? Is you got to get them to like you first before you challenge their views. It was musical theater sleepaway camp. I couldn't get hard. So I feel like you've told your story so many times, but I want my listeners who don't know, because I just watched Tickling Giants, which was a phenomenal documentary.
The director Sarah Texler, wonderful director. She's the one who directed it.
Yeah, you really got a lot of great footage, especially when you're sad. I'm like, oh, there's pretty good camera angle of you being sad walking in the snow right now.
Yeah.
Did you just have someone? Did you know from the beginning? Oh, this is going to be something.
Oh no. We I think Sarah figured the documentary as it went along, and the thing is, at a certain point, she had to end the show, the movie, and the movie was ended on a low point that I left my country behind, and then I'm walking the streets of Boston as it snows, and it was like it was
you
a downer.
You were sued for
150 million pounds.
150 million pounds, and your father passed away in a car accident. You couldn't attend his funeral because it was in Egypt.
And then like I left all that behind, and then I'm just like walking in Boston, and such a downer. I was like, oh, when when at the end of the movie it's not a happy ending, and then it's like maybe this should have been whatever. It was very corny, but and now I have a revival. I should have like Tickling Giants too.
Well, I think we're going to be talking about what that movie's going to be.
Because like Tickling Giants, October 7th.
So messed up. So just to give a brief history, you were born in Cairo. You were a heart surgeon.
Yeah.
And you taught salsa?
I taught salsa and a bit of Argentinian tango. So when I was in the beginning of my residency, before I started, like there was like a gap, a small gap between my internship ending and the residency. So I saved some money and I went to Miami in 2001.
Wow.
And I went to a school that teaches Rueda de Casino, which, by the way, I'm happy actually to show you like a performance that I just did last week. But anyways, I took the classes and then I went back and I started teaching while I'm being a resident, a cardiothoracic resident, and I came to a point where I had the biggest salsa school in Egypt, in Cairo, and sometimes I would have 70 people coming for the class, and there's a little bit of a story that I missed. I went 2001. My return ticket from America was 17th of September, 2001.
Man.
But then
you could have saved so much money on that ticket if you bought it later.
Exactly 10 days before, my money ran out. So I went back like 9th of September back to Egypt.
Oh my God.
And then you're back, you're jet lagged, and then I found my mom like wake up! I said, what? It's like, she doesn't say a word, and she takes me to the living room. I watch television and I see the Two Towers.
Yeah.
And it's like, and the mom was, you were going to be there. Thank God you're here, Habibi, you're here. And that was like my small little, and I was in Miami. This is where they trained.
They were at your salsa school.
Yeah, that maybe. That's why they failed. Anyway, so I went back and I continued doing medicine while teaching salsa on the side. And then in 2007, I discovered Argentinian tango, like heads over feet of tango. Got they call it the tango bug, and I spent like years just going to tango marathons, tango festivals.
This wasn't in the documentary at all.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's too. Okay. Were you an ambitious kid? Were you always this? I mean, you're moving a mile a minute. The fact that you opened up a fucking school is insane.
No, this is because I hated medicine so much and I needed an outlet. But also, I did it for the girls because I was a late bloomer and actually being in a position where you're a salsa teacher and a heart surgeon, chick magnet, baby. So it was more of like I was compensating for all of the years of being a nerd and not wanted and rejected by every single girl that I
You were a late bloomer. You were like an awkward kid.
Not that awkward. I was in there. I was good in sports and I was good in studying, but I had no game, and so I was I went through rejection a lot. So I took my revenge when I became a salsa teacher.
Yeah.
So becoming a surgeon, was it just is that what you expected to do?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have any passion for it at all?
No. I mean I made myself believe that I had passion for it just to survive. But I kind of like, in a way, I went out of high school and I said, all right, at least I'll have something keeping me busy studying, so I don't have to go into like a social life where I get even more rejected. So it's like I can't go out because I'm busy, I'm studying. But deep inside it's like, okay, maybe this will kind of alleviate the pressure of being rejected. And because my mom and my dad, they were like middle class. My dad was a judge, my mom was like a university professor, and they would just like scrap and work so they can put you in expensive schools, and then after all of that you said, all right, I'm just gonna I'm gonna take a year off, I'm gonna maybe do something liberal arts. Like, no, you're gonna be a doctor. We didn't invest in you so you can study something that we don't understand.
Were you a good surgeon?
On paper, on practice, I had I had the top grades. I passed all of my USMLE exams. I was accepted in the fellowship here in America.
But
so
in practice,
on paper and
I failed everyone.
Yes, but I was a heart surgeon, but my heart wasn't in it.
Did you do? My dad had a quintuple bypass 3 years ago.
Ooh.
Now, is that something you would have done?
Yeah.
Oh God, it was stressful.
Yeah.
Were you so? what was your bedside manner like? Were you a funny doctor?
Very much. The patients loved me.
So I just had a surgery. I had a vocal surgery.
Okay.
So
you had nodes?
I had a polyp.
Oh yeah, polyps. Yeah.
I'm weeping. You're walking in there pre-surgery. I'm sobbing. It's clear that I'm having a meltdown. That's me pre-surgery. It's been a while since you've had a surgery.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're similar.
Yeah.
Been a while. Is that a hobby?
No, I had an appendix out when I was a kid.
When he's a kid.
Okay.
But yeah, I've had 2 as an adult. Both times I'm ready to die. I'm thinking out the will. What was your approach? Did you have? I mean, you're probably dealing with a lot of older guys.
Yeah.
In the 50s, 60s.
Well, there was no approach. There was always like keeping it light. You listen to them. You listen to your concern, and then you don't want to be too funny or too bubbly if the mood is down. You have to step them up a little bit, and then sometimes it's not the first time. Like the first time you're being very courteous, you're being very respectful, but then as you build trust, you start like now, I build a familiarity with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's stressful because you have to show you can't be cranky. You can't, if you yawn, I'm going to go, oh shit, did you just yawn? Are you caffeinated before these surgeries? Are you like fucking, what if you had a bad night's sleep? Do you ever go, I shouldn't do this? Or do you just every time?
No, you have to. But also there's a trick by surgeons that they do to treat the tremors. You know the tremor.
Yeah.
Beta blockers.
It helps.
Yeah, beta blockers. Yeah, it helps. It helps. It's universally known. Propranolol is known for managing anxiety, like performance anxiety. And it like the tremors. You know.
I used to get them on stage. I had a friend who was like, "You should try this," and I'm glad I didn't because they went away.
I actually, when I went from when I started stand-up comedy, I was so I used to take like that. I did what I used to do when I was in the beginning. But now I haven't used them in 6-7 years.
I was so scared. It was my first Comedy Central taping where it's just you're backstage. I love when you can be on stage a little bit, adjust, but then when you're backstage and you go on like this,
it's the worst thing when you also when you've done something and you had like a visceral, I remember one time during a function thing, I was newly experiencing anxiety and stuff, and I had a panic attack on stage, and it was so scary, and it happened during a sketch where I was yelling a lot. Which one? But so then anytime I did that sketch, I would start to feel like, is it going to happen again?
Sure.
And you get so in your head about it, you know.
So okay, and then when you would save a guy's, what was your average patient? Like an older guy?
Yeah, I mean, but also part of my rotations were like pediatric heart surgery, which I wanted to subspecialize. So the fellowship that I received in America was pediatric heart surgery.
Oh my God!
So everything is so small.
There.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Everything is small. You do like a fellow, like an AZ. But the funny thing that happened to me is that when I became famous. Yeah. When I did the switch, and I did like a few YouTube videos when the Egyptian Revolution happened, and then it blew up, and then I find myself receiving a TV deal. So my mom said, "No, you're not going to leave medicine. You're going to stay in medicine, and because you don't know if this TV thing will work on." So for a year and a half, I continued being a doctor while going on television. So I started to become famous in the hospital. So
can you imagine you're about to get surgery and Jon Stewart walks in in full scrubs?
No, I'm not kidding. Actually, there's something like this similar happened. So because I would I would go and talk to the patients, and then I said, look, and then they would recognize me right away. Yeah. And then I said, so we're gonna open a median incision, and we're gonna split your chest open with an electrical. So you're so funny, doctor. Well, exactly like you are on television. No, seriously, what's gonna happen? No, seriously, we're gonna open you up. And it was, and then at a certain point, I don't think they trusted me, because there was one point where I was on a what you call that grand round. So that the head of the department and with all the professors, associate professors. Attending, I was an attending doctor at the time, and then the residents, and we go in and we're about 15-20 people going around, and there's a certain point one patient, and the resident is presenting the case, and the old professor sitting down looking serious. It was I remember the guy he needed an aortic valve replacement, and then the old guy is looking at the faces, and then he locks eyes with me. It's like,
Hostile fleet assets.
You're the guy on television. You're very funny. This is. I went back home. I was like, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I just I can't.
Wow.
I can't.
And was it a big decision at all? I mean, this is it wasn't your passion, but it's still an astounding thing.
It seems that a lot of people ask me, how come you give up something that you have invested 20 years of your life? Mm-hmm. And I would say, well, thank God I didn't have to invest 20 years more.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you look at what you have invested and say, I can't just leave. But I wasn't happy. I was not happy. I went into there because I had no other option. When I saw another option, it's like, you know what, I'm going to take my chances.
Yeah.
Are you, when you have to see a doctor's now, are you a pain in the ass because you have a lot of knowledge?
I'm a very good patient.
You're a very good patient?
I'm a very good patient.
Because my dad knows the exact amount to be the worst possible patient to any doctor.
Yes.
But you.
But I mentioned it's like anyone. If you've been on the inside of it, you're like people who have been in the service industry are usually good to wait on because you're like, oh, they're in it. They're more respectful. You know, they get it a little more.
Yeah. I see what they go through, and I'm very respectful. I'm a very trusting person, which got me into a lot of trouble. But I'm a very trusting person.
Have you had heart surgery?
Like myself?
Yeah.
No.
If you had one, would you be like, I want my friend to do it?
No, I will go for the best one.
I just feel like if I was a doctor, I'd be like, I want my bud.
I definitely wouldn't want a friend to do it.
I want a doctor who's invested.
No, because then that makes them more nervous, or I don't know. It's a lot of pressure on your friend.
I will use the connection of my friend to get me like perks inside the hospital, like before and after surgery, because like the real pain is the bureaucracy around it all. Yeah. So if they can streamline this,
sure.
Yeah.
So just to kind of go through the documentary real quick, but so the revolution happens. You start making your show. And then, forgive me, the president's name, Tsitsi?
First, there was Morsi. There was the Muslim Brotherhood in power. And under that, there was a warrant for my arrest. And I went there, and they interrogated me, which was the funniest thing ever, because the general prosecutor were asking me to explain my jokes. And we had it was a 6 hours conversation, and we went through the jokes. And actually, I talk about that sometimes in my special, my stand-up. And it was the most ridiculous thing, because the police officers were there, but they were fans. Mm-hmm. So they were like accompanying, but like every time we had a break, they would like take pictures with me. And then like someone would come with me with like, it's like, I like this joke a lot. And he showed, it's like, I was talking about my kids tomorrow. Yesterday, I was like, I'm going to see Bassem Youssef tomorrow. I'm the one who's going to put the cuffs in his hands. And it was a really funny thing, because there was a general prosecutor and there were junior judges from the office of the general prosecutor, but they were all fans. And every time the general prosecutor asked me something, and I would either answer, we're discussing jokes, so I would say something, and then they're all laughing.
Yeah.
What is comedy in Egypt before? Is it being imported from other places, or like what is like comedy, satire?
Egypt is the Hollywood of the Middle East, because we had cinema very close to the same time that America and Paris got their cinema. I think we got this talking movies 2 years after America.
Oh wow!
So we have Egypt has a very
Iranian
solid
military
theater
IRGC?
tradition. Very, very solid
IRG or
movies
IRGC?
and singing tradition. We had movies and theater before most of Arab countries got their independence.
What do they
Iranian
have
Revolutionary
there's
Guard?
Bollywood? Is there? What do they call?
No, we don't have that. But this is very new, the ball, because Egypt was there before Hollywood.
Okay.
Yeah. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps.
If there's any Arab
I am
singer or
familiar
Arab
with what's
actor,
going on in
for
Iran.
him to get known, to get recognized, they have to come to Egypt.
Okay.
So this was the soft power. For years, the TV and movie, it shaped the Arab entertainment. So till now, when you say an Arabic movie means an Egyptian movie.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you say film Arabi, it's like an Arab movie, which means Egyptian movie. So there is a huge tradition of comedy, but it was more of social comedy.
Mm-hmm.
And playing very carefully around the politics.
But playing a little.
Yeah, playing a little bit. There will be like, and this allows a lot of creativity how to say the things that you want to say without actually say it.
Yeah.
So there's this thing.
Yeah.
The TV show for me it was different because it was the one time where we would just say it.
So that was new.
That was very new.
And did you feel like did American comedy? Did you come up with that on a whole cloth? Did you see what America or other countries doing? You said, "Ooh, what if we did that here?"
I followed Jon Stewart and The Daily Show for years.
Okay.
And I had this fantasy that we might have a similar show one day, but I never thought how would that happen. So when the revolution happened, and it's like the first thing came to mind, I want to do YouTube videos like imitating The Daily Show.
Yeah.
And I didn't think this will go anywhere because I was waiting for the H1 H1B visa for me to go to Cleveland, the fellowship that I told you about. I was waiting for the fellowship, the H1B visa, right?
Yeah.
This is where how all the Indians made it here. So I was waiting for these papers.
They produced a video in Arabic saying they want a ceasefire, like Ukraine for holy days. They want. Like we're to practice their religion, they want to negotiate and respect Israel, his fellow man, and fight. Man not to believe. This is because a couple days ago Israel blew up a mosque full of people praying. Yeah, that sounds like a very Israel refused. Like, I don't know why that surprises anyone at this point. Like that's what they do. Like the reason that Israel and the U.S. militaries have seemed to be so dominant is because their targets are typically civilian infrastructure. So no, like there's no the Israeli government, they're absolutely belligerent. They just want to either push out or kill every single Arab in that region. Like that's it. That's their goal. So it actually doesn't surprise me that they would do that. Like, you notice that as soon as Trump told Netanyahu to stop bombing Lebanon, or as soon as they told Israel not to respond to the Israeli missile attack, instead, it's like they threw a temper tantrum. Like they just threw like a big baby toddler temper tantrum, and they cut off food and nutrition aid to the Gaza Strip, like all of it. Like, and like the people in Gaza had done nothing. Like Hamas hadn't done anything. Like they're already starving. Like Gaza's like infested with insects. There's like 2 million people stuffed into like 35 to 40% of the country. So they're like, you know what? Trump said we can't bomb Lebanon, so we'll just starve the people in Gaza more. Like that's what they do. Like this man said, USA and Iran worship the same Jesus, who talk about the same. They are allowed to pray the same God. Yeah. That is like the three primary monotheistic religions do. Like that's they all share the same background. It's absolutely absurd. So that's why I make sure that like anyone that I talk to and explain the situation. Yeah, Abrahamic. Yeah, exactly. I make sure to let everyone know that I talk to, like the actions of the Israeli government, and even the perceptions of the Israeli people, which, by the way, a recent poll by Haaretz, an Israeli publication, polled that over 80% of Israelis polled want the people in Gaza expelled from the Gaza Strip. 80%. Like, that is a systemic problem in their culture. And that's just it. I make sure to let anyone and everyone know that the belligerence, the bigotry, the genocidal tendencies is not a Jewish thing. Like, this is not normal, for any religion to do this. And a lot of people, that's why a lot of people are sick of these politicians that cry anti-Semitism anytime you criticize things that the Israeli government's doing. Like, no, like this is not what they are doing. They are not adhering to Jewish tenets. There's absolutely no way. So I'm not going to conflate the two. It's you who's conflating the two. If you accuse me of conflating the actions of the Israeli government with Judaism, then it's you who's being anti-Semitic. Like Rainey's just want to pray and say, disrespect us. Yeah, like, yeah, they do. They legitimately do disrespect us, but they don't disrespect us because we are American. Like, they don't disrespect us because we are white. They don't disrespect Americans because they're Christian. They disrespect the United States government because we have been incapable of keeping our nose out of everyone's business for the last 80 years. That is why they hate us. Like, that's another point I always bring up. You know, if people are going to sit here and be like, oh, they say death to America, like, why? Ask why. And every single question like this, always ask why. That is, it's very simple. Ask, and for Israel, say everything you touch is like rotten. That's wrong. I would argue that everything the Israeli government touches is rotten. That would be my argument. Like, they spy on their own allies. They look at how much influence they have within our government with, financial, campaign finance and their lobbying groups. It's absolutely absurd. And it's like, I want to say somewhere between 60 to 65. No. Actually, no, it's closer to 70. I think it's somewhere between 60 and 70% of all Americans, regardless of where they fall on the political spectrum, are opposed to the continuation of our relationship with Israel. The only group that still favors Israel are Republicans over the age of 50. That's literally it. That's the only demographic group that still supports Israel and our alliance with them. Yeah, the poll where a majority of Americans are against using Arabic. Yeah, the American education system is trash. Like, that's what it is. The American education system is garbage. Yeah, I know what Arabic numerals are. Another question to ask is, when did these countries start chanting against? Exactly. Like, we helped overthrow their government in 1953, I think it was? We overthrew the Shah. Like, we did that. Because that government that we helped overthrow, while they were an oppressive government, they were attempting to nationalize their oil resources, their oil reserves, their facilities. They wanted to nationalize it. They're like, hey, this is our property. It's in Iran. And apparently, BP, British Petroleum, could not abide by the audacity for a sovereign country to exercise property rights, to exercise ownership of their own property. Like, they couldn't do it. So that's why our government helped to overthrow that government. Same thing with Cuba. Like, they have, Cuba has a lot of good farmland, profitable farmland that American corporations, they could go into, farm the shit out of it, and make a ton of money. And, basically exploit the local population for labor. That's the reason why. That is ultimately the reason why we are currently starving the people of Cuba. Also, if you want to see what Israel gets away with, look into the attack on the USS Liberty in 1967. Yeah, they legitimately bombed a freaking U.S. ship. Like, they did that. The hotel bombing in I want to say, was it 1948 maybe? Like, shortly after the first Palestinians arrived, or the first Israelis, Jewish people arrived. The Holocaust survivors arrived in the Palestinian land. there was a hotel bombing, and it was a false flag, and it was conducted by a far-right Jewish extremist group, and the Palestinians were blamed for it. Could you say you were fighting me, and I said, "Do not attack me in prayer. We pray to the same God." What? Okay, well, first of all, I'm not. What is it? What's the term? I am not a pacifist. So if somebody's threatening my life, I have no issue fighting them. Then you backstab me. Yeah, like that's the likelihood of me fighting anyone is pretty low to begin with. But for argument's sake, no, I would not be the kind of person to stab somebody in the back during a truce. Like, that's stupid. Unsportsmanlike. Yeah, I wouldn't consider warfare to be related to sports. I don't feel like that's a very similar analogy, but I get what you're saying.
And it's like, all right, the papers are delayed, and now we have a revolution. But
you got to remember, like, this isn't a legitimate fight. Like, the Israeli government is not fighting Iran, Palestinians, Lebanese, Syrians. Like, they're not fighting these people for any legitimate reason. So, like, if you understand that they are not doing this for any legitimate purpose other than to expand their control at the expense of any lives, at the expense of any and all lives, even their own, then you realize that, like, nothing that they do has legitimacy. Do you know how poor the Gaza Strip is? Yeah. Like, they're using flour. Like, the only aid that they have is like they're being thrown like bags of ripped flour bags, and they're legitimately collecting the flour mixed with dirt to use to cook with. Like, it's absolutely terrible. Like, I don't think. Why do you think without electricity you don't have? Same with Cuba doesn't have electricity either. For some reason the United States government loves doing that. Like, we love making entire populations suffer. Green meat, ugh. Yeah, it's a pretty terrible situation. Like, why do you think pro-Israeli billionaires were trying so hard to, purchase not only TikTok, but also like the media outlets in the U.S. Like CBS, Barry Weiss, CNN, which I think Barry Weiss is going to take over as well. Very pro-Israel. That was purchased by one of the Ellisons. Fox News was already up Israel's ass constantly. So, yeah, basically the only reliable source that you have now to find out what's going on is independent news media, like Zeteo, for example, or even like foreign news, like Al Jazeera, because they were so desperate. They were so desperate to keep people here in the United States from seeing what Israel was doing, because, Israel are only the democratic ally in the region. Like, it's so disgusting what we are, what our country is complicit in doing. Anyway,
like what the state-run media is doing, I'm gonna make fun of it, like I saw on the American television. Yeah. And I didn't think it will go anywhere. I thought, like, okay, maybe someone would discover me a year from now when I'm in Cleveland. Yeah. So when I come back, I might be a head writer on the show.
Got it. Yeah. Got it.
So that would I have a proof of concept. I can maybe do a show and I could be one of the writers. Yeah. And then suddenly I'm the host.
Yeah.
In 6 weeks.
6 weeks. How often, like in that 6 week period? How you're putting out every day?
No, I only did seven videos. Seven videos racked about 5 million views and 5 million views. At that time, that's 2011.
Yeah, and
I tell every new comedian, they go, where should I start? Should I go to New York? Should I go to Chicago? And I say Cairo. Go to Cairo. It's crazy. 6 YouTube videos.
Yeah,
you're the John.
That's another
You can
thing.
still be the Jimmy
That's
Fallon
another
of
Israeli
Egypt.
tactic.
It's great, but you
the
understand,
ceasefire.
there was nothing.
What
At
that
the time,
means?
YouTube 2011 was not even monetized in the
when
Middle
Israel
East.
has a ceasefire.
We didn't have monetization. YouTube, I understand.
What that means is Israel is saying you cease and we fire. So that's basically what it means. Like they will continuously, like even during a quote unquote ceasefire, they will continuously take little pot shots. They'll be like, oh, there was a Hamas operative, or oh, that was a Hezbollah leader. Like they'll just keep doing it. They'll keep poking. Even if there's a ceasefire, they'll keep poking and keep poking. And finally, after several of these, Iran's like, okay, no rules then. We fire back. And apparently that was like, oh, that was such a terrible thing for Iran to retaliate. Like we didn't fire on Iran. We did a preemptive strike before they could attack us. Like, come on. Like, a preemptive strike is a first strike, dumbass. Like, who are you trying to fool here? Like, nobody's falling for that bullshit anymore, Everything, we can't trust everything with Al in it is Muslim propaganda. Yes, like algebra, can't trust it. Cannot trust it. Algorithms, like, look at all the damage that social media is doing. Right? You cannot trust algorithms. Like, they are literally rotting our brains. Alchemy, what is that? Black magic? Like, people were hung for alchemy, right? It's witchcraft. Alchemy is witchcraft. You can't trust it. You're right.
YouTube started 2005, 2006.
When you went on that
this
last
was
monologue,
new.
you sounded like
YouTube
the
was
Hartley
not
Boys on South
something,
Park.
but it was a new media.
Nice.
People lost their faith in the state-run media.
That wasn't my
Suddenly
intention.
they
but
find
nice.
this thing. I say every day,
I'll wear
I
it
don't
like a
deserve
crown.
where I am because
Jesus Christ. Oh wait, no, that's Mr. Slave. Question: do you remember I do remember 9/11. I remember exactly where I was. I remember exactly what I did after finding out. My clue is pointing this way. Yes, I remember the vast majority of that day and the next day. I remember. That was a very significant event. Yeah. I was working at the time, so I did not see I didn't even hear that anything had happened until like 30 to 40 minutes after it happened, because I was working and a customer came in and asked if I saw what was going on. I didn't know. And then people were going crazy. Not like literally crazy, but like it was a big deal. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to close for the day. So I closed the shop for the day. And by the time I get home, I think the second tower had already fallen by the time I got home. But yeah, they played that shit on replay all day.
I was propelled by forces that is outside of
Why
anybody's
did
control,
Osama bin
and you
Laden,
cannot replicate that.
Perhaps.
Why did Osama bin Laden deny he had any play in the attacks at first? Did he? I don't think he did. Maybe he stayed quiet. I don't think he did, man. Maybe he stayed quiet. But I don't think he outright denied it at first. I don't recall that at all. And yeah, I don't remember him denying it at all, to tell you the truth. We have record of him of denying his involvement. Whatever. I mean, again, like that's one of those questions that's immaterial. So what? Like even if you get an answer to that question, yeah. See, okay. So with questions like these, does answering that question in any way going to readjust your perception of the event? Like, is it no matter what the answer is there any answer that you could possibly think of that's going to change your mind on what happened? Like, no. It's not going to change the facts. It's not going to change your perception of events. Like, nothing. I think it was self-harm. I don't know, but like, it's one of those things where like, even answering that question does not. It would have absolutely no influence on how I felt and currently feel about that situation. It absolutely would not. So it's really not important to me if he did. I don't recall seeing it, but it doesn't matter what his answer is, to tell you the truth. It does not matter. Why is everything itchy? I think allergens are high today or something. Like, everything on my face is itchy. And I respect your thoughts and feelings. Well, I appreciate that. Sometimes I'm an asshole, but I try to be as 100% transparent on my moral and ethical foundations as possible. So thank you for that. I don't. Facts. No, I don't know about that. I think you're just being a goober when you say that you don't. Oh, dang it.
I think you've proven yourself since. I think you've proven yourself in the times that wasn't a fluke. We've seen the flukes. Yeah. But it is. I was thinking about you because when I went to, I did my first Asia tour.
Guess we'll never know.
I was in Taiwan.
Are you lying or are you telling the truth?
People call the Jon Stewart of Taiwan. Yeah. His name's Brian Sang, and I really want him on the show. He's been banned.
If
from
you are
China.
honest about being a liar,
a Mao Zedong joke quite
then how do we know you're telling the truth
in Mandarin?
And,
it's great being in
what a
India,
conundrum.
and someone's like, "This is the Jon Stewart of India," and I feel like you were the first Jon Stewart of blank.
Yeah.
And
I started the epidemic.
Yeah. Have you? So then the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, so the Muslims tried to shut down the show with the prosecution, whatever they couldn't. Then there was the military took over, and then the Muslim Brotherhood now hates me. Now I come here and I try to do the same. Now the pro-military people hate me, so now I'm hated by both sides. And then under the military, my show get cancelled a couple of times. And by
this is when Tsitsi
is president. And then 2014, this is the year that I leave.
That's how you
Egypt.
can tell
I leave everything behind,
when someone
and then I come to the United States.
Can I ask?
Is probably on the right side of history.
CT came in power.
When
was
every
there any
aspect
point where,
of the
like,
political
the person
elite hate
coming
him?
in power, you were like, "Oh, I think this is good," or "This is bad." It sounds like when CT came in power, there was like a lot of excitement.
USA has a satellite
about
network specifically communicating with drones.
In my part of the world,
dude,
the military
I'm not
will
buying the
always
mind-burning
be
radio
very
waves.
popular.
Like,
the military is the backbone of the country in the world. There's so much they would trust the military more than anything.
At scale,
so
absolutely
now
not a chance.
they have
No freaking way.
I mean, technically you can call it a coup, but there's
okay. So, I don't know if you have been in a room with a high power amplifier whose primary goal is to focus radio waves, amplify them, focus them, and blast them with enough energy so that they reach satellites in a timely fashion, uninterrupted. So I was getting hit directly with one of these high power amplifiers that we had disconnected that did not switch. And it took a minute or two. No. I'd say probably more than 2 minutes, but less than 5 minutes for me to feel anything. So the possibility that a radio wave is strong, like, even even if you were being directly hit by radio waves from space, it would take like so much more power and energy to have an effect on a human at that distance than I think you realize. This technology has been used for harm since the 1970s. And like, these are not small pieces of equipment. Like, these HPAs, they're not small. Like, it takes, in order to safely lift it so you don't injure yourself, your back or whatever, you're supposed to lift it with 2 people. Like, these things are not light. Yeah, they were made by the Harris Corp, I want to say in the 80s or 90s, I don't believe. They're fairly old. They're pretty niche pieces of equipment. I don't think they use the same ones anymore. These were they've upgraded the HPA since then, but these were the ones that were used primarily from, I want to say, like the 80s and 90s all the way up until like the mid 2010s. But no, like, because this auto switch feature didn't kick in, it takes 4 of them, 4 of these huge HPAs to give enough energy to amplify the radio waves enough to make it to space. So when that switch didn't work, even though we had disconnected 1, 3 of them were still blasting out RF into the structure, the small structure we were in. And with 3 of them, even in close contact, it still took a little bit of time just to feel anything. Like, even it was just slight dizziness. Like, I wasn't feeling nauseous or anything. I just felt kind of loopy. Like, ugh. Kind of like if you've ever been to the dentist and they've given you that gas before they like give you a shot or whatever. It was kind of like that. So the idea that they have a weapon with enough energy to negatively affect someone in a time, like, because you have to remember, if you're trying to harm someone and you want to permanently harm them, you have to be 100% sure they can't move, like they can't get out of the way. So that means the effects have to be quick. So there is no way that equipment on scale would have the capability to do quick, permanent damage at that distance. It's just, there's no way. Not possible. Dude, just because there's a patent, so you can patent ideas. You know that, right? Like, a patent, you're not patenting the production. You're patenting the idea. The design. Is it likely they produce? I don't know, man. I'm not looking it up. I'm sorry. I'm not that interested. Because no matter what, it doesn't matter. It's a parent of a Soviet already used object. Yeah, like, it doesn't matter. Absolutely insignificant.
People who supported that because they didn't want the Muslim Brotherhood, because it was all like, oh, we don't want an Islamic country. And you know, this is like a discussion. Depends really who you talk to in Egypt. It's gonna be, you're gonna have like completely different views, and it doesn't end.
I don't think it's something worth focusing on.
At the end of the day, the military has been in power since 1952. Yeah. So it is that 1 year where the Islamists came in, and so the military have the history, the trust, the power, the money, the support of the West, support of the United States, support of many regional players. So it was for them, they could trespass on certain freedoms, and a lot of people will be okay for it for the sake of safety.
Yeah.
Which is the trade-off. And the same scenario can happen in Egypt, can happen in different places. So, and I have to say, for me, there was, after this, when I came, like after 2014, there was a couple of years in my life where I was in a dark place. Because I couldn't help but feel very bitter about what happened to me.
Yeah.
Because like, you know, you work this and then everything was taken away. And now I'm in the United States, I'm a fucking nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody cares who I am.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's the guy who's the Jon Stewart of each. Who cares?
Yeah.
And
I've seen the Jon Stewart.
and I have to tell you, like, I was with my agents at the time, and I was like complaining, I'm not getting. He was like, well, and they told me, we don't know what to do with you. You're a very specific kind of talent.
Yeah.
But we don't know what you do to you. Like I was big in my home country. I'm here. I'm a nobody.
Now,
and then October 8th, they called and they said, "We got it."
No.
We got the
No. But there's so in 2016, 2017, I made my money here the first 2-3 years by going into the college circus, telling my story.
That's what I was gonna ask,
it was like an interesting story. But at a certain point, it's like I can't just like go and it's like yes, and the laughter is mightier than the sword. And I was like telling the story and said, like, you know what, this cannot continue. So I got an internship in Joe's Pub in New York.
Joe's Pub?
Joe's
wow.
Pub.
Really?
So what I did is that I developed my story as a one-man show.
Yeah.
And then I went to Joe's Pub to turn that into stand-up comedy. So at the time, I had no idea what stand-up comedy is. So I had to hire stand-up comedians who would help me.
Who'd you work with?
Jordan Carlos.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, Jordan Carlos, you know him?
Yeah, tremendous writer.
So I worked with him.
Oh my God, I got
Jordan, if you're here, I owe him a lot. And there was you know like, you know, I met, like, you know, there was like a business relationship, and I have to say, looking back, he gave me much more than I paid for. I have to say, it was.
What did you learn as the difference between like making jokes on your show and being a stand-up comedian? Like, what's the real difference in what the comedy is?
Well, first of all, let's talk about the obvious thing, the language.
You would need
because it's not about like changing from Arabic to English. The language comes with its own cadence and rhythm and pauses and all of that. I had to do to try it on my own, trial and error. So Jordan would come to me and said, it's a joke structure, but your pauses were off. The way that you, and I even took enunciation like
it is what it is. Like maybe not. I don't know. I'm not
classes with speech.
I'm not one of these guys
speech
that's gonna,
coaches,
like, hang
because
on.
And I remember one of the things that she told me.
You know what the CIA
said,
may or may not have done.
You speak well.
Like I said in the
But
Discord earlier, like
in order to get
the government
laughter,
does shitty things. Like
people need to hear the words as they are used to. If
saying
you
hi to you
mess
very
up
directional.
too much of the enunciation, it will take a fraction of a second for them to realize, and this is where you lose.
Well,
so it was so much about like I had to study and dissect.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to talk about this anymore. This is, I can't express how little I care about this topic, because like one, it's not something that's significant whatsoever, even if it has been implemented in individual circumstances, because it doesn't matter. Like when satellites are transmitting down to Earth, there is a large footprint. I'm talking like up to like half a continent wide size footprint, and that's coming from a small satellite. So what that means is these radio waves, when they're transmitted, they actually do disperse. So in order to focus it from that distance, it's just not feasible. There's no way. That I think the day that they were able to do that would be like the same day they'd be able to construct a lightsaber, because that's the kind of energy that you would need. You would need, that's how strong that beam of energy would have to be, like a freaking lightsaber.
Anatomy of the language, and then because comedy is a third language. It's a third language. So I would go, and I would go every night, and like Jordan would sit with me, and then we would go over it, and by 2017, 2018, I had an hour.
Yeah.
And that hour, at the beginning, it was okay. It was not the best. I mean, there was like really a couple of years where like my fans from Egypt or from the Arab world, like, oh, Bassem Youssef, we know him from Birmingham, and they come, and I would suck so hard. I would bomb so hard, and I would see.
I can't, dude. I can't nerd out on this. I don't care.
Disappointments in the eyes of my fans.
Sorry, not sorry.
In 6 months, he's gonna be driving an Uber.
Where are you doing those?
You mentioned your surgeon. That it would make sense to surgeon to the Uber driver. That makes more sense.
Yeah. So it took me 2-3 years, and then came the pandemic, and that was the best thing that happened to me, because now everybody's sitting at home. Yeah. And now there's only a few clubs in some few red states that are not abiding by the rules, doing like half capacity. And I told my agent, put me in every single club.
Were you on the first wave? You were in the first wave?
Yeah. I went there and I got COVID a couple of times, and I went there and I went and I performed I would sometimes perform in a flower shop with 6 people. But I said I need to go and practice, and I have to tell you, I came out of the pandemic much stronger.
Good. I'm glad. I feel so fortunate. I wasn't popular. I didn't have to make any tough moral decisions. And no one was asking for me to go to Texas when it first reopened.
You took big strides online.
Yeah, I did Zoom. I did the Zoom shows. I learned my own skills.
Yeah. So this helped me. So by 2021, 2022, I was already like having a European tour. I was already selling medium-sized theaters. I was already playing like comedy clubs. And then came October 7th. And this kind of propelled me big time. By the time that now I'm bigger...
A lot of things. COVID, October 7th.
If you were on that plane in 9/11, your career would be exciting.
I was.
That's true. Egyptian Revolution.
I tell this joke. I said, like, I'm a guy. Like, I once was talking to. There's like, E.T. Entertainment Tonight.
Yeah.
We have an Arabic version, like E.T. Arabic. So one day he was making me like a red carpet interview. It's like, tonight we have a very famous comedian whose name has always been associated with revolution, conflicts, and war, Mr. Bassem Youssef. What can you tell us about the genocide? It's like, dude, I'm trying to sell comedy tickets.
Oh man. Have you been back to Egypt or no?
Not yet.
Is it a dream?
Here's I stopped thinking about it for a while because there's a very common immigrant mentality which is a lot of the immigrants who come from my part of the world, they come here and they miss home, so they sit here, but they didn't really leave. So when they go back and visit, it's not what they have left, so they're depressed, and so they're not happy here or there. So when I left, under all the circumstances that happened to me, I took a decision. This is my new country now. I'm not gonna think back. If Egypt happens, it happens. Now, if you asked me a few years ago, can you or cannot go back to Egypt, I would say I'm not sure. But now, especially after in the past 2-3 years, after what's happening in the region, it seems that a lot of people are putting their differences aside for one common enemy. It's like we have bigger problems now. So it's now there's actually, as a matter of fact, I was just a few months ago, I was hosted on Egyptian national television through a remote interview, talking about my experience the last one. So it's kind of like, there's olive branches all around. We're good.
Do you feel, and maybe you don't want to speak on it, but is there any bitterness of like, oh, you want to host me now?
No.
Yeah?
I don't have any bitterness.
They put you through the fucking ringer.
But you know what? There was a time when I was in this dilemma where it's like, oh, I want to show them, I'm going to make them regret. But sometimes when you are in a certain place, like, you know what, I'm fine, I'm cool, and at the end of the day, like, how many people can say they were in the middle of a power conflict in the Middle East? Yeah. So it's kind of like, that's cool. They gave me material to work with. It's good.
Yeah.
No, I don't have any bitterness now. And whatever happened to me, I would say, was the reason that I am in here now. Like, so whatever happened to me, negative or positive, I appreciate it because it made me who I am. And maybe if one thing that didn't happen as it was, maybe I'm in a different place. So I'm grateful. I'm just very grateful.
I really want to, I want to talk about kind of American comedy. I want to show you this comic someone put up that made me roll my eyes so hard, and I feel like you're the person to talk about the power or the lack of power of comedy. But this picture, do you have a tie? Can you put it on screen? This is
I saw that
American Democracy.
I saw that,
and it's being held up by John Oliver, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, Jon Stewart, and Colbert's walking away. Jimmy Kimmel is doing charades somewhere in the back, and we can't. I mean, Jimmy Fallon somewhere doing charades, and so in America, we've had freedom of speech. It's the cornerstone of our thing, and especially in the Trump administration, it feels like comedians have been elevated in a way that doesn't feel. What you were doing in Egypt felt important, and again, I didn't live there. It's easy from afar. I see this picture as insane. This idea that the democracy is being held up by just 4 late night hosts, one who only works on Mondays.
Yeah.
and one who only work on Sundays.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's interesting though why he didn't include Jimmy Fallon.
I mean, and they should have had Gutfeld like on the top, like stamping down,
like dancing,
trying to get it down,
doing a jig on it.
But it's like I think I feel very cynical about some of these comedians who I admire.
Yeah,
certainly I admire, but I go like in a way they sometimes feel like almost controlled opposition to a degree where. It doesn't matter. Trump won a second time, even with Jimmy Kimmel talking shit about him every single day. The fact that Trump couldn't just let them be seems to be Trump's dumbest move. The most people I saw moved by Jimmy Kimmel was when Trump tried to go out of his way to cancel them.
Yeah,
and so like when you look at your show, when they canceled your show, is there a degree where if you were to give advice to an authoritarian, would you ever say to them, "Hey, let the comedian have their show"?
Oh yeah, but my advice would be more for the people who draw that shit.
Yeah,
because I'm just like I am sick and tired of the over romanticization of the role of comedians in society. Yeah. Because like, oh my God, comedians are modern day philosophers. They are the truth tellers. No. We just say jokes. It just happens. We tell you jokes about people who are not doing their jobs. People in the media, people in power. So people are so disenfranchised by those people in power.
Yes.
So it's like, oh, these people are not doing their job. Oh, that comedian is doing his job. So he must know better. I only know how to tell the jokes. So now the infatuation goes from like, oh, this guy made me laugh, this guy made me like feel relieved, to this guy has the solution for my problems.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah. Yes. I don't necessarily think these comedians all think that they're holding up American democracy either. But it's a thing of like, this gets me. People watch this when I make these kind of jokes.
I think the reactions of those comedians to this character will be exactly like this.
Yes.
Like they will look at this as like, this is bullshit.
There's one who I think would go. But no, I'm not going to say who. But I guess in a way it's like when you were doing what you were doing in Egypt, do you feel like you wanted to do something that was important, or do you think that you just wanted to do comedy and they made you important by trying to suppress you? You became
to represent
symbol.
I think it's what do you call it? It's self-fulfilling prophecy. It's something like also, first you feel something of, you feel this is important. I need to speak about it. I need to speak about it using humor. Yeah. And then it resonates with people. So the reaction is just like it's exaggerated, so you now want to give them more, and then you go. It's a cycle. And then you find yourself, people coming to you. You are our voice. It's like fuck.
Yeah.
You speak for all of us. It's like I'm not, and now you're in a position where you can't even go back. And like I wish I would go on like a comedy night and I can just like say dick jokes. And I wish I would just like say stuff like every day of like bathroom humor, if you want to call it. But I can't because now it becomes my brand. And if I go away from that my brand, it's the people who follow me for what I have to say about the important stuff.
I know one of the things that did make me, it had a moment of pause, is a woman came up to me in Philly, and it was her 60th birthday, and she said, "Thank you for not doing Riyadh." And I thought, oh no, that's not. I want you to think I'm funny first and foremost. But if you think of me as like a moral, or like morality first, that makes me nervous. I'm gonna let you down eventually.
I was very triggered by the whole conversation about the Riyadh.
I know we have different views on it.
Yeah, I know. We respectfully disagree.
I think it's. I sometimes think the conversation becomes about like performing there in general. My qualm is, I think the association with politicians or leaders or authoritarians in general is compromises your comedy. I don't like it. I've said many times, I don't like it that they had Biden on these shows. I wouldn't like it if you performed at a Trump inauguration event. I'd find it gross and call it out. And I think with Riyadh, it was very much a like, it was a very paid for, gigantic, look at all the American comedians. They can all be, most of them can be purchased in one big package, and it's going to be performed as like a government event. I think comedians performing for like government events grosses me out.
Well, does that include performing for the troops?
I don't, truly, I've never, I know. I have, as an American, I've never been asked.
I know.
But it's tough.
But here's the thing. You, Gianmarco, you may have are pretty much entitled to that position because you will not do the troops. You will not do that. My problem is that a lot of the criticism came from people who are blinded to exactly what's happening in the United States, because everything happens in propaganda. When an NBA team wins and go to the White House, that's propaganda.
100%.
When an NFL team, when comedians, when celebrities go to the White House correspondent dinner, that's propaganda.
Of course.
My problem is like, oh, our propaganda is more moral than theirs.
Yes.
And also, many of the criticism about the Red Comedy Festival come from people who for years said like, we need to spread American values and democracy. Well, you have American comedian talking to Saudi people, and they are filling the stages for Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr, and in a way getting them closer to your culture. Isn't this like a little part of it? So, and also I find that comedians are always the easiest target.
Mm-hmm.
A comedian is making a living, and he's doing there as a guest in a different country. I don't see.
Some of these comedians had a lot of money. I'd say like we can't just. Work is work is work. I also think this is also in the context of like so many comedians in America complaining about cancel culture and leading to Trump being elected, and then watching Dave Chappelle go over there and be like, you can't even talk about Charlie Kirk in America, and it was this weird dissonance of like.
No, but you're completely allowed to dissect this individual jokes, but is it in general?
Yeah.
Yes, some of the stuff that maybe we can discuss, like if this is too much, but the fact that I didn't perform in Saudi. But if I got an invitation, I will go, because I perform in Jordan, I perform in Lebanon, I perform in Germany, which is a country that is supporting genocide.
Yeah.
I perform in the United States of America, where my taxes go to support the fucking genocide.
But you're not
so
performing
the thing is
for
now,
the government,
I think
dude.
this
You're
like
performing
moral
for
high
people.
ground, it's like, oh, there is like places that are better than others. I think
But
it's done.
there's performing somewhere. There is some degree of difference between performing somewhere and performing for a directly government.
Well, it just happens. Okay, it just happens that these events are funded by the government. The same way that you have Delta, American Airlines, and JetBlue, and there you have a nationally owned airlines. It just the structure is different. The business of entertainment is not self-sustaining like here. It's just that's why the government is putting so much money in order to propel it, and they do it artificially. That's why they pay to bring Ronaldo there. It's a PR. It's propaganda.
Of course,
100%.
I think I want to call it a night. So, till next time, my fellow autists, good night and good riddance.